Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's Guerrilla Cricket. We're back. We're back again. It's game 23. It's Bangladesh versus South Africa. It's bloody hot. Is it in Mumbai again? It's in Mumbai again. South Africa know what it is. And you know what? They won the toss. And you know what they did? You know what they did? They decided to bat first. Why? Because it's fucking hot and it's fucking sweaty. And why would you want to be in a field? By the by, South Africa won the toss. They decided that they are going to bat sensibly, and they are going in with Quinton de Kock, Reza Hendricks, Rassie van der Dussen, Aidan Markram, Heinrich Clasen, David Miller, Marco Jansen, Gerald Kurtzer, Keshav Maharaj, Kagiso Rabada, and Lizard Williams gets a first outing. Who's he in for then? Can't see. It should be obvious, but it isn't. He must be the only change in that side. Bangladesh go in with Liton Das, Tanzid Hassan, Mahdi Hassan Miraz, Najmal Hossain Shanto, Mushfiqur Rahim, Shakib Al Hassan. Oh, Shaki's back. Sweet. Mahmudullah, Nassim Ahmed, Mustafa Zur Rahman, Sharaful Islam, and Hassan Mahmood. They will due to start. They'll be out now, singing the anthems, but I am joined once again. Who's going to give us the conditions out there? It's Messi Jez, all the way from the weather cave in Perth. What's happening in Mumbai today?
It is from a weather station very close to the ground. It says it's 31.6 degrees, 68% humidity. Fucking nasty.
Nasty, not quite as hot as Saturday when it was 36 degrees.
Not quite.
No, but still hot.
AccuWeather says it's 36, but my weather station is closer to the ground, so...
Maybe at ground level inside the stadium, actually, you got cover and stuff and protected. And all the way from somewhere in London. It's Towid, resident Bangladeshi. You must be happy because you're doing much better than England.
Well, yeah, it's the battle of the wooden spoon, really, isn't it, between Bangladesh and England at the moment? But yeah, if Bangladesh can restrict South Africa to anything less than 399, they've done well in my book. But yeah, an uphill task for sure, and obviously losing the toss, things have just got a lot harder.
They have indeed, they have indeed. However, I imagine being Bangladeshi, living in this part of the world, I know it's a long way, probably a couple of thousand miles, but similar conditions, they'll be a lot more used to it than England were, yeah? They'd have played in this reasonably a lot, I'd have thought, wouldn't they?
Yeah, potentially, but yeah, you can't underestimate the humidity and the heat out there. It's going to take a toll for sure.
It is going to take a toll. It is going to take a toll. So I guess they need early wickets. England got an early wicket. They got Quinton de Kock out second ball. We were all dreaming, and it all went downhill from there.
Yeah.
Who is Lizard Williams in for? Curtsy Rabada. Oh, Lungi Ngidi. He's in for Lungi. He probably had the worst of the games against England, but it didn't really matter, did it? I mean, he got splashed around the world. We've lost. Oh dear, we've lost Towid. He's had to nip off on the internet. Maybe he's got a problem over there, and hopefully he'll be back shortly. I wanted to ask him as well. How come we all thought Shaki was out for the tournament, didn't we, with a quad injury? How come he's back? What's happened? Anyone?
Well, they were pretty. They were actually a bit vague about it after the tournament. It was really hard to get any firm information. So obviously he's recovered better than they had hoped, which is really good for them and for us, hopefully.
Well, yeah, definitely for them. It's a bit of a talisman, isn't it? Is Timber back? No. So it's still Reza opening with Quinton, yeah?
That looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, so let's give them some jingles we've got.
Quinton de Kock has a name you can mock, but he's really quite useful at cricket. I have heard that he can open the bat, even if he's not keeping wickets.
Toad's back. What happened there? Bad internet or something happened?
Yeah, another call. You know what? People calling you up just as the cricket's about to start. Whatever next?
Whatever next? Oh, God, how? I don't know what these people think. I wanted to ask you, Shakib. We all thought he had a quad injury. What's happened?
Yeah.
What's the news?
So he obviously sat out the game against India, which was the last game. Obviously he's recovered, I suppose. And yeah, they're obviously going to need him in terms of his bowling, his batting, and captaincy as well. I suppose they were led by Najmul Hussain Shunt in that last game against India, and yeah, looked pretty flat in the field. I mean, it's worth noting they've only taken 5 wickets bowling in the last 2 games against India and New Zealand. Admittedly, they were kind of defending very kind of mediocre scores of around 240, 250. But yeah, the bowlers are going to have to step up, as are the batters as well.
Well, yeah, not a dissimilar story to England.
Quick info I'll share with you too. No team has won the toss and chosen to bat and won the match in this World Cup. There you go.
Really? They've all been put in. Well, teams deciding to... yeah, weird. Anyway. Starting for Bangladesh will be the Fizz. Still no Taskin, I see. First ball is left alone outside the off stump by Quinton de Kock, bowled by Mustafa Zur. None for none, after none. Still not happy with Taskin then over in the Bangladeshi camp as well. Can't get back in.
Apparently he's picked up a bit of a shoulder injury, which kind of kept him out of the India game, but I suspect he probably wouldn't have been selected for that game anyway, just seeing the way that he's gone in the first 3 games. So yeah, he's still out.
I don't know about this. This is what they're saying about Wokes and shit. That's driven nicely by Quinton de Kock. Comes halfway down the track and it's tipped by extra cover down to mid-off. And there will be no run. Thought about a run. Quinton de Kock wanted it. Reza wasn't really moving.
Yeah, definitely elements of a smoke screen there, like you say. I think particularly with the Bangladesh cricket board, they're notoriously tight-lipped when it comes to sort of player injuries. They don't really divulge an awful lot. And yeah, certainly for me, this sort of shoulder injury came as a bit of a surprise. I think it only, we were only aware.
Well, we watched their last game and commentated, and we all understood that he'd been actually just been dropped. So the fizz is cut this time. That's short, that's wide. You can't bowl there, Quinton de Kock, for crying out loud. It's the first four of the game, first scoring shot of the game, and it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You can't bowl there. That's short, that's wide, that's crap.
Yeah, asking to be put away that, and de Kock gets the start he's looking for.
Indeed, and that's one thing you don't want him going. I mean, England must were cock a hoop when they got de Kock. You kind of think he's the guy who starts them off quick, and he didn't go off quick there. I think he scored 26 after 6 overs or something stupid like that. That's pushed back by Quinton de Kock to mid-off, and there's a single.
It was all downhill from there.
And it was all downhill from there.
Yeah, perhaps the plan is not to get de Kock out and hope for the best.
Well, that doesn't lead to good things either. Basically, you need to get their top 6 out.
Yeah, quite a damning stat there on screen in terms of the number of wickets taken by the SA seamers in the power play compared to the Bangladesh seamers. I think they've only taken 1 compared to SA's 11.
Well, they've got a pretty good bowling attack. I mean, that's the one thing. Their quicks are genuinely quick.
I mean, it's amazing Norkia's not even featuring in this World Cup either.
That's left alone outside the off stump by the fizz. By Reece Hendricks. That's his first ball. Because the fizz has gone for 5 in his first over. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, teams with genuine pace attacks, and I'd say the South Africans is always a genuine pace attack. They've done all right, but Australia have got a genuine pace attack. But they've not done very well.
Yeah, I do think against teams like Bangladesh, though, that genuine pace really does make a big difference. They struggled against Reece Topley.
And he's not even the quickest. That's a leg by, I believe, to end the over. It is indeed. South Africa 6 for none after 1 over.
Farong is with us. He says, greetings all, hope everyone's well. The part-time cricketer, full-time salesman Shakib is playing today, and captain of course, has a good record against the Safas, as do Bangladesh. Beat them in the 2019 World Cup, and a run feast it was. Hopefully the same result today. Cheers. Leah says, morning all, is that rabbit on your mug wearing a Napoleonic uniform, Bear? If so, mint.
Oh my god, you even noticed that? You can pick that up. Yeah, probably something like
that. We got a whole lot of chat going on over on YouTube, I'm pleased to say. Brown in Brisbane is with us, as is Mog, and Kieran Ray's played, Graham Caldwell. Dan De Castro it's 4:30 a.m. in Ontario, where he is. Kieran wants us to get jingles for ourselves when the commentary changes. Not about us, Kieran. It's really not. The other thing is we have little enough time to play player jingles, let alone commentator jingles.
Well, I mean, I guess we could leave it down to Mog and Jeff to write jingles for us, but some of us might not like what comes back, I guess.
That's true.
I'm
and
sure
then we'll find there are commentators without jingles will feel miffed as well.
Yeah. And there'll be randoms that come on that you'll suddenly have to get a jingle together for. Miraz is going to bowl the second over. This isn't a bad ploy, I often think, against South Africa. Get the spinners in early. That's defended back to down the track. There's no one. I mean, they are quite weak against spinners. That's the one thing South Africa are. And of course, we decided to go in with an extra seamer, which for some reason, and this is another thing I don't get, is that's worked around the corner and there's no run. I was reading something this morning, and the stats against South Africa said for some reason they were weaker against seam. Now, you don't need stats to tell you the answer to that question is completely fucking wrong, right? We've all watched South Africa over the years, and this modern generation as that's just defended back down the track and there's no run. Put them on a spinning wicket, they haven't got a fucking Scooby, right? They just don't know what to do, play stupid shots, get out. That's generally South Africans against spinners. So why the hell their stats? Why believe your stats? Believe your bloody eyes. For crying out loud. I mean, stuff like that just drives me mental.
I mean, that was England all over really in the last game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, good to see Miraz early in the piece here. And like you say, I think it is a good move bringing him in early. They've got 3 spinners, well, they're playing 3 spinners today, Bangladesh. So yeah,
I mean, Mahidi was
idea getting him in.
he was a wonderkind when he first bowled against us all those years ago. That was
That's
Duckett's,
right,
Duckett's
20
first foray into bloody Test cricket. He was useless. That was driven out to the covers, and there's no one didn't know what to do against him. We should have a jingle for him because we do have one, and it goes like this.
Oh, Mahidi Hassan Miraz. Mahidi Hassan Miraz.
Oh, fuck's sake. Reza Hendricks gone back to cut that. He's got a big edge. They've got a bloody first slip in just for that, and he can't bloody hang on to it. And it spoons out down towards fine leg after that, and they'll get through for 2 or 3, I'd have thought. Oh, you've got to take those. He went back.
Tanzid Hassan at first slip there. Straight to him, like you say, and just didn't even seem to get a hand on it. Really.
No, didn't even seem to sit. Next ball is into the pads, just worked into the leg side, and there's a single.
Yeah, can't afford to
to
be making those drops today of all days against a team like this. Shakib looks absolutely apoplectic.
Well, yeah, let's play a jingle for Reza, the batsman who was nearly out, because we haven't played it yet.
You wear a shirt, the yellow and green. Oh. Reza Hendricks, you are a run scoring machine. Oh.
Of course, he was a run scoring machine. Anyone with us? That was your time for
Yeah. Muttley is with us. He says, Wolf, morning primates. Backing the underdogs today. Come on, Bangladesh. Love and sausages. And Fidelma, as Carol has joined us over on YouTube. Mog points out we've already done a bunch of individual jingles for you lot. There's Christmas shows. The Bear's got his own one for his birthday, etc. etc.
I know, I was just looking down trying to find. I finally found our Watson review thing.
Oh, God.
So it's defended out to the offside, and there's no one. I spent about half an hour looking for it yesterday, and eventually found it in the Dropbox, so I put it in here now, and it's actually renamed Shane Watson Review rather than some highlights from the bloody Ashes 2015.
And Shirley Beck wants a Jaws intro jingle.
Just looking at that drop again on the replay, I mean, in mitigation, it was a full-blooded kind of cut shot that was played by Hendricks, and yeah, just got about half the palm on it, and that was all.
Well, that's across Reza Hendricks, and he doesn't miss out on those. It's a long, full half volley. When it's going across you, it's quite nice if you get it right and there's no movement, and that's exactly what happened there, and it's 4 runs. That was a nice shot, just pushed. No one's catching up with that.
No, this is all kind of rubbing salt into the wound, I suppose, after that drop.
I mean, I know what you're saying, and you're not really there for that, but you kind of got to expect it as well. Especially if you see him go back for the shot, you got to think, what if he edges that? Where's it going? Sort of thing. Mustafa's in. That's better. Slightly shorter of a length and more on off stump. Sort of makes Hendricks a little bit uncomfortable, but there's no run. Is that Bangladesh's top order? Is that international ODIs they played?
No, that can't be.
That can't be, because there was 2 zeros and a 1 for the top 3.
Those numbers look a bit low.
Weird.
World Cup caps, maybe? No, it can't be that.
Can't be that either. Don't know what that is. Maybe times they played South Africa. Ooh, I think there's an inside edge onto pad. The fizz was nearly.
That's career wickets.
Oh.
Right.
There wasn't a lot there. There was a lot for Shakib and not a lot for everyone else. Well, mind you, the fizz has got a fair few. The fizz is experienced. That's why, as I said to you, I mean, it's a bit. I think with some of your proven bowlers, if they had a bad few games, they need to get into it. If you believe that they're class and they're permanent, and I think Taskin is a genuine, decent bowler.
Yeah, I agree.
I think you should just keep him in the side for the sake of. Is it going to help you to replace him with someone who's not as quick and probably not as good? That's pulled down to long on, and it's a single.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, just going back to I think what Farong was saying earlier on social media. Yeah, Bangladesh do actually have a pretty good record against South Africa. They've beaten them 3 times out of their last 4 ODI meetings. They don't meet all that often, admittedly, but notably.
Where were they,
won.
Howard?
Yeah, so notably they played South Africa away last year in a
Wow.
3-match series, and they won that 2-1.
And they just
That's
battered them at home, didn't they? But I presume they were, dirty turners that didn't really bounce. That's defending back down the track and there's no run.
Yeah, I don't think they have played South Africa at home for a little while. So the last 4 meetings, so yeah, 3 games away in SA last year, and then the time before that was the 29 World Cup at the Oval, where Bangladesh won that game.
Bangladesh
So
had a pretty good last World Cup, to be fair. It was all right.
think-
I mean,
they flattered a little bit, so they won that first
Yeah.
game against SA. They ran New Zealand very close. They should have won that, and then they beat West Indies and Afghanistan. So they won 3 games. Didn't do an awful lot in the other games, but yeah, comparatively speaking, they seem to be doing worse this time round. So yeah.
well, a lot of teams are. You wonder if it is, I mean, I didn't think that a lot of the subcontinental teams, even though it was going to be subcontinental team conditions sort of thing, as that's just flipped into the leg side, out to deep mid wicket, and it's a single. Coming into this tournament, I didn't think Sri Lanka and Bangladesh should do much. I thought they'd be better.
Yeah.
I thought England would do better than they did. I didn't think South Africa to do particularly well. I mean, I knew they had potential, but I thought there would be a bit more turn and they'd suffer a little bit more against spinners. Have they played India yet? They haven't played India yet. They beat Pakistan though, didn't they? Did they? I can't even remember who's played who.
No.
Haven't they?
They beat.
I don't think they have.
They lost to the Netherlands though, so So it can be up and down. So England do have a chance. They've just got to win 7 out of 7 to retain the World Cup.
Yeah, and I kind of thought Bangladesh's best chance today was to kind of use that Netherlands game as a template.
That's driven up to mid-off and there's no run.
But yeah, in that instance, Netherlands batted first, didn't they, and kind of scraped. Well, they did quite well to get to sort of 240 odd, and then yeah, South Africa just kind of inexplicably kind of capitulated.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yes.
There's a health check for you, Bear. Brown in Brisbane says, is a bear okay there? I heard yesterday they were out of beer there in Gorilla Towers.
We are out of beer in Gorilla Towers. I had to buy some this morning, and that's okay. Mahidi is around the wicket to the cock, who just knocks that down a long off and will get a single.
I guess the other thing that Bangladesh could do is kind of take inspiration from the likes of Afghanistan as well, and their performances.
Well, exactly. I mean, Afghanistan have got Phil Cock-a-hoot now. They won batting first and they've chased down a score, And that's worked into the leg side and there's no run. There's 1 run out to mid wicket. What am I on about?
I'd say it's interesting because whenever teams like Afghanistan do well, it kind of actually adds extra pressure on Bangladesh, because I think in many ways Afghanistan now have become that sort of breakthrough team of the tournament.
Yeah, they have. Down the track comes Quinton de Kock, clips that nicely. Mid on, is on the edge of the circle, and he gets across fields. It'll just be the 1 run.
And I think, that's the sort of position that Bangladesh want to be in themselves. So in many ways Afghanistan have kind of eclipsed Bangladesh already in this tournament. So yeah, kind of adds a bit more pressure onto their...
Mahidi in again, and it's just defended out to mid wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, Bangladesh have got to kick on, haven't they? I mean, they were a coming team in the mid-90s. It's 20 odd years later. So you've got to move on. It's like there have been sort of failures in that position. Zimbabwe were you know, that team in the 1990s. I guess it's all about what happens at home, and this is what I guess, like somewhere like in Zimbabwe, I can understand. There's not a massive cricket cohort out there. It's not a massive thingy, but in Bangladesh, I imagine cricket's kind of like football here, isn't it? I mean, it's the main sport. As we were talking about the other day, there's 160 million of them. They should be able to generate income and stability and a decent first-class structure, and be able to, you know, pay their players and therefore create proper professionals.
They should be able to do all of those things if there were vaguely competent people in charge.
Well, that's
It's a shit show, isn't it? Leah says, I can't wait for South Africa to run full tilt into the knife that is the Afghan spin attack. And it will be interesting, won't it?
Well, you know, if they go in with a full pronged spin attack like yesterday, it will be interesting. We have a change in the bowling. The unnamed bowler is bowling the first ball, turns the cock around, trying to work it in the leg side, leading edge out to the covers. It's no run.
It's Shoreful.
It's Shoreful, this man.
He's colorful, he's wonderful, so cultural, so touchable, as flavorful,
It's beautiful, this.
he's savioral, he's
After that lovely...
Your pleadings have been answered, Bear.
Look
Brown
at
in Brisbane says there's pan au chocolat on the way to Grillatars, and Shelley has done a super chat for £2. Bear fun for beer. Listening from the
Lovely.
office.
Thank you so much, all you lovely people out there. Meanwhile, Shoreful's first ball was an absolute cracker. Second ball, sorry. It was an absolute cracker. Left off the seam and squared the cock up. Just missed his outside edge, taken by the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, fantastic line that.
Yep, that is a good line. That's 2 into the pads though, and he works that past the man short on a 45, and that's given 4 away. Bit of an all sorts to this over so far.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Simple clip off the legs. That's 2 down leg and 1 perfect. Needs to bowl the perfect one. 6 balls in a row.
That's it, and I think that's kind of, you know, Shoreful in a nutshell. I mean, he's still young, he's still learning his trade, and just stringing those good balls together is something that he still needs to learn to do.
That's one of the things as a bowler, you've got to be patient. And the best art. That works off the hip by Quint the Cock. This time square enough down to long leg. And there's a single. They're trying to find that wonder ball every ball. Can lead to many mistakes. Is that the end of the over? Well, I've gone to an advert in the middle of the over.
I think there's a couple of balls left.
Now, will they get Virat Kohli in today in some fashion? They managed it yesterday.
It's either Virat or Sachin, isn't it? One or the other.
One or the other, yeah. 5th ball of the over. Shoreful is over the wicket to Reza Hendricks, who plays that nicely. Oh dear, poor bit of fielding out mid-off. Is it going to go all the way? No, he managed to take enough of it. They'll just get the extra 1. It should have only been 1, but it was 2.
It's Liton Das there, who fumbled in the field.
My score predictor already has 340 for the Saffers. Well, that wouldn't be bad. They got 399 against us.
Yeah, I'd take that.
Think you can chase 340?
Well, I mean, they've got to give it a go, haven't they?
They've got to give it a go. It's defended square on the offside. There's no run.
I mean, England, when they played England put up, I think they scored about 340 odd, didn't they?
Yeah.
Or maybe it was even more. But yeah, Bangladesh just seemed resigned to defeat about sort of 20, 25 overs into their batting innings, which is quite disappointing to see. They'd lost sort of 3 or 4 wickets to Topley and Co, and just sort of seemed to settle for
this is it.
overs.
But this is what we were discussing yesterday, isn't it? Actually, wickets really, really count in ODIs in much more of a way than they do in T20, you know, and actually not losing not not losing more than 2 wickets for 15, 20 overs is a massive, massive bonus. Because the thing is, what you want to do is take it closer. If everyone's mindset is T20, what you want to do is get closer and closer to a T20 as you can. So if you don't lose any wickets and you've got 20 overs left, you can play a T20, right? But if you've lost 4 wickets and you've only got 3 batsmen left and you get to the T20 length, you just can't play that game. And that seems to be the modern standard, is to kind of play that way. So it's really incumbent on bats to actually just stay there and realise that they can score shitloads of runs in the last 20 overs. Mahedi continues around the wicket to Quinton de Kock. And it's just defended back down the track, no run.
I think that's what Afghanistan did so well yesterday in their chase against Pakistan. They came out, played positively, didn't lose their wickets.
Yeah, it's defended in the leg side. There's no one. This is it. I think you can come out, play positive. Can't lose more than 2 wickets though. I think as soon as the second wicket goes down, you've got to start playing sensibly and just take the game deep.
Yeah, and Bangladesh have a horrible stat. I think something like 9 of their last 13 ODIs.
As that's clipped nicely off the pads by Quinton de Kock. It's aerial for a while, not too far wide of mid-wicket. Goes out into the deep though, and it'll just be the 1 or 2? 2.
Must be 2, surely.
Yeah, 9 out of their last 13 ODIs, they found themselves 4 down with 100 on the board. So, they've basically been up against it.
It's tough.
Yep, Mahedi down the track comes Quinton de Kock. That's going to be the first 6 of the day, I think. Yeah, well back into the stands. Beautiful shot. Given a little bit more flight by Mahedi, and Quinton was like a jackrabbit, was down the track, smashed it over the top. It's 6 runs and they move on to 33 for none. He was very quick on that, wasn't he?
Yeah, that seemed to go miles as well. I think that was into the first or even second tier of that stand, back behind the bowler's heads.
Well, he'll want to get back into the zone after getting bugger all against England, and that's just defended back down the track. There's no run. But I mean, South Africa's top order looks pretty awesome, doesn't it? When it's firing, generally. This is it. If you can get into them, they crumble like a stack of cards, just like everyone else. That's defended square on the offside.
Yeah, which makes, as we've just sort of said, wickets in the power play so crucial, and you can't go sort of dropping chances at slip, really.
No, and it has to be said, I mean, generally, all the wickets that I've seen that have been played, there's been virtually no seam movement anywhere. Maybe the older ball when they're doing proper cutters and stuff, but nothing actually off the seam early. Very little swing actually, and I think that's surprised a lot of people, because you genuinely see it in an IPL game at the top of the order. There is swing, but I guess that's later in the day when they start. They start 7 or 8 o'clock. These games are starting at 2 in the afternoon.
That's true. Yeah.
So
Farong says he
go on.
He says, I guess the bowling coach, White Lightning, has a big say in the squad. Eberdot bowled exceptionally in the Under-19 World Cup, but hasn't taken the next step, plus the
Bowled him.
Bowled him. Sharaful has got one. Having said all of that, Sharaful has got one to swing in, left arm over, traditional swinging in ball. Reza Hendricks, prop forward, it's beating his inside edge, taking his middle stump, and I've just been hit for 6 at the other end. The next ball has got a wicket, and Sharaful, that's an absolute cracker of a delivery to a right-hander over the wicket, just angling in, bit of a wobble seam, but it did swing in enough that Reza Hendricks was playing down the wrong line, beat his inside edge, massive gate, take the stumps, 33 for none. It was an absolute peach. And Reza went for 9, I think. I can't see it. It's not on the screen, but we're going to play him a jingle to send him off.
12 off 19.
There we go. And we shall send him off with this.
The crowd says. The crowd says. The crowd says you're out.
That was a beautiful delivery.
It was.
It
That was a
fantastic.
fucking big gate.
Okay,
Yeah.
my front door's gone, so chat away.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
right.
it was just what Bangladesh needed as well. I mean, Hendricks had been dropped in that second over, so it hasn't been too costly. But yeah, fantastic ball from Sharaful. A touch of swing back into the right-hander. Certainly enjoyed it with the celebration as well.
That would have got a lot of batters that. I mean, it really was the perfect in-swinging delivery, wasn't it?
Indeed. And, you know, as we were sort of saying earlier, they're a talented bunch of kind of young fast bowlers. So Shoreful, there's another guy, Hassan Mahmood, who's playing today as well, who's a right armour. Yeah, they've got all the talent in the world. I was speaking to Alan Donald just a week or so before the tournament. That's what he was saying as well. That it's just a case of, constructing an over, constructing a spell, and that all comes with experience as well.
Well,
indeed.
Who's the next man in? It's Rassie van der Dussen. He'll get a jingle. We'll let the first ball go first. Shoreful coming over the wicket. Ooh, that's into the pads, clipped nicely. Beats me with wicket, and then gets himself off the mark immediately. Thinks about two, but it's not there. I need a jingle for when Brian, Starman or something, David Bowie, because he is a star and he's a man, and he sent beer and he sent wine and he sent pain au chocolat. So thank you very much. What a breakfast! Breakfast of champions, that. And thank you very much, Brian, as always.
Oh dear. Yes.
Yeah,
That's
first
better than
ball there
meeting
to
David
Van
Brooke at the
Dussen.
door.
Well,
Sorry.
You can
Shoreful.
see Shoreful was trying a similar thing there with that first ball.
well, it is a wonder ball if you get it right. It's a very good ball to bowl, isn't it? That's defended. Clipped by the cock out to deep square leg, and it'll be a single. They need an early wicket. They got one. It's not so bad. Get
They
another one
did.
in the power play.
Yeah, they've doubled their tally of wickets in the power play now for the tournament.
Oh, they could triple it with another one.
Tim Del Lace will be joining us at over 10. Says you could fit a double-decker bus through that gap.
Yeah, you could do. That's left alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. Dave is now saying ETA 11 o'clock. I don't know if that gets him on for his bloody slot, which is 21 to 30 overs. Oh, by the way, the GPL's open. Forgot to even mention it yesterday.
Ah, yeah.
Someone won it the other day, but it wasn't you, Messi, unfortunately. It was going to be you, and then they hit some big runs off the last ball and made it someone else.
Bloody Coley it was.
Yes.
Hitting that six stuffed me. If he just tucked a little single away, I would have been fine.
Oh, that's beating the outside edge of Van der Dussen pushing forward. That one didn't come in, it went across him.
Yeah.
That's the other one that's dangerous. When it's swinging, that's a dangerous ball. And Van der Dussen just props forward and it just misses the outside edge.
Yeah, this is good stuff from Shoreful. Just looking at the replay of that wicket, it's a sort of wicket that if you're the batter, just looks worse and worse every single time
does.
you look at it.
But then you've got to think
Yeah,
it's an 85 mile an hour ball that's come in
Yeah.
and nothing else has really. So you're playing a line that you think it's going, and there's not a lot you can. It's difficult to adjust at that when you've got so little time. Shoreful, last ball of the over. It's just defended by Van der Dussen square on the offside. That's a great over for Bangladesh. Just 2 runs off it and a wicket. Messi.
So just to let you know, Bear, if Dave doesn't make it in time for over 21, I'm free at that stage, so I'll just hang out, see if you need me.
Okay. Cool.
So things are going a lot quieter now over on the chat after a whole lot of discussion about jingles for commentators. And Leah says, did someone order Marabras, which is bricklayer's soda for you, Bear?
No.
What's bricklayer's soda? What is that a euphemism for beer or what?
Could be.
I mean, 1,000 years ago, every bricklayer, if there were any, would have been drinking ale as part of their job anyhow.
Yes.
It was healthier than the water.
Well, exactly. That's traditionally why it was brewed, wasn't it? It was low strength.
Yeah.
It's around the wicket. Mahidi is still bowling. He's into his 4th over. It used to be about 2%, didn't it, when it was originally brewed, and they just drank it all day long. So they didn't basically get fucking typhoid. Or whatever. Driven square on the offside. Good bit of fielding at cover.
Yeah, that was a good bit of fielding because it means that Van der Dussen is on strike, which I think is what they want.
Yeah, it's very. Where is his Mumbai? And his knees on the ground. Underneath, it's just sand.
Seems to be a feature in most of the grounds out there.
What it does, which does.
Yeah.
Certainly at Dharamshala.
you know, and that being the case, you'd think if the wicket's built on sand as well, you wouldn't expect much pace and you wouldn't expect much bounce. You'd expect it to be quite
The
soft.
wicket, they dig deeper.
Well, I presume they
have-
do, but still, you know, it
yeah.
has to have an impact on it.
I heard a really interesting podcast with the curator at Lord's about how they create their wickets, and I'm sure it's not dissimilar around the world.
Defended by Rassi van der Dus and back down track. So I'm going to play his jingle and then I'm going to just drag it down when Mahidi bowls. Faces up to Mahidi, who just bowls. He's clipped out to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Bring his reverse sweep to every game he plays.
Oh, that's got to be an appeal. That's got to be LBW. It is LBW. Van der Dissen's gone across his stumps, tried to work it to the leg side, unless he's got a snicket on his inside edge. That is absolutely bang in front of the stumps. He's very deep in the crease. He has to be out. He's looking at Quinton
I can't see how he's going to review this.
No, I don't think he is going to review it. Quinton has talked him out of reviewing it. Second wicket goes out. Come on, Bangladesh. We love it. It's 36 for 2, and Rassi goes for 1.
Yeah, fatally seemed to play back at that.
He did indeed, and missed it. Can happen.
Yeah, it looked like that was hitting all three.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely plunged. Oh, cats amongst pigeons.
Well, yes.
Excellent.
Absolutely, yeah. This is exactly what Bangladesh would have wanted.
Tripled your wickets in the power play.
Yeah. And, you know, being put into the field to bowl, they're making a better stab at it than England were.
Well, that was but the other thing I couldn't understand was the extra having Gus Atkinson and Wood in the same side. I thought, you know, I mean, just look at you go back to that and you go back to yesterday, and what Afghanistan worked out is that a lot of teams struggling to get spin away. It's going at less than over, right? As soon as the pacers come, I mean, Pakistan were in deep shit in about the 43rd over, and then they basically ran out of spinners to bowl, and they had to go back to the pacers, and as soon as the pacers came back, people would score runs. You're better off taking a pace off over here, clearly. Anyway, don't. It's just too depressing. Who's next in? Aidan Markham. He's got great jingles. Some great jingles in the South Africans, isn't there?
Cause he's a grinner, a part-time spinner, and this Safa, yes, he's a winner.
And Mahedi is in to him. He just defends it out on the leg side. There's no run.
He's a stroker, not mediocre. He's no World Cup choker. He gets us moving with his runs. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Aidan Markham.
Well,
Yep.
Crick Info now has Bangladesh at 50.29% to win, whereas there was South Africa was 64% before that delivery. So that's good news for Bangladesh.
Well, they are. They're fallible. Everyone's fallible.
Leah confirms that Marabraus is beer. And then Moggs says, don't get me started on medieval water drinking myths. And then he says, the fucking collapse is on.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
the absence of Josie Oak, somebody's got to say it.
well, indeed. Shoraful starts his third over. He does 1 for 9, and his first ball is just cut down to point, and that is a single. Oh, yeah, he hit in front and middle, going on to hit middle and leg. That was so out.
It was as plumb as they get.
Indeed. And Mushy's happy, and that's got to, you know, gee him up a little bit.
It has, yeah.
And Reza didn't actually only cost him 9 runs in the end.
Yeah, and worth noting both Hendricks and Van der Dussen scoring big 50s against England in the last game.
Exactly. You can get Clasen out as well. I mean, Clasen is so dangerous if you let him go into the last 10. It's just a man mountain. He bashes it everywhere. Shoraful, short and wide outside the off stump, and Aidan Markham doesn't want to play at that.
But yeah, this is an excellent start for Bangladesh. Just what the doctor ordered.
I mean, I even think England should go into the next game with Root, Livingston, here's one. Root, Livingston, Moeen and Adil Rashid.
Four-pronged spin attack.
Four-pronged spin attack, defended out in the offside and there's no run. Sammy Curran. And he probably still, so you could have those three and then you could still have Sammy Curran, Wokes and another, I think.
Well, both of Curran and Wokes have been useless so far.
Well, this is what I mean, but they've been genuinely good performers in the past. So I think to a certain degree you have to stick with what you believe in. Everyone has a bad game and everyone's got to, they're not going to be shit forever. Both of them have experience in India. That's defended by Aidan Markham up towards mid-off and there's no run.
I was pretty impressed with Atkinson, I have to say, in the last game. Of all the bowlers, he'd probably...
Well, exactly. And I don't think you have one of Wood or Atkinson. I thought they'd have swapped out Atkinson in for Wood. That's what I'd have done. And then just brought Livingston in.
Yeah, well, Livingston gives you extra options, doesn't he?
Yeah.
In terms of spin bowling. Yeah. And he performed pretty well with spin so far.
Yeah, he has. He's got some decent wickets and some kept the runs down reasonably well. That one's flashed hard by Rassi van der Dussen. It was bowled across him and it was full of length. Sorry, Aidan Markham. It was aerial, but it beat point and it's flashed away to the boundary for 4 more runs.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons.
Yeah, I'd say that length wasn't a million miles off, and as we saw it did go quite aerial, that shot.
Well, it's a tempter. If you can get it to do anything or misjudge the shot, which they're more likely to do early in their innings than not. That one's inside half of the bat. And it turns a little bit in his hands, driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. And that ends the 9th over, 41 for 2, South Africa.
Interesting question from Graham Caldwell. He says, is it better for the tournament to have an underdog such as Afghanistan in the semi-finals, or more of the established orders such as Australia or South Africa? I think it's better for cricket if Afghanistan gets through, because it's spreading the word, and it's also better for ODI cricket, because all this talk of getting rid of ODIs, I think, it's really sad. Stephen Kelk says, "Morning world, my work's getting in the way of cricket again." To which I said, "Fuck work." So he's drawn up a letter for me to sign. To my line manager, I have a letter here from Messages saying I don't have to teach any lectures until the end of the World Cup, which is spot on.
Absolutely.
Graham Caldwell says, "I disagree with the Bear about Wokes. He doesn't perform well on the overseas tours, but definitely deserves to be picked in home conditions. Wood, Curran and Wokes have been awful in this tournament."
Yeah, well, I agree with that. That's driven out to cover and there's no run. Wokes actually historically on ODIs abroad has not been as bad as everyone thinks. He's generally been a very good ODI performer. In test matches, I'll give you that one. Completely shit in a test match abroad. That's driven up to mid-off and there's no run.
Particularly when they're taking place in Australia.
Yes.
Oh, please, pick him, please. Need to give him one more try in Australia. You really did.
The thing is with Wokes is he's got actually a very correct action, so you see the ball very early, I reckon, with him. And so if it's not doing anything, you get a good sight of the ball, even though he bowls at decent nick as well. It's 84, 85 most of the time. But if it doesn't do anything, it's very easy to line up. Mahidi in again into his 5th over. This is the last of the power play. It's just defended out to the offside and there is no run.
We would dearly love to pick up another wicket just before the end of this power play.
Well, if South Africa got any sense, they're going to clamp down now, aren't they? Shakib will be in the attack soon. Now that's tossed up, a tempter. Markham does drive it with no timing up to mid-off and there's no run.
Yeah, that's a good call. I'd expect him maybe even to come in, if not the next over, the one after.
Presumably he's back as captain, isn't he? Now he's back in the side?
He is,
yeah. Mahidi, that one turns in. But Markham goes deep in his crease, cuts it out through the offside. There will be an easy 2. We are due to have a change at the end of this over. We're going to find out if Hendo's technology is going to work. And Tim is coming in from South Africa, of course. Last ball. Mahidi tosses that one up again. It's driven. Is that out or is that a bump ball? It's a bump ball. Hit it into the ground. Yeah. Caught at cover. That is the end of the first power play. 10 overs gone. South Africa 44 for 2. De Kock is 24 of 24. Aidan Markram is 6 off 10. We're due a little change. Hendo.
I'll do a couple of tweets while we change, if you like.
I'm doing tweets, so yeah, you do them.
Okay, Farong is next. About the
Okay.
rickshaws.
All right, I need to go and get an iPad. All right, Hendo.
Well, I hope so. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can see you. Can you see us? Can you see the TV?
I can see all those things, and it is a wonderful sight to behold.
Oh, we have got you
And
back.
clear as a bell, Hendo.
And clear as a bell.
Well, it
Catch
was
you
all
later.
a lot of work done like late last night in trying to sort it out. Anyway, a good start this for Bangladesh, is it not?
It is indeed.
44 for 2. There's going to be a change in the bowling. But we're going to stay with some spin. Shakib is going to come into the attack. Power play now completed, 44 for 2. Shakib, what a performer he is. Taken 5 wickets already in this tournament. And he's going to be bowling to Quinton de Kock, who's on 24. Now, what do we want here, chaps? I mean, okay, I know Tim wants a South Africa victory. But I'm going to ask, what do we want here in terms of what would make it a little bit less depressing for England? Shakib over the wicket, bowls to the left-handed de Kock, left armour to left-hander, and it's played to short mid-wicket. There is no run. And now with Pakistan have lost a couple of matches now. In comes Shakib onto the legs, swung away, swept, or rather a dismissive shot really, didn't put everything into that. It's only going to get a single as the man from deep square has run round to his left to field, and the score moved up to 45.
You want us, New Zealand and India, to start losing some games.
Right.
And that's what you really need. So everybody is on a similar level. Then you've got a glimmer of hope. If those three keep winning, it's virtually impossible for you guys.
And can Afghanistan sneak in to the final 4? That's a question worth asking. Onto the back foot goes Markram, defends to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I was looking at recent ODIs between these teams, and it does seem there does seem to be so little ODI cricket around the world generally. Forward comes Markram, doesn't really meet that with any confidence. Drops the ball down by his foot. Again, there is no run. But Bangladesh, of course, won in South Africa in 2022. Onto the back foot goes Markram, forces this time, but once again finds the man at extra cover.
And the thing about that series is those pitches were played in the high veld, so we weren't playing on the slower pitch like Durban. We were playing in Joburg and Pretoria.
This is cut by Markram, backward of square. He's got hold of this one, and it's run away for one of these.
I bet you were screaming at the TV, weren't you, on Saturday, Hendo? Or did you just turn it off in disgust?
I can't remember. I went out to B&Q to get a shower rail, and when I came back, England were already 3 down, and I had a feeling that it was going to go that way. I did think perhaps England would either get off to an absolute flyer, and it would be a great game, or they would lose very early wickets, which of course.
Well,
they
of
did.
course, yeah. I mean, they had to really, didn't they? They were chasing down 400. So
Yeah, I mean, Johnny just needed a little extra bottom finger to have got that over the man at deep square leg, didn't he? And it could have been a completely different game.
yeah, of course. I mean, this is it, and this is what everyone forgets when I mean, it's right to score. I mean, one they decided to fucking bowl first is anyone's guess.
That was crazy.
And
wasn't
some of
it?
the chat from Mott afterwards about statistics and shit is just bollocks.
Defended by de Kock. Mahedi is remaining on, and they're going to bowl him through. Looks like they possibly will. Yeah, coming back to that series, that's good. It's good to give that context, actually, because I just looked it up on House Stat, that series, and thought, oh, Bangladesh won that game by 9 wickets. Mahedi in again, and de Kock's not entirely certain, has come down the wicket and struck him for 1 straight 6, but he's got some respect for Mahedi, who's 1 for 19. He goes wider on the crease, a little bit of a slingy wide arm action, and once again de Kock defends. There is no run. So yes, you're saying that this was in a high veld and the pitches were slower, is that right?
No.
Oh, sorry. I thought
Pitches were played in Joburg, Pretoria, where the ball comes on nicely for the batsman.
Right, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
This one is pushed out into the offside, and they took a single in the end. Just looking at the wickets to fall this morning, Sharaful getting rid of Hendricks. Lovely ball from him, wasn't it?
It was. It was an absolute peach. Came in.
There was a big gap between bat and pad.
Yeah, massive.
Yeah.
Barn gate.
Both can be right. Massive gap, but it was a good delivery.
Yes, you're absolutely right. This is worked down to long on as Mahedi finishes the over, does he? Or is there still 1 ball to go? 1 ball to go, I think. They're showing us so many replays, it's hard to keep up and work out which over we're watching.
Yeah, I mean, going back to your point, Tim, yeah, the teams that have lost so far need to start winning. I mean, that's quite obvious, but if they do, I mean, teams like Afghanistan have really put a spanner in the works to everyone's expected workings, haven't they?
They have. This is played square and cut off cover. That's the end of the over. 12 overs bowled. South Africa, having won the toss and decided to bat, are 51 for 2. Bear, I believe you're on socials.
Oh, God almighty. He keeps putting me on fucking socials like I don't have enough to do. Farong says, forget Wokes and Curran and Stokes. Mr. Versatility is the answer. Justice for Duckett. Mog says, Afghanistan getting to the semis will only hasten the demise of ODI World Cups. You could be right there, I'd say, which is unfortunate, but as we know, this tournament is basically a showcase for the IPL selectors. So who is in line to get a fat contract based on performances thus far? Interesting perspective there from Mog.
Are we talking IPL? Sorry,
yes.
I look at, yeah. Oh well, Clasen must be in the. I'm not sure what his IPL record is, if he has indeed played. Shakib. Left arm round the wicket, onto the back foot goes Markram, forces through vacant mid-off area, easy single to the man moving in off the fence. 52 for 2.
Just got a jingle in.
Go on then. Can you put your hand up when it's over?
It's over. He played for Worcester 12 years ago.
He played for Worcester a bloody long time ago. I think we could update a Shakib jingle, I suppose. Although as soon as we do that, as this one is worked to mid-wicket,
I'm sure we got another one.
He'll probably retire, won't he? I mean, he still only looks about 24. He's in again and bowls, and this time de Kock stays where he is, clobbers this square. There is a fielder who's going to get round to it belatedly, and they will take 2.
No. Same one.
We haven't got any other jingles for.
Yeah,
for
I'm sure we have. Here, there's one. What's this one?
Can't hit the thing.
It's coming.
Shakib in again, defended into the offside. They're going to take a quick single. It was actually rather a relaxed single in the end.
Here's the end of it.
Came into field. Near a thing then.
Okay, it's.
I just heard muffled noise. I knew it was playing, but I couldn't make anything out of it.
I think that was probably the bear snoring. Shakib in around the wicket to Markram. Markram drives pleasantly up to long off. We are in what might be termed the boring middle overs, and it remains to be seen whether Bangladesh. Well, I think the thing is, if Bangladesh don't win today, then at least England come off the bottom of the table. The ignominy of where they find themselves, the former champions, shortish.
Positive thought.
Yes, played into the mid-wicket area. They're going to come through for a single. No, good piece of fielding.
Got to look for victories where you can find them, Tim.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it's going to be really kind of depressing if England don't beat Sri Lanka on Thursday, which would then put them completely out of the picture. England-India on Sunday is going to be a real letdown, isn't it? It's going
Well,
to be,
then you're planning to fuck up other people's World Cups.
well, that, yeah, true. But just going back to what you were saying, Tim, though those one-day internationals were played on pitches where the ball comes through, you'd have expected South Africa to do rather better, wouldn't you? Is that what you were saying?
Which is what I was saying was the context is important. They were not playing on pitches that Bangladesh players are used to. So the fact they won is even more remarkable that they just won in South Africa.
Right. Okay, that is interesting. Although that was now, I don't know how long ago that was. It was
18 months ago.
18 months ago. Was it? Yeah, I just had a quick look at the South African team. There's a few changes from that now. Who was it talking about being the best hitter in the world? Was it Tom Moody who was bigging him up the other day, talking about how great? And I suddenly got the fear when Clasen was coming into bat against England, because I had this in the back of my mind that Tom Moody, as good a judge of cricketers, into the pads, forced away out to mid wicket by Markram, who moves quietly onto 14. 57 for 2.
And the thing about South African batsmen is, if you don't get them early, they really do genuinely punish you. All of them. I mean, pretty much everyone in that top 6 can punish you.
I think as an England supporter, once David Miller holed out to mid-off, you thought, we're in here.
Yes.
And sadly, we weren't. Onto the back foot goes De Kock. He's going to take another single as it's running through the covers to the man in the deep. Tamim does the fielding.
The general consensus in South Africa is, and I tend to agree with it, is that Jansen is batting a position too high. He's got potential, and I think long term he probably will be a 7, but at the moment, in a general sense, we would rather he batted at 8. If we were being picky.
Yes. Mahedi in again, gives this one a little bit more air, and Markram gets into position, defends it, slightly closing the face of the bat as he turns it to mid-wicket.
But if you were to lose, if you put him down to 8, you lose a bowler, don't you? Because you put in another batsman.
Another rather flingy variation here from Mahedi, and again South Africa are unable to score from it as it's gulped up in the mid-wicket area.
Well, it's our lack of all-round options.
Yes.
That is why he's batting at 7. That's the issue at the moment.
Forced up to long on. Bowler might have done a little bit better there to have stopped it. You would think he would, off his own bowling. The Bear certainly would have been diving all over that.
Well, of course. So who's the all-rounder that you think could make it into the South African side who would make that difference? Is there anybody?
Unfortunately, there isn't anybody at the moment that is saying pick me. If from an England audiences want to know Fian Mulder. Now, he does magnificently for Leicestershire.
Yeah.
And he's had a fantastic time over there. The point there is, he's got no pressure. People didn't know him. They knew he played for South Africa. Yeah, he's been known since he was 16 years old. He was always going to play for South Africa. He's got that horrible tag that he is the next Jacques Kallis. And he's struggling to deal with that. That's the issue.
Yeah.
His bowling is fine. His batting is not producing the goods. Talent-wise, he should be there. He should be the 7, Jansen the 8. But he's not being consistent enough with the bat to justify selection.
Final ball of that over went for a single. The first ball of the new over from Shakib Al Hassan sees De Kock running down the wicket and lofting the ball straight as a die and all the way over the boundary for one of these, his second.
Yeah, moves the score on to 66 for 2. Nice.
Why have you got a bet on this?
No, I'm just doing that for the highlights, Hendo. It's handy if you. It's handy if you actually mention that it's a 6, not just one of these. Otherwise, I have to put too many jingles in. And secondly, if you say the score, it's quite handy too.
Defended to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I've been diligently doing 20. This will be my 23rd episode of highlights today.
Wow. Did you get any help from Mark Zipp in the end? Shakib bowls defended up to mid on the mid-wicket, does make ground, and does really well to cut that off and prevent the single.
No, I've come up with a system where it's only difficult when I do it from mini ponds, to be fair, because now I've got a system here where I can do it as the day goes along.
Ooh, driven. I just thought a little bit aerially for a moment. I think as did Shakib, who sort of snatched at it rather belatedly. It's hit quite firmly, so they won't get a single. Fielded at mid-off. Just a moment of heart in the mouth for Quinton de Kock.
A little early on the shot.
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to turn it into the onside. This will bring him a much easier single, as he just guides that out on the offside. Through they go. 7 runs from the over, 67 for 2. De Kock's moved on to 38 from 42. Markram is 15 off 21. This is a watchful innings from Quinton de Kock. I always get I don't always get the feeling, but I often get the feeling, as this is full, to which Markram, strangely enough, goes back to and forces to the bowler. There is no run. I often get the impression with Quinton de Kock that he gives his wicket away too lightly. I mean, is that a? I mean, for such a good player, that might seem an inappropriate criticism, but sometimes you think it almost appears too easy for him.
That is true. When he retires, which will be after the World Cup, but in this format, you'll look at his record and you'll go, good record, but could have been better. It would definitely be one of those.
But I do think perhaps that he's not one of those people who's really that bothered about his own record.
No.
He seems
he genuinely isn't. He says it and genuinely isn't bothered. He's interested about having a good time on and off the field. That is Quinton.
Well, that's why not. He's probably getting paid a shed load of money, and he can have a good time. He's young.
I mean, how old will he be when he finishes the World Cup? How old will he be? 32? Is he as much as that now?
I think he's 31.
He's 31. Okay. We've got to change. Mahmood Hassan is going to come into the attack.
No, I've got to find him.
Okay.
I can't find him.
Typical.
Mahadi or Mahmood?
No, it's Mahmood Hassan now. We've had Mahadi, or the first.
Mahadi.
How many overs did he bowl? 8 overs, so he's got a couple in the locker. This is Hassan. Right arm over the wicket, medium pace. Immediately, de Kock whips him away to deep square leg and takes the single. Quinton de Kock is going to be 31 this year, so he's not actually 31 yet. He's only 30. 17th of December 1992.
So he's going to pay next 8 or 9 years getting IPL and big contracts around the world, earning a couple of mil a year. Yeah. It's not such a bad life.
He's got a family now as well, so he can just enjoy life, I suppose. Go away and play these games, these tournaments from time to time, but no, long stays away from home. This is driven pleasantly by Markram up to mid-off. Too firmly, really, because they won't get a run.
His priorities at the moment are fishing, fishing, and fishing.
Ah, right. Okay, that's fair enough. Family comes well down the list of that, does it? Fishing, family. Mahmood Hassan in again. Very straight run-up. He bowls. And this time it's Markram who's using the bottom hand to force that up to long on. And they take another single. 69 for 2, halfway through.
You know what?
16th over.
That's because he's Hassan Mahmood, not Mahmood Hassan. But hey.
Hassan Mahmood. Well.
He was good. He was Hassan Mahmood. But when he was bad, was you bastard.
Now he's laid into that as Quinton de Kock. He likes the look of this more military medium, and he's put that over the top of deep square leg for a glorious 6.
One talk over the line, sweet Jesus. One talk over the line.
You're a quick learner, Hendo.
Yeah, that's me. That's me all over. Yeah, it wasn't a great ball. A little bit short. He hasn't got the pace to bowl that length. And, I suppose it didn't clear the square leg by that much, but it always looked as if it was going to. De Kock into the 40s, 45. Again, short. This time he cuts it down to third man. Take the 1. Goes to 46, 76 for 2. What have we got now? We've got a real-time replay. At least now with the ICC in charge of things, we've got people telling us when there's a replay, which is always been a bit of a commentator's curse on guerrilla cricket. Sky tend to neglect that side of things. Markram to face the final ball of Hassan's first over, gone for 9 so far. Needs to restrict the damage as he runs in against the right hander, and he forces up towards mid-on. The mid-wicket thought he might get there, they just had to wait and see. When it ran past him, they ran through for the single. He'll keep the strike, Markram. 16 overs bowled, 77 for 2. Bear.
Well, Mog says there is another sackable jingle, adapted from the Spam song. I don't know the Spam song, unless that was the one I played that was really choral. Messi Jed says, for once, Gorilla Hendo is being unexpectedly optimistic. Even if Bangladesh do lose today, but come reasonably close to South Africa, they will remain ahead of England on net run rate.
Well, I was just looking at the current run rate, and I think their run rate is inferior at the moment to England's, unless I'm reading figures completely wrongly, which is possible.
Well,
it's possible.
Farong says, no, Hendo. If the Tigers do lose today, we have a .464 net run rate advantage over England. The BRU, which is obviously the Bangladesh Rickshaw Union, will be providing the runs required to stay above England. Update to those on the team. We will also uphold the milk, tea and cake offer to any English in Bangladesh. There you go.
Another change of bowling, is there, or is it still Shakib? Let's have a look.
It's another one. It's Nasoom Ahmed.
Nasoom Ahmed, left arm round the wicket, in bowls, and they're going to get a single as rather in vain the extra cover. Shanto dives at this one, and all over the top of it really. They get 1.
We have
78 for 2.
We have this.
Nazim Ahmed from Bangladesh owes him some spin. Nazim Ahmed
brings Quinton de Kock down to give him a chance of going to 50. Yeah, see, you're right. Actually, taking a look again at the World Cup table, as bowler is in, bowls a little bit short, a little bit flat. Only be a single as it's flicked away by Quinton de Kock. Yeah, Bangladesh is minus 0.784, and England's is minus 1.248. So, what would it need? How many would South Africa have to beat Bangladesh by to ensure that England weren't bottom this evening?
Someone do the maths out there.
Don't ask me. I made a cock up in our domestic fixture over the weekend.
Oh, what happened?
I made a real mess up of my maths. So I have no idea.
Oh God! Does that mean that someone won who shouldn't have won?
Yeah.
Oh God!
Yeah.
All right. Still, who cares? In he comes again. Bowls on the legs of Markram. Markram just flicks up to Shorafal, who's fielding at the shortish mid-wicket.
So how many spinners have they used so far? This is the 4th spinner they've got, yeah?
It's the 3rd they've used this morning, isn't it? Markram facing and makes room for himself and gives that just about everything off the back foot, but can't beat extra cover. Shanto wearing number 19 is there again.
They're playing 3 spinners as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
Which I think is the best option for them.
No. They've used.
back again goes Markram. It could only force back to the bowler. You just get a feeling the ball is just sticking a little bit in the surface from Nasum. Just holding it back a bit like Mitchell Santner, who's done so well so far. Will they get a single here? Yes, they will, as it's just picked up and chipped through mid-on at the end of the 17th over. South Africa are 80 for 2. De Kock has 47 and Markram has 19. Bear.
Well, I should remind you that the GPL is open. Someone won it the other day. The pot is £32 today so far. We've only had Hombre Nuevos in on 627. You've got about 23 minutes to get in. And remember on YouTube to super chat us, which is we really appreciate. You just press that little dollar thing at the bottom and it allows you to do stuff. And send us messages that definitely get read out. We have no new tweets, so I'll dip onto there. Pirate Badshah says looks a bit like he's about to deliver an avant-garde poetry reading. I presume that's about Hendo. Occasionally when you move forward on your screen it goes quite dark and you can see your silver hair and beard. Stephen Kirk says I was thinking more that he was saying something like finish him. He does. He tends to look like Colonel Kurtz when it gets dark in his room.
Now the edge is found at the start of a new over of medium pace, but it does no harm to South Africa because it runs through where a first or second slip might have been and brings 4 runs.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
A bubble victory.
I think we should have a new jingle which says I edged the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Yes.
Something that sort of gives some credit to the bowler. Second ball of the over. Driving on the up this time, Markram comes off a thick outside edge down to third man. They run through for a single. Partnership moves on to 49 of 57. Repairs being made to this South Africa innings quite effectively so far, but nothing extravagant. Now we're back at Mumbai, aren't we? And this is where South Africa smashed England all over the park. So they get to stay in Mumbai for a few days. I mean, there aren't too many opportunities to stay and play at the same ground, are there, for teams in this
Not really. Oh.
Now that was only half stop. Should have perhaps done better, the man on the 45, as the flick from Quinton de Kock does enough to take him to another ODI and World Cup 50. He moves to 51.
It's also the partnership moves over 52. It's 4. And
You know you lift me with your 50.
51.
3 fours.
Huh?
3 fours and 3 sixes. 3 fours and 3 sixes, which suggests a man who is just occasionally coming out of his shell to hit boundaries. Hassan in again. Mahmood, it's cut backward as square. Good piece of fielding by Tamsin, getting round there on the boundary edge. They run back for 2, and Tamsin returns to his mark with a little bit of a limp, but excellent work from Quinton de Kock, who's now on to 53.
If you
Check
compare
when
Quinton to how he was a couple of years ago, he's just genuinely a lot more relaxed. That's
Yes.
been a huge boost to the Proteas.
Now that's a slower full toss, which is driven firmly back by Quinton de Kock, who will be rather dismayed to see that all that's done is disrupt the stumps at the other end. So he gets nothing for that. That was a slower ball at about 65 miles an hour. Didn't get the length right, but had the stumps at the other end to work as an additional fielder. 91 for 2. San expensive so far. Onto the back foot goes de Kock, chops it away through square cover. Takes another single. Will keep the strike. It's 92 for 2 from 18. De Kock on 54. I think we're going to have some drinks. Markram 24, and the Bear might have some tweets.
Yeah, well, Kieran Roseblade says, not to brag, but Tom Moody awarded me the Junior Clubman of the Year trophy at junior level at my local village team back when he was running Worcester. I think it's a trophy for being shit, but...
So yeah, you didn't go on to fulfil your potential, is what I'm guessing.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, just looking at Quinton de Kock's record. Has he already got 200s in this World Cup, Quinton de Kock? Is that right?
He's only got 100 in one game. Yeah, probably. Been a lot of hundreds in this World Cup.
Yeah.
Oh, they've been massive.
Consecutive hundreds as well.
That's right. I can't think of a World Cup where there have been more hundreds. I mean, possibly there have been. But they just seem to be coming along with incredible regularity at the moment.
Indeed. We have got a couple of tweets. Mog says, Tim, you didn't have to admit the maths mistake. No one would ever know. What was it? Was it a DLS mistake or was it runs to win?
No. So, it was who to work out who was going to play the final at Newlands on Saturday. So, I knew Province were playing. I was 99% sure of who they were going to play. And I went and I said, like, definitely going to play this team. It's a done deal. The other team had to do something extraordinary. Well, they did the extraordinary. They bowled their team out for 78 and won by 8 wickets.
Nah.
And that was that.
Oops. A net run rate came into it and you got it all wrong, yeah?
Yeah. And net run rate came into it and I was screwed.
Yeah, I'm a real bad one with net run rate, I have to say. Leah says, I want Hendo to sit in this unit room on Sunday. Muttering the horror. I don't know. I presume your little box. Yeah, you need to say the horror. Like
horror.
There you go. After the inevitable thrashing England will receive at the hands of India. I'm not on Sunday.
Well, I mean, I suppose that's the one thing to be gained is the potential for an England victory if they are already out of the tournament by then.
It would be lovely to beat India.
It would be lovely to beat India, even if we're going to go out in general.
It would be lovely if somebody beat them.
Yeah, somebody's got to beat them. Otherwise, I can see them going through this unbeaten. Actually, to be honest.
Yeah, they do look that sort of team, don't they?
Throw it. I mean, just gives them such a good start, doesn't he?
He does. But the funny thing is, Hendo, he did that exactly the same thing in 2019 and got it wrong in the semi. And if you get it wrong in the wrong game, there'll be a game where he won't. I mean, in the World Cup in 2019, he scored like 3 or 4 tons in the first 7 games, and then when he didn't score a ton, he was getting 50, 60, 70, or 80. You know, I mean, he was just a run machine in 2019, and then got bowled for a duck in the semi-final, and that was that. You know,
I do think though when people say run machine, it gives almost a slightly unfair opinion of a player. I mean, he's more than a machine, because he's a machine you think just grinds out the runs, but he's so attractive to watch that he's a little bit more than the machine to me. I have to say.
Yes, but he always does it. He's never one to hang around. He always whatever runs he scores at a pace. Oh, yeah, it's attractive to watch. He's got some good shots.
I would say though, interestingly enough, looking at the World Cup averages, that 6. I mean, I'm an old-fashioned kind of guy, and I like the fact that the averages on the BBC website are done. The order of the players is done in average rather than number of runs scored. It does mean that Mark Wood is 6th. Nice. He's the 6th best batsman in this World Cup
with an average of 40.
Average of an average of 80.
80.
3 not outs.
Nice. Go Woody.
Go Woody. He's hit 5 6s and 6 4s. He's brilliant. I love him. I mean, that was a lovely. Although it was depressing on Saturday, that was a lovely little partnership between him and Atkinson, wasn't it? Nassoum is back in bowling 2.
And it's gone out to the boundary for 4 runs. For a minute, you've just cut out, Hendo. You've frozen and you've cut out. So I'm going to play the jingle.
I've had a break for drinks, right?
Just four.
You cut out there for a minute, Hendo.
Did I?
Yeah, completely cut out.
I've got a note come up on my machine saying your internet is unstable.
Wow, fucking get another internet provider.
No, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Onto the front foot comes de Kock, meets that with a defensive shot, but there being no one at mid-on, he can basically walk through for a single. 97 for 2.
What you should do is get a hard wire into your computer when you're doing this.
hardwire.
Well,
like
just get an internet Ethernet cable and plug it into your computer from the router.
I probably could do that.
Just get a 10-meter one. You can sit anywhere then.
10-meter Ethernet.
On
Ethernet.
Amazon, it'll cost you about a tenner.
Money's just pouring out of my account at the moment. This is driven by Markram. There's a man, I would say, almost in the on-off Hayden position. He's actually short mid-off, 17 metres away from the bat, we're helpfully told. In comes Nasu, and Markram can't get out after that. It's a good length ball. He just drives it back to the bowler. And he's round the wicket. This is too short. Cut away by Markram. Is there a man out there? Yes, there is. Should only be one. Is only one. 98 for 2.
I was about to say he's bowling very accurately, and then he bowls a wide hop.
Yes, he did. He did.
But it only went for one. That's not bad.
Only went one. Yeah, I mean, you can. I mean, on slow pitches, sometimes the ball just sits up and it does something to the batsman's timing. It ends up trying to hit it too hard. Defended into the offside by de Kock. That is the end of Nasum's second over. He's just gone for the 9 runs, so pretty good effort from him. De Kock 59, Markram 25, South Africa 98 for 2.
Oh yeah, it's me. Sorry.
Yeah, it's you. Yeah, when you're ready.
Warren. Morning all. Morning Warren. Hombre Nuevo says, morning, wonderful to see. Stand aside, Stokes. We now have Mark Wood as the England's ultimate all-rounder. I should say you got 12 minutes left for the GPL. Who's in there now? Any more entries? Yep, Hombre Nuevo's put another one in at 597. Come on, peeps.
Come on, people. GPL, what's the matter with you? Actually, the other thing you should say, I was a bit perturbed when I read the BBC report of the England game against South Africa, and it just said Mark Wood and Gus Atkinson slogged away to get, I don't know how many runs they put on now, I can't remember. But there was actually some really good shots played in that.
Yeah, there were some slogs.
They weren't slogs. They were very good hits. Change of bowling, Mamadullah. I can't believe he's still going, but he is, and he's doing pretty well this tournament.
Here I go again, my, yet another 100.
Oh, we got one of those today. That'd be good.
He's in, bowls. Markram goes back. Tries to force through the offside. Just about grabbed.
Good bit of fielding.
Was a good bit of fielding by Mustafiza in the end. And so prevented the one. They were a little bit uncertain. They probably could have got one there, to be honest. But they were hoping it was going to get through the infield. It didn't. Mamadullah in again. This time Markram goes back and forces up to the long off. Partnership moves on to 63 from 69. Good consolidation this by South Africa. 99 for 2. We're in the 20th over. We'll have a change at the end of this over. We will have the Bear back in the ball-by-ball chair. David B.
We won't have David B.
Has he arrived?
No, he hasn't arrived yet. He sent me something saying he was arriving at 11, and I did think that was a bit late, but I haven't actually got my phone. I must have left it in the other room, so I couldn't get back to him. Messi's going to come in and take over for him.
Tawid will come back to summarise. This is defended by de Kock, back to the bowler. There is no run. Yeah, I love Mamadullah. I mean, he's been going. He's one of those guys that you just associate with. Oh, he bowls a little quicker ball there from round the wicket, with a rather slingy action. Yeah, he's just one of those people you associate with Bangladeshi cricket, isn't he? He's just seems to have been. He's sort of grown up with guerrilla cricket, really.
Well, he has. Him, Mushi, Shakib.
Yeah, that's right. He's in again, bowls. Oh, gets a little bit of turn there as de Kock pushes forward and gets a leading edge towards extra cover. This is interesting, isn't it? Because we're seeing Sean Pollock and Alan Donald out there before the start of the game.
Sean's asking why he's not pushing his bowling coach.
Forced back to the bowl. There is no run. Just the one run from Mamadullah's over. 20 overs bowled. 99 for 2. De Kock 59. Markram 26. Run rate almost 5 and over. And your next ball by baller will be the Bear.
Thank you very much.
And I will be your next Dave Brooke.
You'll be your next Dave Brooke, and we'll say hello back to Toad if he's there. Yeah, Toad's there.
Hello.
Hello. You happy?
Yeah, I mean, that sort of last 10 overs, obviously, South Africa kind of really consolidating, and de Kock getting to that half century without too much difficulty.
Yeah.
Need a wicket.
Do need a wicket.
Need a couple of wickets.
Pitches
We need
really
Shelley on comms.
Yeah, there isn't a lot of turn in the wicket. I mean, it's doing a little bit, but not really enough. Nasum carries on from the other end into his third over. Around the wicket, no run.
The thing with Bangladesh's spinners is that they're all kind of orthodox spinners, so they do rely on the surface to an extent.
Yeah, agreed. That's tossed up and driven down to long on, and that will be the 100 up for South Africa. 100 for 2. 2 balls into the 21st over. De Kock's on 59 off 57, and Markram is on 24 off 27 deliveries. Well batted.
Bangladesh have never had a mystery spinner of any sort, so they've never really had a leg spinner.
Well, Mahidi was that guy when he first started, wasn't he? He had a Zuta or something. That one's on the back foot, too short by Nazim Ahmed, and it's bunted up to long on for a single.
Yeah, he's always been a finger spinner. I mean, he's got incredibly long fingers. If they do sort of pan in on him at the start of his run up, you see him kind of placing the ball very deliberately into these long fingers.
Smashed! Oh, jeez Christ! They've got a short extra cover just for that. It's a mistimed drive by Markram. Up towards long off, just past the fingertips of the man at short cover. It would have been a sharp catch. There was a chance he could have made it. A bit clothed a little bit by Markram, but he gets himself a single in the end, and nothing doing.
Yeah, that ball's travelling.
Yep, over the wicket. Nazim Ahmed to Quinton de Kock, who again bunts it just past the man who was short extra cover, is now short straight mid wicket, and gets it past him. Down to long on for a single. It's Shanto there. 1 ball left in the 21st over. They're getting through their overs, Bangladesh.
They are. I think there was quite a long drinks break there, wasn't there?
Yeah,
after
there
18
was.
overs, which was quite understandable given the heat.
Indeed. That one's floated up and again driven, again beats the man at short extra cover. This time made a mark from again. And at the end of the 21st over, it's 104 for 2. Over to you, Messi.
The pawn bot's with us. It says Hendo needs to get a hard input. Click here. I was just looking on Amazon.co.uk. I might arrange for something for you, Hendo. Armchair Cricket Podcast says South Africa will want to get up about 175 for 2 or 3 by the 30th over. They are then set for the final assault with their gun batters. And Josie Oak says, has David Brooke died, or is he in some sort of giant bender? Well, he certainly hasn't died. If you can call the South Circular a giant bender, which I think is not inaccurate, that's probably where he is right now. So yes.
Somewhere like that. He was supposed to be here at 10, he told me originally, and then it was 11, and I haven't seen any message from him since then. Clipped down to long on by to Shanto for a single by Aidan Markram.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Mahmudullah into the attack. He's very much a part-time bowler, if that, these days. So the fact that he's into his second over is quite something.
Well, I think that one is worked up towards mid-on. There's no run. They're just trying to keep it quiet. As you take the pace off, it's just harder to score, isn't it? So you get a few extra overs out of Mahmudullah.
Yeah.
Gives you more flexibility at the end of the game. I mean,
yeah.
Pace on goes for runs, it seems. Unless it's extreme pace. And even then, if you mark wood, it goes for runs. That one's played up to long on for a single. That's the problem with extreme pace. You just got to get, if you get it slightly wrong, it's just off.
Yeah, it does seem that containment seems to be the name of the game at the moment, whereas I just feel they need to still try to be taking wickets if at all possible.
Well, they do. I think they're looking for a mistake from a batsman, really, aren't they? That's defended out to the offside. There's no run exactly. There's no mystery spin. As you say, it's all quite traditional, which kind of means you're trying to induce a mistake from the batsman. There's a kind of mistake, but it's gone for 6, I think. So it's not really a mistake at all. It's a reverse swept 6 by Quinton de Kock. That's quite impressive. Seemed to flick that over the top of short fine leg, all the way into the crowd. It's 6 runs and 113 for 2 for South Africa.
Yeah, I kind of know what you meant there. It didn't seem like you got in the best position to play that reverse, but picked it up as cleanly enough, really.
It was a lovely shot. Aidan Markram was impressed. Around the wicket, Mamadullah. It's just defended back to him for the last ball of the over. 9 off the over, that's the thing, they're still getting a boundary and over. That will hurt. Although their run rate is only just over 5. But as you say, well, I think the problem here is Bangladesh really need 3 quick wickets, I'd have thought, if they want to keep the score down, because they really want to get Quinton de Kock out. Markram will Clasen out, and the next man in will be Miller, I presume, and therefore, am I missing someone? You can get down to 5. Well, Janssen, if you get to Janssen, I mean, he did all right against us, but you've got to think you've got a chance against him. And if you can
did all right.
Yes, he did well. He did okay. He did very well, but I mean, he's the kind of guy you think, yeah, he can do that, but you could equally can spoon it up,
but he can get
quite
out
quickly.
Yeah.
And therefore, if you get through him, then you know that the bottom order of South Africa is quite crumbly.
Yeah.
You have an end.
Just
open.
Ideal says, always overjoyed to hear my favourite gorilla Hendo. Doomed, damned, dusted. Music to my ears.
Well, yep, he is there. He's back. That's cut out to deep point, and there's no run after a few technical issues on Saturday where he couldn't get his new computer to work. It seems like it is now working, so that is all good.
Although you do know at Just Ideal, you're not supposed to have favourites because everybody else feels miffed, and we're devastated.
Nazem over the wicket to Quinton de Kock. That's just too easy. He just works that off his pads out deep square leg against a single. Not really challenging for a wicket.
No, they're not. And like you say, these sort of 4, 5, 6 singles and over are coming really, really comfortably at the moment. And yeah, Markram's got to 32 from 44, looking like he's easing himself in for a big one.
Maybe a little bit more flight, try and tempt someone. Nazim does give that a little bit of flight, but Markram is forward and classical forward defensive, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's a bit taller than the other spinners, Nasum, so you know, when things are going well for him, he does get a bit of extra bounce.
That's too short though, and just bang back down the ground to long on for another single. Definitely in the boring middle overs, one would say.
Yeah, and Bangladesh need a bit of inspiration, really. I think this is where I would like to see Shakib do something a bit out of the ordinary.
Yeah, that's defended back down the track, and there's no one. This is a kind of place where I think someone like Taskin is an option. You know, he likes to make things happen. He might not make it happen, but equally, he's the kind of guy who could break open and get a couple of quick wickets. That's a horrible ball down leg side, and really, got away with that because it should have gone for 4 past the man at short fine leg on a 45, but unfortunately Quinton de Kock just hit it straight at him, so only 3 off that over, good over. And de Kock remains 69 66, mark from 33 off 46, 116 for 2 after 23 over South Africa. Over to you, Messi.
Graham Caldwell says, shock prediction in this tournament, India to lose in the semi-final after going unbeaten in the group stage. Every chance of that, you know. Yeah, I wouldn't be in the least bit surprised if that happened. It might make the final a bit interesting with only 7 people in a 130,000 seater stadium. Never mind. Kieran Roseblade says, Bear, odds on Afghanistan
Supposed
in
to
the
be on.
tournament, please. I can tell you, Betfair have them at 500 to 1 at the moment.
Who?
And he says if Afghanistan to win the tournament. Kieran Roseblade says if Bangladesh don't get the cock out quickly, they could be left feeling embarrassed at the end of the game. Well, not so much embarrassed as pushing uphill.
Right. The person who was supposed to be here at 11 o'clock is here. So you can go and have a
Hi.
well-earned rest.
Okay, catch you later.
Catch you later. And we say good morning, finally, to David B. How
Morning.
are you, mate?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Morning, everyone.
Smashed out through the covers. It's first ball by Mamadullah. Of the next over goes out through extra cover. There's no one out there. And it is 4 runs. What are you doing? No, it's not. There's a microphone underneath there, and you're making a hell of a lot of noise.
And 3 and 4.
Yeah, I feel Marmadilla experiment isn't really
It's not
having much
working.
of an impact.
No, that's tossed up and driven by Markram down to long on. And there is a single.
I mean, I guess from Bangladesh's point of view, Shakib is probably thinking, how do I rotate my bowlers for the next, for the last sort of 10 overs or so, which seems to be his priority at the moment.
It does a little bit. He should bring himself back on as well, maybe. That's driven square on the offside. Is there only bowled 2 or 3 overs, didn't he, Shakib, when he bowled?
He did, yeah. Didn't quite look himself. I know de Kock took him for that.
He took him for
six
1-6, but
over his head.
this is tossed up and just hit back down the ground again. Probably only a single as long on comes round, gets it in quickly, and it is only a single.
Yeah, I've got a bit of a theory, totally unsubstantiated, that Shakib sometimes does go a bit missing when things are maybe going against Bangladesh.
Well, yeah, Hassan has been the most expensive. Everyone else has been all right, really, considering around about 5 or 6 and over. Mamadullah in. Next ball is just pumped up towards long on. There's a single every time there. That's the problem. And the thing is, he's bowling it short, so they just have to rock back and punch it. So there's 6 easy singles and over. And if you get a bad one, which they did in the first ball, 4, there's 7, 8, 9 and over.
Bear, you must be raking it in the over market.
I'm not actually. I've been doing very little betting. I've had too much to do and think about that. It's a wide down the leg side. And
You're not suggesting that that's on Shakib's mind as well, are you?
well, no, I wouldn't have thought so. He got done for that though, didn't he?
He did.
Driven down to long on for a single. But luckily,
Well, no, he got done for not reporting an approach.
Thank you.
By a
Yeah, quite right.
bookmaker.
But he served that pretty much over COVID, didn't he? About 18 months of that was
Did.
over COVID, and there was very little cricket anyway, and he kind of came out the other side pretty much
He
unscathed.
must have heard you because he's bringing himself back on.
Well, indeed, you're supposed to be doing socials. So there you go.
And a big good morning to the Twitterati,
Well,
who are out in force today, which is good.
Yep.
No BBC coverage today. I couldn't pick it up. No, they're not covering this match.
Are they not?
Shocking, isn't it?
That is
The
quite
only place to
listening
hear
to
this
it.
match is Guerrilla Cricket.
There you go. Toa was listening to it. You were listening to the opposition, Toa. I don't know.
Well, I like to.
It was coming
see
in and
what we're
out.
up-
It wasn't a consistent output this morning. I think they had an outage.
Oh, I don't know
Yeah,
about
there was certainly lots of outages. I was listening to yesterday's game, and it was all over the place towards the end.
It was
Yeah.
right old mess.
down towards long on, and there is a single. Why? What, power cuts at the ground and shit like that in the comms boxes?
I think it's just technical issues. The sound kept kind of cutting out and
I mean,
became distorted.
I'm not just saying this, but it was poor. I thought the coverage was poor. It was like a sort of test match special road trip with those
Well, I think
three.
it pretty much is. I mean, speaking to Dan, there's like 3 of them doing some of these games, and I presume they don't even have a tech with them. So, and they're doing it all on RSDNs. That one is played down towards mid on, but Shanto comes across from a short mid wicket and fields it, and there's no run. And I presume that none of the commentators are particularly tech savvy. I mean, they're good enough to get on air because they teach them how to do that, but if something goes wrong, I imagine that then becomes the BBC's worst nightmares. That's swept down to long leg. Probably get 2 as Fielder had to come around.
I don't think the BBC are even aware of what they're putting out. You know, it's
Put it up against your lip. That's what it's called, a lip mic for.
a lip. I didn't know it was called a lip mic.
That's what it is.
It does, it does surprise me a bit because actually, in terms of IT, India is one of the technologically most advanced countries out there. They've got their own sort of Silicon Valley.
Clipped out to mid wicket and there's no run. Yeah, in that sense, that's probably true, but it's infrastructure for stuff like this, isn't it? Maybe they don't really have it at some of the grounds.
The only real indication that they were at the ground was the number of curried rotis that Alex Thingy was eating. But no, it just felt like a Dan Norcross day out again, and you know.
Well, some of them are in. Some of them are still up in Manchester, aren't they? In Salford.
Yeah.
They're doing some of the games off tube.
That's right.
I listened to one, and it didn't sound like the crowd was actually at the ground.
I mean, how can they do a game off the tube there?
Well, same as we can, I suppose. Fuck you, Dave. 24.4 overs gone, 129 for 2. Round the wicket is Shakib. And once again, it's a single after long on.
No, unlike Gorilla, they haven't got the full facilities of Gorilla Towers, the multiple screens, the Twitterati, who are out in force today. Mayank says if India lost in the semis, I reckon the final will be played in front of 2 men and a dog. I'm not sure about that, but India won't lose in the semis, and I think they'll be playing South Africa, who are my selection at 5-1, Bear. Sensational value. Take them each way to make the final.
Tossed up, and that's played down too long off. Is it Shanto again? I don't know. But someone's in there at short cover and short mid wicket and keep getting beaten. And that one, he managed to get a paw on, but past the bowler, and they'll get another single to end the over. Over to you, Dave. Who's with us? Or is there no one
the
with
Cricket
us?
Slouch says, unfortunately, 18 to 20 overs is too long a time to hang around. It's like asking a F1 car to go at 40 kph. Doesn't work that way. And the Cricket Slouch, Just Ideal says, overjoyed to hear my favourite Guerrilla Cricket.
We've had that one.
Oh, sorry, okay. And Mayank's, we've done that one too. Well, let me just say...
We're done.
Well, in that case, I can give my own thoughts.
Go on then, you give your thoughts.
Well, my thoughts on the tournament so far, South Africa, and South Africa have been a fantastic
they have
batting
been.
unit.
But they lost to the Netherlands, so they do have fallibility.
Of course they do. We're all fallible there, even your good self. I've known you be... No, I've actually never known you make a technical error, or indeed a commentary error, but in fact, perhaps you are infallible. But Markram's captaincy and his leadership has been exceptional. The South African batting looks very, very strong.
Yes.
De Kock is fully integrated into this setup, and they just look up for it. And yes, they had a mishap against Netherlands, but they came back very strongly from that. And I think the fact that they did have that wake-up call will be just the loss that they needed, really, to wake them all up, make sure that they do go the whole way. I would love to see Markram lifting that trophy, beating India in the final, wouldn't you, Bear?
Well, I'd like someone to beat India, I know that much. I don't want them winning at home. We managed it at our place. It's always good when the home team doesn't win, unless you are the home side, obviously. It's adds something to the frisson of it all.
I'd say there's still a long way to go in this game, and they had a pretty poor power play, 40 odd for 2 in the first 10. So,
you're prepared to put your money where your mouth is there. I mean, I'm willing to take any money that South Africa will win this game, and if you want to back Bangladesh, I'll give you any price you like.
Markram comes down the track to who's bowling this over? Is it still Nasu?
Mehdi. No,
Mehdi. First ball has been driven for 4, and that will bring up the 100 partnership, I think. Or maybe it's 98 now. Anyway, it's 4 runs. Oh no, the current partnership is 99, so 1 more run. Mahidi in again. Markram goes back, skids onto him a little bit, and it'll be no run.
But your views on Bangladesh are a bit disappointing. Would you say? I don't know whether they've picked the right squad for this.
Worked into the leg side, can't be mid-wicket, and there's no run. That's one for Towid.
Yeah, Tawid. I mean, I think there's 1 or 2 big names missing from this Bangladesh lineup. As Alan Hansen said, you don't win much with kids.
It's cut and cut hard. There is a man out there. There is a man out there at deep point. That was Aidan Markham cutting out to deep point. That is the 100 partnership. 100 off 108. South Africa 136 for 2. 24.4 overs bowled.
What's your assessment, David, of Bangladesh's performance in this tournament?
Certainly they've underwhelmed a bit.
Yes.
They certainly in this World Cup so far. Solid win against Afghanistan first start. And then, in mitigation, they've come up against
some of the better sides, as that was worked into the leg side off the pads by Quinton de Kock.
Well, they came up against,
Who's coaching them? Who's the coach these days?
They came up against England in their second game, New Zealand. And
who's the coach these days, David?
Sri Lankan guy called Hatarasinga. It's his second stint involved.
Second and final stint, which will shortly be over, I should think, after this showing.
Mahedi in. It's cut by Markram. That's a good shot, and I think that'll get his 50. Would it? No, that moves him on to 47. I'm always a bit slow.
Yeah, always ahead of the game.
It is his 50. So
50
Markram's
runs.
cut that down. Markram's cut that down to deep backward point, and South Africa move on to 141 for 2. Markram gets his 51 of 57 deliveries. We'll give him a little jingle. This one.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
Well done him. Bangladesh desperately need a wicket, I would say. 26 overs gone, they're suddenly looking really good.
Diane Patterson's been in touch. Hello, Diane. She says, so Dave, tell us what happened to you yesterday. What chaos you caused? Well, not as much chaos as I caused at Bristol Airport, where I went to retrieve a car from the long-term car park, booked in for 3 days. I ended up staying 3 weeks after losing my passport. Post-Brexit, it's not easy to travel in Europe outside the European Union.
Losing your passport is one of the big things. That's the problem there. That's
Never used to be
played
there.
up to long on for a single.
Used to go into a post office and get the emergency replacement.
Well,
not anymore.
But losing it in the first place
Well,
is
I know, Bear.
not the greatest thing to do, is it, Dave?
I got hit. I got cleaned out.
That's driven hard, but this point straight at backward point, and there is no run.
Lost everything. Only just retrieving my life now, putting it back together. But getting the car back, they wanted £569 for me to drive my car out of Bristol long-term car park. I gave them 90.
Nice. Now is that edged and out? No. But Shakib is in, and Markham went back, poked at it, pulled his bat away. Juggled a bit by Mushy, but he did take it.
To bounce a bit or jump a bit.
Yeah, finally there was a little bit of turn and bite, wasn't there?
I think the South African spinners will be licking their lips.
Well, they've only got one, probably. They have indeed. It's Keshav is the only one they got.
That's all they'll need. That's all they'll need.
Well, I disagree. That is cut down to point. There's no run. I mean, the thing is, they might get sheer weight of runs here, but my personal thing, watching an awful lot of this, is that spin is the thing to have out there unless you've got extreme pace, which the Saffers do have. And that is driven down back to the bowl and there's no run. Although England have 2 good pacers and they've been shite. Well, no, Gus Atkinson wasn't shite. Woody has been poor. Yeah, Gus Atkinson bowled all right the other day, but Woody has been off it. I mean, he's been bowling quick. It's just his lines and lengths have been terrible. Driven down to long off, and there's a single.
So who are the 2 England quicks that you would single out there? You said 2 of you said they've been bowling well. Who are the two?
No, I didn't say they've been bowling well. I said they've been bowling poorly.
Oh,
I said
I
Gus
see.
Atkinson bowled okay,
Oh,
but he's
I
only
mean-
played one game. And Reece Topley's bowled pretty well most of the tournament, and then he's got a broken finger.
Well, he's a
been
walking sick note, isn't he?
Well, that's true, but you do feel a little bit sorry for him. I mean, it was quite innocuous, that ball that got knocked back to him, and it came at him quite hard. Just knocked the end of his finger. We've all had that happen on a Saturday afternoon. Usually it stings a bit, and a bit of a bruising the next day. You don't expect to break your finger like that and not be able to play in the rest
He's
of
the
the tournament.
Darren Anderton of the team, a walking sick note waiting to happen. I don't understand why he was selected for a 50-over tournament. Very rarely plays any long-form cricket. Bowls got a medical condition that restricts him to 4-over spells. Had a couple of years at Sussex without really troubling the playing staff. He spent his time on the physio table. Sussex got him back to fit, and he rewarded them by moving to Surrey, where he's played purely 20-over stuff. And
I thought he was at Essex, not Sussex. I got that wrong.
you have got that wrong.
He definitely started off at Essex.
Well, and I know he started off at Essex, but he had a spell at Sussex, and the reason why you missed it is because he hardly played for them. He was on the physio's couch, getting all the care and attention from Sussex, and then rewarded them by moving to Surrey without barely playing a game.
The Fizz is back, and Aidan Markham drives that airily back down the track. There is a man at long off, and there'll be a single.
Leah has said the Saffers. Hello, Leah. The Saffers will choke in the semis. It's their destiny.
Well, listen. If the Saffers are in anyone playing India will get my support if it's not us.
I think I've irked the Twitterati here because Cricket Blithermans has said, "Oh yes, the fantastic South Africa that lost to the Netherlands."
Well, there's potential for them to fuck it all up. There's some phone calls I really need to take. People are ringing me left, right and centre. The Fizz is in over the wicket, and it's going to be a wide down the leg side.
Do you need me to do an emergency ball?
No, I'm off in 3 overs.
Oh.
I'll give them all calls. You're taking over ball in 3 overs.
lovely.
Hendo is going to join you.
Oh, wonderful.
And Tim from South Africa.
Oh, lovely. Leah is giving some encouragement to the Bangladeshis. Come on, the Bangladesh. Have I pronounced that correctly, Leah? Correct me if I haven't. Come on, the Bangladesh, BHAIS.
That's probably one of the unions that he's in, or supports. That is defended back down the track. Palmed off by the Fizz to Shantos at mid-on,
Unions?
and there's no run.
Unions.
Right, was that for wrong?
Interesting to see.
was Leah.
Right. Oh, I don't know.
Interesting to see Mr. Fizz bowling in sort of middle overs. He's generally renowned for bowling up front and at the end. He
Well-
only bowled the 2 overs in the power.
Well, talking of expensive signings on high wages who never played a game for Sussex, the Fizz is another one. Signed for Sussex, never played a match.
Really? That is that true?
The
What are you
Fizz.
doing questioning me the whole time?
Well, the Fizz is in and clipped up to long on. He'll get a single.
I'm only questioning you because I've never heard of these.
Well, I'm a Sussex cricket
instances.
member.
When did he sign for Sussex?
Well, I haven't got the dates, but I can find them.
I'm genuinely intrigued.
Oh, yes, no, intrigued, yes, indeed. Sussex have just lost their chief executive, Rob Andrew, who has made the move into the ECB hierarchy. Much celebration on the south coast. Finally got rid of the worst cricket administrator in the country, and there's plenty of competition for that.
Well, that's driven by Markram out to the cover boundary, and it'll be a single. And South Africa move on to 147 for 2.
Yes, Matt Pryor put out a very punchy tweet yesterday saying, great news for Sussex cricket fans, Rob Andrew has gone.
Ooh.
Maybe Matt Pryor will re-emerge in a coaching or managerial capacity at
He
Sussex.
doesn't-
That would be great news if he does.
He's got a cycling company or something, hasn't he? That's a slower ball, full and outside off stump. Good
What
ball.
did he do to upset all the members? Did he get rid of the deck chairs?
He certainly has got rid of some of the deck chairs. What he's done to irritate the members is he's taken a
that's
championship. What he's done to irritate the members is he's taken a championship winning team, won 3 times, 2003, 2005, 2007, and he's taken them to the very bottom of the pile, bottom of the second division. He's been through 4 different coaches, and hasn't got a clue.
Okay. Well, he is a rugby man. That's driven up to long off. Well, not mid off, is on the edge of the 30-yard circle. And that's the end of that over. 1, 2, 3, 4 and a wide 5 off the over. The Fizz has gone for 15 off 3 overs. 148 for 2 at the end of the 28th.
Well, the rugby fans, Bear, would cast aspersions on his qualifications as an administrator as well. He had a very poor tenure
true.
there.
But he's probably a posh boy who went to the right places, and therefore that's what.
Oh, he's
happened.
perfect for the ECB hierarchy. He's been promoted. He's got a job with the ECB. That's why he voted for the 100, despite the fact it's been disaster for Sussex's finances.
Okay. You're going to read us out some tweets.
Well, there aren't any more.
You have to pull it down.
I have pulled it down.
Uh-huh.
Leah has clarified that Baya means brother in Bengali. It's just the Bengali way of saying Bangbros. And Cricket Blitherman says, surely the worst cricket administrator in the country is all of them.
Well.
And Jay's been in touch. Hello, Jay, my very good friend. Pronounced Bai, meaning brother, friend, mate. Thank you very much for that, Jay. Hope you're well. Many more speeches up your sleeve, Jay. Tell us more. Warren, David isn't harbouring any animosity towards Reece Topley.
That's a reverse sweep by Quinton de Kock, and he beats the man at short third man. Races down to the boundary. Shakib, hand on hips, but it is 4 runs.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
And that also brings up the 150 for the Sappers. They move on to 152 for 2.
I tell you, Cricket Blitherman, the other... Warren, I beg your pardon, Warren. The other thing that really irritates me about Reece Topley, he's been out with every single one of my nieces.
Shakib over the wicket to Quinton de Kock this time. Plays it up towards mid-on. It's fielded by a grateful fielder at mid-on. Probably coming across in short mid-wicket. It's Shanto again, and they didn't get a run that time. South Africa in a good position now. There was a little bit of pressure on them earlier, but they're scoring runs freely. That's defended. Can't beat that man at short mid-wicket. He's trying to... I mean, that position, they're always trying to cover 2 positions, aren't they? They're kind of straight mid-wicket, short, and a wide mid-on.
They are certainly milking these the spinners.
Yeah, that's worked into the mid-side through the mid-on, onside, sorry. 1 run.
Still doesn't look like a monster 400 plus total that they're...
Yeah, it can all go horribly wrong
towards.
with these guys. This is what I mean. If you, they've got some hitters. You still got what's his name, Clasen, Miller.
They bat deep.
They do bat. They bat deep if you don't get them. I mean, if you can get past 6, they're not so strong, but you've got to get there reasonably effectively.
Well, you look at the way that was it Janssen who got that 70 odd. Batting at number 7.
Hard by Markram. Nice shot. Through extra cover.
That's a good shot.
It was a bit aerial for a while. That's why there's a few hands on heads, but he picked his spot and it was never going to trouble a fielder. So it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, the tall lad, Janssen, batting at 7, Bear,
Yeah.
got them out of trouble with a sparkling 70 odd.
Yeah, but he's one that you think, but he's one that can give it away though. If you get down to him and you get it on a good day, you get through him early and then you're into the tail, which England didn't have. So that's defended. The last ball of the over, back down the track by Markram. It's a dot ball after 29. It's 157 for 2.
Just to say that Josie Oak has called me Dave Brooke, the angry man of GC. No, I'm very much not angry at all. I'm just telling it like it is. Reece Topley has worked his way through every single one of my nieces. He's a bit of a playboy character, and I don't mind that, but I wish he would do something on the field rather than off the field. If he's okay to go through the public school population of Surrey, then he must be okay to bowl more than 5 over spells.
Well, he was England's top wicket taker until he broke his finger the other day, and he didn't play in the first game, I don't think.
Cricket Blitherman says, a rugby man as a cricket administrator. Yes, it makes total sense. I mean, if Rob Andrew were here, and I'm glad he isn't, he would say that he did represent either Oxford or Cambridge. I think he played twice for them and still plays for Sussex over 50s.
Okay. so maybe he knows a little bit about the game.
Well, that's a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, Bear.
Well, true. Maybe he's not just born to be an administrator. He's just plonked there because he has a name. That does happen, funnily enough, in a lot of things. The Fizz is going to continue into the 30th over. This is the last night. I'm finally going to get a little bit of a spell off. Hendo's going to come back. Dave's going to take you with ball by ball at the end of this over. Hendo will be doing your socials, and Tim will be coming back from South Africa to ululate on how well they're doing. He's a happy man, especially after that bloody rugby on Sunday, which Saturday we don't want to talk about.
GC Radio Naked Fun Porn Bot. I've always wanted to announce your name on your
first ball. Short into the pitch by the Fizz and gets
great shot.
Great shot, yeah. Pulled behind square by Quentin de Kock, and it's 4 more.
Yeah, looked like a real drag down by the Fizz. I'm not sure if he was trying.
It was out the back of the hand. He was trying something.
Slower ball.
Yeah. The thing is, they keep giving away the boundary on first or second ball of the over as well, which is never a good thing in a game. Allows the batters to relax through the rest of the over. Pick those singles up, and if a bad ball comes along, you can really capitalise. The Fizz in again. Oh, now there's an appeal, but I think that's going down. I don't think there's anything that says it's coming back in to hit the stumps. I think it's maybe hit him in line with leg stump if he's lucky. And it's going further.
Even West Indies' finest umpire isn't going to give that one out.
No.
GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot Pair says Reece Topley in orgy with Dave Brooks' relatives. Click here, and it's a picture of Ponting.
That's because it's a link to our website.
Okay.
He's trying to spam people into coming to our website, obviously.
Right. Thank you very much, GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot.
I think that was on the back leg, but I think it hit him outside.
Joel Wilson not impressed.
Indeed. Over the wicket, the Fizz, driven by de Kock, opens the face. Not great timing, but it goes out to backward point. And there is a single. We're going to have a look at that. Yeah, it's hit him in line with leg, and it's going on to miss by, well, it would hit another stump, probably. Outside leg stump. But it was missing by a long way. 162 for 2. De Kock's on 88. Only 12 runs for him to get to 100. Now, when you're on air, Dave, list of things to remember. We're doing a highlight show, so you have to get these fucking things in, yes?
Yes, we'll do. I'll be reading that. Shall I move into that chair?
You will have to move in this chair, and you will also have to operate the jingle machine.
No problem at all.
The Fizz into the pads of Markram, and it's clipped out square on the leg side to deep mid-wicket.
We're all DJs these days, Bear, with the jingles.
You've got to be multi-talented in here.
Oh, you've got to have.
You've got to have it. 6 off the over so far, 2 balls left.
I mean, I've been listening to Gorilla's coverage. I have only appeared once so far. Fantastic coverage, Bear. Congratulations to all the team.
It's been a bit of a slog, I have to say. We're only halfway there. We're over the halfway mark in the group games today because this is 23. 45 group games, of course, followed by 2 semis and a final. 48 games in total. That's into the pads of Quentin de Kock. Clipped out to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, over in Mallorca, where I had to stay longer than intended. Of course, the only way of hearing the coverage, note that the BBC coverage is geo-blocked, of course, as all our international listeners will know. And it was a real lifeline, so thank you very much, Gorilla Cricket. I'm very pleased to be here today and not angry at all.
Good. Well, you're going to be joined by Hendo and Tim in a minute. As the Fizz comes over the wicket. Last ball of my spell is full toss, driven back down the ground, is saved by a diving Shanto again. Don't know. No, it's not Shanto. It's Shoreful down there. And they'll get back for 2. So at the end of 30 overs, 165 for 2. De Kock is 90 off 87, and Markram is 59 off 67. Hendo is going to join you. Dave, you're going to move into this chair, and you're going to take over the ball by ball. Hello, Tim. Hello, Hendo.
How's it?
Hello, guys. Hello, Dave.
Oh, morning, Hendo.
Dave, when did you finally get out of your Spanish sojourn?
Thursday.
Oh, really? Right. Well, I'll ask you a bit more about that. Well, when you've moved seats, I'll just keep us going. It's a good little partnership, this, for South Africa. Those 2 early wickets have been countered by some great cricket from de Kock, who is now within 10 of a 3rd century of the tournament.
I mean,
And I think it's only his 5th game, isn't it?
so much to like about the way South Africa have approached this tournament. Hendo, would you say that they've been one of the teams you've most enjoyed watching?
Oh yeah, although I did quite enjoy seeing them lose to the Netherlands. Not specifically because I don't like South Africa. I do quite like South Africa, but it was good to see someone else, one of the other smaller teams, beating a big team, keep England company.
Next, this a new over from Shakib, and it's driven down by Markram to long off for a single. So South Africa are 166 for 2. We're just past the 30 over mark. The run rate is 5.5 and over. Any prediction, Hendo, from you as to what we might see in terms of a total from South Africa?
Where are we? I think a little over 300 is what I would look at. Maybe they'll be thinking about more with what they've got to come, I suppose.
Shakib bowls, and that's flat batted by de Kock. They think about a single, but they were right not to run there. No need for anything that risky, especially when you're on 90. And de Kock's had a fantastic World Cup. He's obviously in the right frame of mind for this and fully committed to this team, which hasn't always been the case in his recent appearances for South Africa. He drives that pleasantly down to long on as though he's taking a net, and there's another single there which takes South Africa to 167 for 2.
I'd say, Tim, I don't know what you think, but any team that can hit England for 140 off 10 overs, you're struggling to make predictions, aren't you? Especially when they've got lots of wickets in hand.
Well, this is the prototype of how they want to go about it.
That's gone aerial from Markram. Sorry, Tim. It's going to be out. Markram's given it away. A one-handed shot. Pulled out of a full-blooded drive. Took his top hand off the bottom hand off the bat, and he's just skied a gentle catch down to long off. And that is a disappointing end, and a bit of a silly little boy there, really.
Silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
Warm welcome to Tim, joining us from, is it Joburg or Cape Town, Tim?
Cape Town.
How wonderful. How is Cape Town this morning?
Sunny and warm. Summer is here, so all good.
Oh, lovely, lovely.
Apart from the seeing that dismissal, Aiden he just didn't get to the pitch, and when he didn't do that, he didn't commit. But the base is there for Clasen to make sure we get to 350.
Oh, you're going for 350, are you?
Well,
are you getting greedy after seeing what you did to England?
After what I saw Clasen do against England, yes, I think 350.
Okay.
Just a production note here, Hendo. How do I find the South Africa? I think I've got them now. That's it. Fine. I'm just getting ready for the arrival, I think, of Heinrich Clasen. Are you expecting him at the next 5, Tim?
Yes,
yeah.
He's in. Yeah.
He's there. Let's hear from him.
You think he's going to replace the cockpit or forms of the game? Then baby, you're insane. What's the guy's name? Heinrich Clasen.
Top score of 174, Henrik Clasen, in his ODI career, and he just seems to have really hit his straps in the last year. Tim, would you say he's South Africa's most improved batsman?
Yes, I would say that, and it's all down to a coaching setup that has belief in him. The talent has always been there. The coaching regimes before this one didn't quite back him, weren't quite sure what his role is. This lot back him, they're giving him a role, and he's thriving in it.
Tim, could you just remind me and listeners of the coaching setup? Who is now involved in the Brains Trust at South Africa? That ball from is drilled in quicker, but it's a single there off his bowling. Yeah, sorry, the coaching setup.
So, like you guys did with Ashley Giles, we've split things up. So, white ball, it's Bob Walter. Very seasoned individual, been around a lot in terms of South African cricket, went overseas to New Zealand and now come back. The red ball is Shukri Conrad.
Hello.
One single run there to Clasen to get off the mark. He's on one. Thanks for the prompt there, Hendo. Professional prompt.
I just wondering what was going on there.
I thought you were about to go into a Lionel Richie song there, Hendo. Hello? Is it me you're looking for?
Why are you wearing why are you very cold in the studio today?
I've only just arrived and haven't yet acclimatised, but bear in mind I've been in sunny Spain, sunny Mallorca for the last 3 weeks, so it's all a little bit chilly. Let's look at the South Africa batting to come. After Clasen, we've got Miller in at 6, Jansen at 7, who got that wonderful 70-odd, Kurtzer at 8, who can bat, Rabada at 9, Maharaj at 10, and Williams at 11. Don't know much about Williams, Tim. He's taken the place of Ngidi.
It's made our bowling a tad weaker. I'm not being disparaging about Williams, but Luke Ngidi is vital cog in the white ball setup in terms of getting wickets. Luke Ngidi is injured. Yes, and obviously Temper is still on.
It's Shoreful now back into the attack. He bowls, and that's it hits De Kock on the pad. You've got a bit of in swing, I think, there, and De Kock indicates to Clasen that the ball is swinging in. Heinrich Clasen looks more attractive without his helmet, actually. That picture on the screen showing him without his helmet. I wonder if we'll get to see him taking his helmet off today, either for celebrating a 50 or 100. He's had a absolutely wonderful year, hasn't he, with the bat, Clasen. He really impressed for South Africa in all formats. Here's Shoreful bowling left arm over at some pace, and smartly taken single there by De Kock. Maybe mid-off was a bit slow to see that coming. It's interesting, Tavid was on before with his knowledge of Bangladesh cricket, was saying that Shakib does have a tendency to switch off from time to time. Reminder of what happened when South Africa played England, in case anyone wants reminding. South Africa 399 for 7. Clasen got 109 in that match. Hendricks 85, Jansen 75 not out, and England responded with 170. Would have been a lot less if it hadn't been for some meaningless heroics from Wood and Atkinson, who got the score up to 170. But it was a crushing victory. How did you celebrate that victory, Tim, or did you? Is it
I celebrated the rugby a lot more. I've got to be honest.
Really?
Oh.
Is that just because it was it was so close, the rugby so tight?
Yes.
Yeah.
New ball. That's round the wicket, Shoreful, and that's played out by Clasen for a single. 171 for 3.
We know England is strong, but once they'd lost the first 3 wickets, I knew it was over. I knew the game was up. Whereas the rugby was a completely different story. Yes.
Well, you're inviting us to go on a rugby tangent. I'm going to decline that one. Hendo, if you fancy going down there, that's up to you. You're on your own.
I'm not a massive fan of rugby, I have to say, but I mean, I do think it would have been fun if England could have won, because everyone had completely slated them
after
coming into
the Samoa performance. Yeah, Shoreful bowls. That's leggy. It's not really what his captain wants, but there is cover down at deep square leg, and they're just going to get a single there. De Kock's not going to take many chances in the 90s. He's looking for yet another century. 94 at a runner ball, just over a runner ball, and Clasen's on to 172 for 3. South Africa. Did they win the toss today? I missed the action at the start.
Yes.
They won the toss.
Yeah.
And unlike Joss Butler, they decided to bat first, and England choosing to chase,
That was mad.
showing a lack of tactical acumen and a problem with the brains trust, Hendo. I've got to talk to you about the disintegration of England.
Well, I knew you would be talking about that. I think the last time I was on with you, you were halfway down that road. I'll break off for a moment.
Shoreful bowls short of a length, and that's eased down to deep square leg by Clasen. So we're in these middle over period now, where not going to take too many risks. Sorry, Hendo.
Yeah, I mean, people will say that you've got to look at the coach and the captain. With Joss Butler, I just feel, he was someone that was the media kept telling us before he got the role that he was such a great cricketing brain. And I have to say, I haven't seen great evidence of it, to be honest. I think that, white ball cricket, in a way, is more difficult to captain than some red ball cricket. but
Show of full, nice run up he has. That's on the spot and just tucked away by Quentin de Kock. The singles everywhere, and it looks like he's going to get to his century in ones, and then we'll have a blitz after that. That's the end of the 32nd over. South Africa 174 for 3.
Warren says, is David also doing the blue button? And Diana Patterson says, tell Dave that he needs to adjust YouTube so we can see both video people. I don't know whether Dave will be up to that. I think the bear might need to be called for that. Farong says, been distracted. No wicket since last tweet. Time to change that. Well, you did. Mog says, well then, prepare the 350 jingle. Just ideal, says Frisson, followed by Ululate.
Who was it who tweeted us about the YouTube?
That was Diana Patterson.
Diana, you'll be pleased to know that the bear has been in immediately and sorted it out. It's an amazing setup here. I asked Bear to take me through what it, sort of how to set up the studio. 40 minutes later, I had a whole bloody book of instructions. It really is an amazing setup that only the bear can really operate. Shakib, new over. It's short of a length, and another single for Quentin de Kock. He goes on to 96 now. So will he attempt to get a century with a 4? I don't think he will. I think he'll just take the singles on offer from Shakib, who he's a mercurial figure. Shakib, you always sort of feel as a Bangladesh supporter, you feel grateful when he turns out for them. But he's going to have to conjure something up here, more than he's done so far. The disintegration of England. Over to you, Hendo.
Well, it's a tricky one. Matthew Mott doesn't seem terribly inspiring, does he? But I tend to lay it more at Butler's feet, really.
Shakib, that's short, and Clasen shows what is in store for fans of his. He's absolutely smacked that one away, and I think it's gone the whole way.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
That was a lovely shot, wasn't it?
It really was.
Yeah.
The man in form.
It doesn't matter how good a bowler you are, if you're going to bowl half trackers, they need to be gone.
Almost reminiscent, actually, as you say, of Harry Brook and the way that he plays the short, slower ball really well.
This one's cut away wristily by Clasen, and they go through for a single. Yeah, Harry Brook has flattered to deceive. It didn't put a big score in, did he? Has he had a disappointing World Cup, do you think, Endo?
Well, I mean, it's disappointing from everyone's point of view if you've lost 3 out of the first 4 games, isn't it? It's difficult to say. I think he's done okay. Maybe too much expected of it. I don't know.
Oh, punched away by Quentin de Kock. He's going to get more than one here. Is this going to be a century? No, it's picked up on the boundary. This is going to go through for 2. So de Kock goes to 98 off 96 balls. And what an innings from him. Yes, the Matthew Mott. Not much talk about him, Hendo. The blame's been put on Butler. But what experience does Matthew Mott have for this job, I wonder? And how much does he know about English cricket? Hardly anything. Otherwise, you wouldn't have Carl Hopkinson as his assistant coach. Carl Hopkinson, Sussex second 11 player and the fielding coach for Sussex, is his assistant. He doesn't know anyone. Here's Shakibi bowls, and de Kock doesn't take a run there. He stays on 98, just out to the leg side. Yeah, I mean, Rob Key made a great appointment in Baz McCullum, but I think he got it wrong with Matthew Mott. I think that was clear that you need someone with a greater knowledge of cricketers in England. He's had very little input into the selection, and because he doesn't know anything about English cricket, and he has very limited experience of international men's cricket. And this is not a gender point, it's just a fact that the men's game is different from the women's game, and he has no experience really of a tournament of this nature. And one of those appointments that Rob Key probably made, after his Brendan McCullum pick, he probably thought, I can do no wrong here, I'll go for the coach of the Australia women's team. Well, you can go wrong, and he just did.
Well, what I would say though is, I don't know enough about Matthew Mott to.
Nobody does.
He's been coached. He's coached at New South Wales. He's been, he's had a reasonable playing career.
Shoreful to Clasen. Doesn't time that one, but he's going to get a single. Oh, bit of misunderstanding. Knows he's going to be out. It was a bit of a hesitation. De Kock almost run out on 98. If that a direct hit would have got him out, and there was just a bit of hesitation, lack of communication there between Clasen, who's very apologetic. Imagine running out. The guy on 98. It was stop-start, and well, lucky to be in there. De Kock has a bit of a grin about it now, but Clasen, lack of communication there.
I think it was actually Clasen who was running to the danger end there, wasn't it, in the end?
Oh, you're probably right.
No, I don't think so.
I thought that was De Kock.
Okay. Sorry, my no.
No, you're right. Hendo's always right. And Shanto kicks the earth in frustration because the direct hit would have got... No, actually, it was De Kock, because De Kock's now on strike.
It wasn't... Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I think that... Yeah. That's an all-time first. I don't think I've ever corrected Hendo on air. The best broadcaster anywhere in the world as far as I'm concerned. What a privilege to be on with Hendo. Here's Shoreful bowls, and that almost gets through De Kock. He's looking to chop it down for a single, almost chopped it onto his stumps. An air of expectation on the South Africa bench here as De Kock heading towards his century, over 300 runs in this tournament. Another good World Cup for him. He did very well in the last World Cup, if you remember. And here we are on match 23 of 45, so we just passed the halfway mark of the tournament, and here's one of the stars of the tournament poised to get a century. Tim, we're going to have to bring you on in a moment to talk about De Kock. He's Shoreful, he bowls, De Kock turns it away for single, and that's comfortable enough. He goes on to 99. Great to see Quentin De Kock back, Tim.
Yes, it is. On an earlier broadcast, I said Quentin De Kock in 2021 was a very disillusioned character. He'd had enough of the bubbles. He'd had enough of constant hotel to hotel, and he'd really become a bit heartful of the off-field things that were happening in cricket South Africa, and he was getting a bit tired, and it was affecting his performances. But this Quentin De Kock is a different character.
He's relaxed. Yeah.
He's relaxed, and he's playing with the freedom and confidence that we know he can do.
Yeah, his mind seems very clear. He seems very focused. Good intensity. That next ball is played out by Clasen to mid-wicket. There's no run. So Clasen's on strike. Bit of an anticlimax here. The crowd waiting for De Kock, who's on 99 at the other end. Clasen on 11. South Africa 186 for 3. We're in the 34th over. Clasen waits for Shoreful, who's bowling round the wicket to him. Long run up. Bowls wide of the crease. That's drilled back up to long off. No single. The fielder was pretty quick onto that, Shanto down there, and Clasen remains on 11. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that, Tim. Quentin, that's been clear to see that De Kock's mind is clear of all the distractions, and he's once again fully committed himself to South African cricket, and it's made a huge difference, hasn't it, in this tournament?
Yeah, well, he fully committed for the World Cup, and then it's cheers. But
well,
yeah, in this format. But yes, no, he's a different. He's relaxed.
Shoreful to Clasen. I doubt whether he'll be looking to take the strike, and he doesn't. He drills it to cover. There's no run. The end of the 34th over, 186 for 3. And Hendo, I think you're going to tell us about social media.
Yes, let me. Well, we seem to be up to date, unless my phone's gone a little bit.
I don't think we heard Mog was saying that Afghanistan getting to the semis will only hasten the demise of the ODI World Cup. And Mog showing a bit of cynicism here for a change. We know that he's a happy-go-lucky character, but he says, as we know, this tournament is basically a showcase for the IPL selectors. So who is in line to get a fat contract based on performances thus far? I think that's a general question to us and to the Twitterati from Mog. Who is in line to get a fat IPL contract based on performances in this World Cup? Tim, Hendo, any thoughts on that?
Well, we got at least one of them out there at the moment. I would suggest. Really, in
maybe
high
both.
Clasen.
Yeah, Clasen. Did he figure in the IPL, Tim, last year? Clasen?
I've got to admit, it's a terrible admission. I don't really watch the IPL and haven't for some years.
But could you
my
answer that
interest-
question perhaps with the aid of a digital
My-
assistant, some sort of AI app? I know you've got all the latest technology over there in Cape Town.
No, not really. My interest is more.
And this is going to be the century pushed out by Quentin de Kock. It's a new over from Shakib, and the South African players are on their feet. A lot of broad smiles. De Kock takes his helmet off. Bit of a sigh, as if to say, I've been through a hell of a lot to get to this position, and now he acknowledges the applause from this crowd. A bit of a hug, and not a hug and a kiss, but just a hug from Clasen at the other end. And we do indeed have a Centurion.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
You really can't argue with his record. 5 matches,
A Centurion.
82, averaging 82. It's Quinton Show. Congratulations to Quentin de Kock. Clasen is going to get 2. No, he's going to get 1. Quentin de Kock there with yet another century in this World Cup. What a tournament he's had.
Yeah, I was just reading. He hasn't got a World Cup 100 before, and now he's got 3 in 5 matches or something ridiculous.
Amazing.
Incredible.
Amazing what the clarity of mind that Tim just described, you know, because there's been a lot of behind the scenes rubbish, hasn't there, going on, if you don't mind me saying so, Tim. You know, nothing to do with the cricket. He takes a single here. And as you say, all that business with the taking the knee and the issues there, and you just felt that he was going to be on his way out of South Africa cricket altogether and just playing a future like J. Roy playing for the LA Wasters or whatever. But here he is back on the main stage doing a fantastic job for his country. Clasen has hit that one from Shakib as easily as you like into the stand, and it is yet another maximum. It's a smaximum. Hendo, you all know all about smaximums.
Yeah, that's not one of the. I wouldn't say that was a smaximum because it had a lot of height on it, didn't it? As well, you've got to hit it flatter than that for a pure, genuine smaximum. But he's brilliant on that shot, isn't he? He goes back to that ball and just clubs it.
Well, it's set up for him now. He's got 15 overs to make hay. That's a nice classical shot there from Clasen. Isn't it a feature of this tournament, Hendo and Tim? I'd like to run this one past you, that it's the quality players who play all formats that have generally tended to predominate in this, and those 20 over specialists, so-called white ball specialists who are in semi-retirement, have not really performed. That's forward defensive by de Kock.
I mean, if you came back to England, I just think that they've gone into this tournament without really, I don't know, thinking hard enough about it. I think other teams have caught up with them. We've got other teams that can do what England were doing over those 4 years to 2019.
But the more general point there, Hendo, about it's the 20 over, so-called 20 over specialists, those people who've sort of dropped all forms of longer form cricket, have been exposed in this tournament.
Well, to be honest, you've caught me out there. I'd have to look and sort of and have a look at that.
I'm glad to start a rousing conversation there. Talk about conversation stopper. Tim, you're considering that point.
I hadn't thought of it. I think you've got a point, but I think somebody like Trent Boult would be the exception. Trent Boult has basically said, I want to play the T20 stuff, and I think he's been outstanding for New Zealand. Not just this World Cup, but
so who was that, Tim?
Ready to come back.
Trent Boult.
Trent Boult.
Trent Boult. So I agree with your sentiment in general. I just think that somebody like Trent Boult, and maybe one or two others, there are exceptions to that being the case.
You see, Tim, I would point to Daryl Mitchell as an example of someone who plays all formats, knows how to build an innings. We've seen him perform in England in all conditions, and he's come to the party by playing proper cricket. I mean, you've got to build an innings. I mean, what was Liam Livingstone's preparation for this tournament 3 months in the gym and some power range hitting. I mean, come on.
Well, yeah, I certainly agree with you on that point. But the other thing you've got to look at, I mean, Afghanistan have been known really for, if they have done anything in the World Game, it's been for their T20 cricket, and they're actually, well, they've won 2 games against 2 big nations in this tournament by showing a certain amount of ability to build innings, and I wonder how important or how instrumental in that has been the appointment of Jonathan Trott as a coach. It seems odd that we think of Jonathan Trott as not being a one-day player. He was a certain type of one-day player, and he belongs to that generation before 2015-16. But he's actually, he's brought Afghanistan on, it would appear. They had been playing very little but T20 cricket, and now they're showing they can compete at 50 over level, and hopefully eventually they'll be able to compete at test level.
Well, indeed. I mean, talking of Jonathan Trott, of course, he wasn't the first choice for Afghanistan. The first choice coach was Graham Thorpe, and Graham unfortunately had a stroke. He's recovering well, we hear, and we send him our very best wishes. But Jonathan Trott, he's done a proper job, hasn't he? Because I think it's noticeable that the Afghanistan batsmen have played real solid cricket. They haven't just gone out and tried to smack every ball in a sort of Liam Livingstone fashion. The other player I'd single out as an example of a T20 specialist gone wrong is Jason Roy. Why he's in the squad, I don't know. Hasn't played a long form.
Travelling reserve.
He's a travelling reserve. There we go. Shows you how much I know.
I mean, he's had a very funny season.
Of his own volition, choosing not to play for Surrey, choosing not to go with the England Central contract. Yet here he is as a travelling reserve.
You kind of understand that sort of player that thinks his time is limited, or perhaps he's past his best slightly. And you can understand him looking towards different competitions.
Past his best? He's only, he's 20, isn't he 28, 29?
Jason Roy.
Now, how much older is he?
I'll have a check.
Okay, thank you.
I reckon he's 32.
32, okay, but, hardly at the tail end of his career. I mean, Hendo, you played to, 42 at the highest level?
No, I played to didn't play at the highest level, and I didn't play to anything like 42. More like 22. He's 33 now.
Right.
Jason.
33 and a third. He's a long playing record.
But he's a man who relies on his eye, doesn't he? He relies on his eye and his strength. And who knows, maybe his eye has gone a little bit at 33. I mean, not so that most people would notice, but in terms of the split seconds that cricketers require to be good, that is possible. And maybe he knows that. Maybe he thinks, I've got to make hay, for my family as.
Oh, sure. They're entitled to do that, but let's leave him out the international setup. That's one short from Shorefall. Clasen's got plenty of time to rock back and play that down to deep cover point, and they go through for single. So 15 overs to go. South Africa on 197. As we're seeing pictures on the screen of Bishan Bedi. I wonder what the connection is between Bishan Bedi and what we're seeing here today.
He passed away yesterday.
Oh, I missed that completely. What a great shame. I missed all that. Bishan Singh Bedi, 1946 to 2023. Fabulous spin bowler. Mercurial character himself. Part of that vintage India side that you must have enjoyed, Hendo, with Chandrasekhar, Prasanna, and Venkataragarvan, the 4 spinners who dominated India's bowling. Before the days of Jasprit Bumrah and the pace bowlers. I mean, they had Kapil Dev, and they had Abid Ali, but those teams of India were dominated by the 4 spinners: Venkataragarvan, Chandrasekhar, he of the deformed wrist, or what was like the unusual wrist action, and Prasanna and Bishan Bedi, who then came over and played county cricket for Northants, of course. This one is mishit by de Kock, but it's safe enough. It's going to go through for singles. So a bit of a calm after the storm, as we're now seeing sunny by night. Sunil Gavaskar on the screen. You're missing his comments, and you're missing his latest hair colour, which has gone blacker than black. He's got, I mean, I know he uses Grecian 2000, but it's making him look like a 2,000-year-old Grecian.
Fair point. Yeah, it's a lot of experience. Well, I was going to say a lot of test caps in that group of Sean Pollock, Sonny, and Mark Nicholas. But of course, Mark Nicholas never did play a test, did he?
Sorrowful. No, despite having all the credentials and all the initials, MCJ Nicholas. How could he not have played a test match with those initials and with his bearing? He did captain the England A side, I think, which is always a mixed blessing. 199 for 3 South Africa, having won the toss today. 14 overs after this to go. Score predictor of 338 on the screen. That would be a stretch, I think, for Bangladesh. But Tim, you must be sitting pretty in Cape Town.
It's strange to be a Protea fan and be so relaxed. It's a strange feeling.
Tim, where can we hear you when you're not on Gorilla these days? Sorrowful plays, and that's on the back foot by De Kock. They're going to take easy, comfortable 2 here.
You won't really hear me anywhere particularly. I'm doing a sort of a bit of domestic cricket commentary, but yeah. Otherwise,
100 runs and then some more, hitting an impressive score. All the fans, they scream for more. Double century batting man.
That's 201. The 200 is up, Tim. Sorry to cut you off there. Sorrowful bowls.
Nice.
And that's played out nicely by De Kock. It's beaten the man at mid-wicket. It's going to go for... No, there's a cover out. There's a fielder covering that on the boundary, and they're going to run through for 2. But certainly the first fielder there dived over it. It was nicely, sweetly timed by De Kock. So we're not hearing you too often, and...
Well, I'm a terrible salesman. I couldn't sell anything. I do a weekly South African podcast.
What's the name of that? Where can we find that?
It's on Twitter. Or X as it's now known. So at Full Quota Pod. You follow me there and you'll get all the links and the updates. We've been doing preview for the World Cup. So yesterday we did a preview with Tarvid about this game, and if you want to watch that episode, there's plenty of information which Tarvid goes into in terms of Bangladesh perspective, not just for this game, but for the whole World Cup. And I would say it was a good chat. So yeah, that's a lot of what I do is the podcast. I do a bit of writing, but the writing is sporadic at the moment.
Pete has been on from Southsea, one of the Hampshire fans that we have, Hendo, which might interest you. He wants to know whether my reference to my Sussex membership means that I'm planning to rejoin now that Rob Andrew has left. Yes, I will be rejoining a Martlet's membership, Hendo, which get £100 gets you into every county championship match.
How bad is it?
Can I invite you down to watch Day's county championship next year at Hove in the deck chairs?
Certainly can. Yeah, certainly in a deck chair. Absolutely,
great.
Yes.
Would it have to be against Surrey?
No, not at all.
Because we're not in the same division. You're going to wait a long time for that. Clasen plays out to cover, and there's no run. Yeah,
I mean, I always like a day out at Hove. Haven't been to Hove for probably about 15 years, actually. I used to get a lot of games down there in the T20 Blast when I was at the Times doing stuff for them, and I saw a lot of Luke Wright. That's what I can tell you. A lot of Luke Wright, and also quite a bit of Michael Lum at Hampshire. An average of 80. I'll come to some tweets which I've been neglecting in a minute.
Yeah, well, you've got time for that because it's just a single gently jogged by Clasen. 204 for 3 South Africa.
Yeah, Cricket Blitherment says, "Don't worry, Tim, you're not the only one who doesn't really follow the IPL. There's probably quite a lot of us who will follow it if we have to, for professional reasons." Leah says, "An average of 80. I think this is talking about Mark Wood. His co-unit is averaging 150 in this World Cup. 150. Yeah, he's having a good World Cup, isn't he?"
One of the Indian supporters there holding up a placard, Hendo, saying to Koch, "Please don't retire after this World Cup."
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be swayed by that one banner, do you?
No.
I mean, if there was a campaign, if people walked through the streets Maybe, but I don't think on the basis of one homemade banner.
That it's going to go for a single. Is it off the leg? Maybe possible leg by. Sorry, Henno, please continue.
Yeah, only a couple more to come. Farong says, without checking, I'm pretty certain Clasen plays for Sunrisers Hyderabad. Could be wrong. I'll go and have a look and see what his IPL record is, actually. I can get some details on that.
Thank you, Henno.
Come back to you on that then. Cricket Blytherman says, cue the Gary jingle about a dubious point with hyperbolic conviction, but this was 6 minutes ago, so I don't know which of our
Was that my hyperbolic point about T20 specialists being found out in this tournament? That's drilled down. A man at long off is going to stop that, but it was nicely, sweetly struck by Clasen, who moves on to 23, and South Africa 206 for 3.
And I think we've got I don't know what show this was about. Apropos of runouts. Any thoughts on Kohli's barbecuing of Sky last night? That wasn't last night. It was a couple of days ago, wasn't it? Run out. We got a run out right at the end, if I'm not mistaken. Anyone help me out here?
Yeah, I can't recall it. I sort of remember it, but I can't really recall. I can't. I'm afraid. Can't offer any in-depth analysis on that one.
Well, I can tell you that Heinrich Clasen actually has an IPL 100.
Thank you, Henno. This one is drilled by Clasen. It bounces awkwardly, but the fielder does well there to parry it. And it's actually the Fizz who's come back into the attack. Mustafiza, the Fizz, is back into the attack. And if you like, we could give him a little one of these.
Go as hard as anyone can. You'll get a lot of wickets. But you're out of the
207 for 3. We're in last ball now of the 37th over, so we can go back to Hendo for all your tweets. Tell us what you think of this World Cup, who your fancy is. Hendo's waiting for your tweets. That's played away easily by Clasen down to the boundary for a single. The end of the 37th over. South Africa are 208 for 3.
Well, I've kind of given up on England making the semi-finals. I think that's the only sensible thing to do for one's mental health. I would love to see a New Zealand-South Africa final, but I fear we'll see an India-Australia final. That's my way of looking at it, which is a bit boring, but I really can't see. Australia, I think, have had their bad days already in this tournament, but they've done enough to still be in the picture, and India are just seem to be streets ahead in both bowling and batting, really. So I think a lot depends on what we end up with as a match-up for the semi-finals. How the top 4 finish, in what order they finish. But I would like to see a South Africa v New Zealand final. Of course, that would be an echo of the Rugby World Cup final as well, wouldn't it?
Indeed, it would. I know which one I would prefer, but I'll get lots of hate mail from South African Twitter.
You will see South Africa cricket do well at cricket.
Much rather have cricket. Much rather have cricket.
Mahady Hassan Miraz.
New bowler, Mahady Hassan Miraz. He fires that one down the leg side. It's gone round the corner. There's a man at short fine leg. There's no run. A thoughtful looking Shakib Al Hussain. How's he going to keep the runs down here and juggle his bowlers? He's bowled 8 overs for 47. He's only got 2 more left. Miraz has got 2 more. He opened the bowling. He's a spinner, off spinner, I think. 8.1 overs, 1 for 35. Bit of disagreement about the field here, but they've reached agreement now. 208 for 3. We're in the 38th over. Clasen. That's way down the leg side. That's pretty filthy. Would you say, Hendo? Is that the right word?
Absolutely. That's a huge wide, isn't it? I mean, I know we get lots of questionable wides down the leg side, very close to the legs of the batsman, but that was way down. Well done, Raheem. To take
Indeed. That's also down the leg side. That's going to be another wide. Of course, in league cricket now, Hendo, lots change. Any ball down the leg side in top divisions is considered to be a wide. Anything down the leg. Yes.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Wow, a lot of things are ridiculous. Like cricket bags on wheels, for example.
Well, that's just too much.
Terraline trousers. Here's Miraz round. That's also filth, and Clasen will be. You think he might have missed out there. He's going to get 2, but he could have put that literally anywhere. And in fact, he only got single. Clasen 24 to Cox at the other end on 106. The onslaught surely is about to happen, and we're going to see a torrent of boundaries, I would predict, and a score of over 350 is what I would go for if I was a betting man.
If you were a betting man, Dave, yeah, but I know that you eschew all games of that sort. I know you won't be drawn into that.
Top racing this afternoon, Hendo, at Exeter. That might tempt me to put a couple of pennies on, but it's only going to be pennies, not pounds. Miraz bowls flat batted by De Kock. That gets through extra cover, and that's going to go all the way. This is one of the boundaries I was predicting, and it really is. That was all along the floor. In fact, it was a 4 to the floor. And I have to say, it was quite a super shot.
You wonder whether maybe Bangladesh might have bowled him through when they had him going well.
Miraz, this is mishit. This is going to be out. No, he gets away with it. He gets away with it. It was another short ball. It was slightly slower, and that might have done for De Kock, who played. Did he reverse? Was it a reverse?
Reverse.
Oh, he deserves to go. Anyone that plays that sort of shot. People playing it in club cricket really annoys me.
An extraordinary amount of dismissals to that shot at this World Cup.
Of course. Well, it's not extraordinary, is it? It's a crap shot.
Yeah, but when it's
very few people can play it, and can play it well. I hate seeing it in club cricket. You get youngsters coming out with the reverse sweep. This one, he backs away. He's hit it over the top of cover. He's looking for the boundary, but he finds the fielder at deep point. That's a 50 partnership between De Kock on 20 and Clasen on 26. South Africa having won the toss in this match against Bangladesh, 217 for 3. De Kock is on 111. Clasen is on 26. And this ball is played mistily by De Kock. No run there, straight to the fielder at just behind cover point. End of the 38th over. South Africa are 217 for 3. Hendo.
Yeah, just it reminded me of something I was thinking of earlier. I know you're saying it's a crap shot, but earlier Quinton de Kock played a really good one that went for 6, and it travelled 67 metres. I mean, a reverse sweep travelling 67 metres over the boundary edge is quite something. And it did make me think how many people in club cricket these days play the reverse sweep. Yes. I mean, it barely registered by the time I'd stopped playing seriously. But I'm wondering in reasonable standard club cricket whether you get a lot of it. I would think not, because I suspect that the pitches are so slow that it's hard to get pace on the ball unless you're a really adept at playing that shot.
Yeah, I've seen so many people get out to it, and they just play normal cricket. De Kock's he's just moved to his highest score in World Cup cricket. As Hendo just told us, he didn't score a century in the last World Cup, but he's got 3 now, and this is the biggest of the 3 in this tournament. 3 centuries. How many players have scored 3 centuries in a World Cup? Fizz bowls to him. He bowls to Clasen, and Clasen just sort of chops that one down to deep cover point for a single. It's a pretty unequal battle at the moment, I would say. Tomorrow's game, Australia, Hendo's pick, are in action. And who are they playing tomorrow? They're playing the Netherlands, who must be high on cricket at the moment.
Well, it's great to see what they've done. Actually, I mean, they're not getting slaughtered in any games, are they? I mean, they've won that game against South Africa, but they've been moderately competitive in the other games, and that's what you want to see from these teams, as they get better.
Absolutely. Now that is flayed away down to long on by De Kock. It was a decent shot, showing that his intent. That he's going to really start going for it now. There's only going to be 11 overs after this one. Looking at the table, you've got India on top, played 5, won 5. New Zealand played 5, won 4, are in second place. South Africa in third at the moment. They will go joint second. Australia played 4, won 2, lost 2. So they've got some ground to make up if they're going to make the semis. But Pakistan and Afghanistan are the next in line. England holding up the table. That one goes through to Clasen and there's no run. I think England were at the bottom. It's been given a wide. It's been signalled a wide by who's the umpire there? Erasmus, yeah. Clasen on 27, Cock 112. Yeah, it has been heavily sort of skewed towards the host nation there. Even money now with most bookmakers. And that's nicely timed by Clasen. Fielder down on deep extra covers, been pretty busy. And Clasen moves on to 28. Sam Badry in the commentary box for the official host broadcaster. And an as yet unidentified female holding the World Cup. Who would that be? Anyone? Who's in the one? I think she's one of the main commentators in Pakistan or India.
I would imagine India because there aren't too many Pakistan journalists and the like getting visas.
And that's played away nicely by de Kock. He finds the gap there. It was a slower ball, but he waited for it, hit it through, and what can you say other than, well, one of these. I must apologise again for my non-appearance yesterday, Hendo. I know I'm getting a bad press over that. I had to go to Bristol car park to retrieve my car. They wanted £569 for me to remove my car.
Is that where you'd left it when you went to Spain?
Yeah, from the long-term car park. I paid them 90, but they still want a further 260. We agreed on a figure of £350. One that's gone out to the cover boundary just for a single. South Africa 226 for 3. Yeah, I was intending to go to Mallorca for 3 days to play a cricket match against Palmer. And unfortunately, I lost my passport, which was careless. It was stolen, amongst a number of other things in my possession. And it'd be interest you to know, Hendo, that life is a lot more difficult for the British traveller now that we've left the European Union. Does that surprise you?
No, not entirely, no.
Fizz, Clasen plays that one, not really striking it that well. Goes to mid-wicket and there's 1 run. Big shout out to the cricket team at Palma de Mallorca. They've just bought a plot of land, Hendo, and they're looking to raise £70,000 to fix it up, get the ground sorted and the pavilion. And I wish them all the best for that, because it'd be good to have. It'd be great for visiting teams. It'd be a lovely place to play cricket. I can imagine a lot of touring sides would like that. It could also be a good one for, counties pre-season or whatever.
Absolutely. And let me get through a few tweets.
Yes, please.
Leah says, regarding that run out involving Virat Kohli, I thought it was Sky's fault. There just wasn't a single there, and it was Kohli's call as he was running to the danger end. Morg says, I'd love to see an India-Pakistan final, which Pakistan win, and India then invades, followed by a brief but telling nuclear exchange. You don't really I mean, what's going on in the world? We don't really need a nuclear exchange as well. Morgan Hauptfleisch says, thanks for the great commentary, as always, looking for a more entertaining game. Looking for a more entertaining game. Namibia plays Zimbabwe in a T20 today here in Windhoek.
Windhoek?
Windhoek.
Where's Windhoek?
Windhoek. It's pronounced Windhoek.
Oh.
Windhoek. Sorry, I do apologise. Mod comes back and says, any chance you could use your dark powers to get me a long price winner at Melbourne or Sydney this weekend, Dave?
I can try and get you on at Cheltenham, where the jump season is just getting underway. I can get you on at Cheltenham for sure. Newbury also racing this weekend. Not sure about Melbourne or Sydney. I haven't got the form figures, but it is all in the form. Tim, what about your plans after the World Cup? We're talking about de Kock's plans. What have South Africa got to look forward to? They're not playing many Test matches. I know that much.
No, we're not. But we are playing a series against India.
Oh,
so it's a busy summer, but in terms of who we play, but not in terms of fixtures as such.
New bowler into the attack. It's this man.
He is candid and left-handed, but not standard. Countermanded and was remanded, just reprimanded, was cancelled.
And that series is always good for our coffers.
When is that series kicking off, and what's the format of that series?
So it's all three, I believe. I think it's all three.
This one's dropped short. Got to interrupt you there, Tim. It's been pulled away very, very dismissively, with a certain amount of contemptuous ease there, and well, it's 60-15.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you 60 thing, you 60 thing, you. I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you 60 thing.
That 6 from Clasen is enough to get some applause from De Kock, who knows a thing or two about how to score runs, yeah?
It wasn't really a pull shot, it was more a force off the back foot, but it was so well timed and so strongly hit. It's an extraordinary shot.
So Hassan, a rude introduction to him. This one is clubbed away. And that's going to go for 4. Pretty poor effort from the lanky bowler down there, Shoreful, who could have done more to stop that. But as it is, he's been hit one more time. It was another 4. So this is tough work now for Hassan. He's come into the attack at a critical point, and he's gone for 10 in his first 3 balls. And Clasen is clearly going to target him, and I wonder how many runs they're going to see off this over.
Hassan's got to stop bowling short. If he goes for 6 full,
This one
that's
is full, and he gets away with it, a dot ball, but his figures 0 for 32 off 2.3 overs. So
he bowled 2 overs earlier that were quite expensive. I'm surprised that, seeing as how Shakib has used 7 bowlers, I'm surprised he's gone back to Hassan here.
Well, Shakib's captaincy is full of surprises. Tavi was saying earlier, he sort of switches off a lot. You know, he's not really fully on it. Well-run single by Clasen. Last 12 balls have gone for 21, so the acceleration is on here. And after this ball, there'll be 10 overs to go of the innings. 238. Will they get 100 off the last 10? That's the sort of expectation. They might get more than that. Certainly with Miller to come in, Jansen, Kurtzer.
Yeah, I mean, it's the potential is high. That's to say, I mean, I said a little over 300 some time ago. I think it's going to be a bit more than that.
Hendo, I've got to give you a shout out. Great coverage of the tournament. The only place I could listen to the coverage of the World Cup well out in Spain was Guerrilla Cricket. Fantastic coverage, Hendo, from you and the team.
Well, it has to be Tony and Bear, really. I haven't done too much this time.
Oh, typical modesty from Hendo. De Kock drives that to extra cover. Yeah, shout out to the Wrangler, Tony Bishop, and the Bear at the Brains Trust here at Sydenham Towers, home of Guerrilla Cricket. Hendo, back to you for some Twitterati action.
Yeah, Cricket Blitherment says, very much looking forward to us losing to the Netherlands. That will be deeply entertaining. Now, when he says looking forward, presumably he's Australian, although he says he's in Antarctica. Which
Definitely Australian, Hendo, yes.
Oh, is he? Okay, fair enough.
That's on tomorrow.
Clifford AFC says, let me try it. I don't know what that's all about. Maybe it's trying tune in to get us. And Frong says, just fishing for a wicket. Yeah, nothing doing really. Since we lost Markram, and we got a change in the box, have we not?
It's the big 3. We're back.
The big 3.
The big 3. I suppose you could say the big 3 in every sense. I don't know.
Well, at least we've all got beards, unlike Tony Bishop, who's bloody deserted the team.
Can't get rid of a beard. My wife is desperately says she threatens to come and cut mine off in my sleep.
Oh, she won't like what she sees underneath.
Well, exactly. That's what I tell her, but she doesn't believe me.
I think Bangladesh are in incredible danger here. There is no reason why they can't score 150 in the next 10 overs. So
well, they need to get Clasen out, and they need wickets, don't they? Mr. Fazur, the Fizz starts his 7th over, and it's just defended out in the offside. There ain't no run. The last wicket to fall was a long time ago. That was Markram. And Clasen is a dangerous, dangerous man if he gets in. He's a guy you really do have to get early, because if he does hang about, he is a biffer of a ball. As we're seeing now. Go on.
He's more than a biffer. I mean, those are good quality shots.
Oh yeah. I know, but he's extraordinarily strong. He's a big bloke. He's got the power. If he doesn't quite get it right, is that when it's hauled round square on the leg side by Quinton de Kock, he'll get a single.
I almost feel like de Kock needs to get out now, because it's been in so long, he's going to be pretty knackered. Somebody with some more energy, and given that the hitters they've got.
Well, and the other thing is that if Quinton de Kock doesn't keep, of course, the backup keeper is Clasen. And if they're both out there and both suffering from heat exhaustion, they got, well, I suppose Miller, but you don't really want him as your keeper. Fizz comes in, third ball of the over, 241 for 3 in the 41st over. 2 de Kock, who's a slower ball, and he pulls that contemptuously out to the boundary. 4 more runs, and the score just keeps rattling along.
2 + 2 is on man. 2 + 2 is on man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Messi, I think you make a good point there about Quinton de Kock, because earlier in the tournament he was interviewed, and or even before the tournament, he said ODI cricket, he finds ODI cricket quite tiring in general.
Well, if he insists on staying out on the pitch, of course he does.
Indeed. So I think I think you're right, because he's. I mean, that was a good shot, obviously, but he is looking a little bit on his last legs.
Well, he is, but he keeps getting given full tosses. That's another full toss down the leg side. This time he can't get full. Probably get back for 2. No, they decided just to take the 1 as he hoiked it down behind square for 1 run.
So I can let you know the temperature has dropped by 1 degree while they've been batting to 30.6, but the humidity has increased to 70% now.
Oof, that's
so it's got to be
horrible.
incredibly draining.
Massively.
That's harsh. That is very harsh. It's
Exactly.
the humidity that kills you, isn't it? Basically,
of course it
not
does.
the heat.
Yeah.
You can't breathe, can you, in that sort of humidity? And I imagine the atmosphere is really shit as well, with all the pollution. Cut by the Fizz out to, cut by Clasen off the Fizz out to deep point. Cover. Single.
What was the game? What was the game the other day when fog descended from the?
That was a Dharamshala, but it was probably a cloud. It wasn't actually fog, you know.
Just a very big cloud.
That's what
At a very
cloud
low level.
fog
Yeah,
is.
well,
Fog
exactly.
is clouds.
But what is it? 3,000 feet above sea level or whatever it is, in the foothills of the Himalayas. It's not really that surprising.
More than that, yeah.
Yeah, that was the India game. I was hoping they were going to be denied a point in that game.
That was cut 9 square for a single.
It's
Well, someone's got to beat them. They've got to, got to be putting the pressure somewhere, haven't they?
I think someone will beat them. I just think it's a case of when. And,
Yes.
it depends whether. I mean, England could quite easily, but we don't know. And England team may turn it around, and even if they don't qualify, they may pick up a couple of 2 or 3 good wins. But
Exactly. Scupper someone else's chances, which is always a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, yes, especially if it's Australia.
Yeah, well, that's who I'm thinking of especially, yeah. We can't scupper South Africa now, can we? We just got battered by them.
Well,
Cricket Blitherman says, whoever's on socials, that's me now. Please tell Messi I nearly died of laughter when he read out Jay Grover's tweeted about Tony Bishop's lack of beard. I don't know if you heard it yesterday, but Jay saw Tony without a beard and just went, "No, where Tony's beard? Where? No, burn the witch." He was so shocked. It was a shocking sight.
Cut hard. Shoreful back in for his 7th over. It's cut by de Kock out to deep cover. They move within 1 run of 250. They've still got 9 overs left, and they've got some big hitters. I mean, Clasen followed by David Miller next, I presume.
Yes.
So they've got some guys certainly got some people who can finish.
I mean, to give you an idea, in the game against England after 41 overs, they were 264 for 5. So there were 2 more wickets down and only 16 runs ahead.
Yeah.
And they ended on 399. So
Yeah,
yeah.
it could be painful. England did bowl like a drain at the end. Woody is particularly
Yeah.
smashed back down the ground by Clasen. Can't beat the man at long off, but that will bring up to 250. 250 for 3 after 41.2 overs. The cock is 126 of 121. And they always take the score off, so I can't get the next man in. Arnott Clasen is 42 off 31.
Do we not have a 250 jingle now?
Oh, we do have a 250 jingle, you know. Where is it? There we go.
250, 250, 250. 250, 250, 250.
A lot of thought went into that one, eh, Mog? That's heaved at by the cock. Gets an under edge that goes down towards a very fine leg, and it'll be 4 runs. I love it though.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, does what it says on a tin, really.
Yeah. I do like some of the simplest jingles, the ones that made me laugh. The one that says 4 FOR just makes me chuckle every time. Ah, sorry.
It's okay. Shoreful, he's been reasonably okay. Oh, that's between the legs of Quinton de Kock, so it won't be a wide. It was going down leg side. See, the Cock's top doesn't look like it's dripping with sweat, although it's stuck to his body. Maybe it's just the material that doesn't make it look as wet. But on Sunday, I think it was Rassie van der Dussen's top, and he'd only been out there for about half an hour. He just looked like he'd been drenched in water.
Well, you know, there are different types. There's Prince Andrews, and then there's the rest of us.
Yeah. Of course. Oh, well, as the Cook never sweated. It's probably bad for you. That's heaved into the leg side. That's going to give it all the way. That is indeed way back into the stand. Short, down the leg, gets what it deserves, which is being humped over the leg side for 6 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6.
Good shot, Paul Ball. Yeah. You all right, Hendo?
Yeah, Kieran.
Have you fallen asleep on me?
I'm just trying to get something out of my pocket.
Ah.
My back pocket.
Oh, the porn bot is listening.
Timber looks okay today, by the way. That's driven up to long off, and there's no wrong. Was it just a tummy bug with him? It'll be a single.
Temba Bavuma.
Yeah, because he missed the last game against England because he was ill, supposedly. But he is a skipper, and he's not back in the side today. So is he
No,
still
well,
ill?
I mean, Hendricks came in and did well, didn't he?
Yeah.
That was the thing. I don't think you leave your captain out, but yes, it would have been a tricky decision if he is fully fit, yeah.
Well, he's played 2 games and he's done all right. He'll get himself a medal if they win, you know.
That's the main thing. Got to get your medals.
4th on the highest scores for this World Cup 2023 is Quinton de Kock now, 137, 140 for Dawood Milan, 152 for Devon Conway, and 163 for David Warner. Considering Dawood Milan's 3rd on the table, you think England will be doing all right, but no, they're not. I knew Rizwan's on there.
Only one, isn't he?
Well, Rizwan's on there, 131. They lost to Afghanistan yesterday. Afghanistan have definitely thrown a few spanners in a few people's works.
Well, they've played well. I mean,
yeah.
you know, come on.
Yeah.
You know, this is the thing. They've not been fluky wins. I mean, the win over England was by a reasonable margin, and then they played incredibly sensible cricket to win against Pakistan.
Yeah, they did. Well, I mean, they did what they needed to do, didn't they? They didn't lose early wickets, and they got off to a quick start. It was poor bowling and poor fielding by Pakistan that let them get away, to be fair. But having got that, once you get that base, they got the runs under 6 and over. They were always going to be in with a shout. And as you say, they timed it very well, and they won.
Yeah.
I think that's the
Kieran
highest ever
Roseblade's a hard
chase.
taskmaster. Sorry. Kieran Roseblade's a hard taskmaster. He says, oh no, elite level sportsman gets a bit tired whilst doing his massively overpaid job. Grow up, Quinton. Well, Quinton's actually getting some treatment for his dehydration at the moment. He's feeling it.
It looks like he's got cramp in an arm as well, though, or his hand,
Yeah.
because he's getting some treatment on his kind of forearm and his hand. I think it might have seized on him.
Kieran also says this game is so over. All we can hope for now is some quick wickets from South Africa when they bowl, and it'll be over quickly. And Mog just says, "Come on, Clasen, get the lead out."
Well, actually, I want a heap of collapse. I want a close game. I want Bangladesh in this. I want them to get some wickets and to haul South Africa back to something like just over 300.
That 250 jingle incited some comment. Kieran, Ravenite FC said that jingle is ingeniously simple, to which Mog said, "You don't pay me enough to think about jingles."
Well, that's true.
And Kieran said, "At least you put your fee per jingle into that last one."
Well, yeah.
Normal fee applies.
Well, if they go along currently, they'll get 311.6 or get 309. The only way that that's going to happen is if they take some wickets. Shaki's got 2 left and he's going to bowl 1. And that I don't think was a wide. Is it going to be given as a wide? I wouldn't give it as a wide. No, please. That was just inside the line umps. But it's been given as a wide.
I think I misidentified the umpire earlier as Erasmus, purely because I could only see his shape.
That pitched on the line. Well, that's an attempted hoik over the leg side. Gets it a little bit wrong. Goes back down the track after hitting it into his foot for a single. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Seems to be got a big smile on his face. It's not Menon. No, it's not Menon.
Check it out.
Tossed up, smash back over the top. That's going to be the 100 partnership for these two as Quinton de Kock smashes that straight back over the bowler's head for 6 runs. The partnership's 101 off 74, 268 for 3, and we'll give that one of these.
I should tell you that accompanying Joel Wilson out there is Ashan Raza.
Right.
Pakistani umpire.
I'm going to give him a visa. That smashed into the leg side. Is it going to be out? No, it's not. It's found a gap out at deep mid wicket, straightish deep mid wicket. But there's a guy out at Cow. He didn't get all of it, and it'll be 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I think he caught that a little bit on the toe end. Maybe he got it square. He was intending actually to his benefit. He's in line to go past Davey Warner here as the highest scorer in the tournament.
Well, he's on 147 and that's 150. No, yes. Ooh, just over the man at deep square leg. Thought he got more of that, but that's a big 6. Quinton de Kock moves on to 153 of 129 deliveries. A fantastic innings by Quinton de Kock. This is his 3rd century of this World Cup. And South Africa moved to 278 for 3 after 42.4 overs. We do have a jingle for a milestone of 150. It's the same one I've used for the runs, but here you go. And his next ball, he slams over the top of extra cover, and it's going to be 4 more. This over has been extraordinarily expensive from Shakib. There's 2 6s and 2 4s in this over. Oh dear, oh dear. Consequently,
he's only been any good since I said he should get out.
Well, yeah.
He's discovered how to score runs without running. That's the key.
Well, that's the key. He's had the electrolytes. They gave him that when he was getting his treatment. Gives you a little bit of energy for a little while. Probably loads of glucose. Knocks out on the leg side, steals the strike. 6, 4, 6, 6. What was that? So it's 12, 21 plus a wide. 22 off that over. Oh dear, oh dear.
Jesus. Farong says the BRU score predictor has broken down. Last score was way too much, or similar in the transition from Bangla to English. Pornbot says actually it's the lack of oxygen to the brain that kills you, Hendo. Click Blitherman says I do like the Aussie habit of the voice getting higher towards the end of the sentence appearing in that 250 jingle. Josie Oak says Mog's jingles have all the lyrical depth of the Spice Girls. Mog will be very pleased to hear that. I have no doubt.
That's too much lyrical depth for him, I'm sure.
And Cricket Blitherman says, oh dear, you're going to awaken the porn bot. Could have been any number of things that awaken the porn bot.
Indeed. The sun is going down, the lights are coming on. It's getting more and more humid. That one is edge this time. Another 4 for Quinton de Kock. Straight through about first or second slip. Races off down towards the boundary for another 4 runs. Can't be asked to play jingles anymore. There's too many of them.
Hey, we'll send Mog around to whip you.
Okay. That would have been 5 in a row. The last 10 balls have gone for an awful lot of runs. 3 6s, 4 4s. In there, that short wide smash straight back past Sharaful. Could have been a catch, but he got scared, and instead he ducked, which is kind of the wise thing to do. Although that probably would have been more danger to him because he turned his back on it, and it wasn't far from him. It's been smashed down the ground. That was hard. It's 4 more runs.
There was no way he was ever going to catch that. That would have killed him if he did.
That nearly did kill him. That nearly smashed his head in. It was a slower ball. That was brutal. And a big puff of the cheeks from Shaki.
I was just looking for the highest individual scores in World Cup scores. Martin Guptill 237, Chris Gale 215 against Zimbabwe. Gary Kirsten, one of the slowest and boring cricketers ever to grace the field, although a very good one. 188 not out against the UAE in 96.
That's against the UAE.
Yeah.
That's driven out up to long off, and that'll be a single. Is that a 150 partnership? They were showing up as something earlier about the partnership was coming up, but they've since given up on that, I think.
Well, it does mean that Quinton de Kock is the highest scorer of this tournament so far. Which is anything that pushes David Warner out of a leading position is good by me.
Well, yeah. Indeed. What's he on now then? 167, of course, he did overtake Davey Warner. Crikey.
This partnership's only 125 so far.
Okay. I got something wrong there. Maybe it was a 100 partnership that came up. I did that one. It's obviously there's been a lot of runs since then. I'm losing track. Clasen's got large now. Fuck me, that's enormous. It's gone on to nearly the top tier. But Clasen's just picked that up, deposited it over cow corner. It's 6 more runs. They're closing in on 300. This is looking much like it did on Saturday.
And the trouble is, I mean, looking back to that game on Saturday, you could say that England had players who could, on their day, chase that.
Yes.
But I don't think Bangladesh don't have anyone like that, do they?
No, they don't. That's the problem. That's full and chunked out. Finally, it's only going to be 1. It's chunked out to cover by Harnik Clasen, who gets on to 50 with that single. 50 off just 34 deliveries. South Africa on 299 for 3. It's all going very, very swimmingly for them.
74 from the last 5 overs.
It's not one of those.
Don't stop just cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done. Ooh, don't look back.
That's hit back down the track. They're going to run for the single as Quinton de Kock hit that very straight, hit it into the stumps at the other end. Clasen went back to sort of think, and Sharaful went across to try and field it and do something, but in the end they got through for the single, and that brings up the 300 for South Africa. 300 for 3 with 6 overs left. It's only in the 44th over. 168 off 135 for de Kock. And Clasen is 50 off 34. Well done them. We've got a jingle for that too, haven't we? And we only played the 251 about, how many balls ago? We played the 251 not that long ago. It was only about 2 or 3 overs ago.
300 runs. It's 300 runs. Because the way they were batting, their batting was smashing. Oh, it's 300 runs.
Oh, look at that. That's artistically beautiful.
So it took 16 balls to go from 250 to 300.
Wow. It's less than 3 overs.
Jeez.
That's incredible. Yeah, we need a 400 plus. We almost got to play the 400 jingle, didn't we, at the in the last game?
Well, that could still happen here.
It still could happen. Well, that'd be, if they get 100 runs off the last 6, that's it. It'd be brutal. It's pretty much what they did against us, Andy. To be fair.
Yeah,
the fizz is in, and that one's smashed. Is it going to be caught? No, it's not going to be caught. It's going to be 4 more runs, though, as that goes down to deep backward square leg.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Has there ever been? No, there has been World Cup 200s clearly, because Martin Guptill's got 200 and whatever was the highest World Cup score,
I'm
as you
just talking
said.
about it a moment ago,
exactly.
but you're not listening.
I know, I was listening. I was just thinking, has there been a 200? And then I was thinking, oh yes, Endo mentioned it like literally about
There've been
5 minutes ago.
Been two.
When did Guptill get that then?
That was 2015, wasn't it? It was against the West Indies, I think, at Wellington. If I remember correctly, yeah.
So he must have gone past Warner now, hasn't he?
Yeah, he went past Warner a while ago.
Yeah, I did mention that a few minutes ago as
Yeah.
well, Messi. I mean, I'm glad to hear that you guys are listening to what I say.
I was there. Yeah. So that one's cut.
He was going to go past Warner.
No, he'd gone past him.
Yeah, cut down towards the short third man. I'll get a single. And the problem is, being out in this heat and getting battered for this, exactly that. It must mentally just fry you, I reckon.
Oh, yeah.
Which is again why England should have battered on Saturday. But hey,
You have mentioned that.
I've mentioned that a few times. Yeah. 34 balls for Honnet Clasen. Kusel Mendes has the fastest 50 in this World Cup at 25 deliveries.
I like Kusel Mendes.
Yeah, I
like
do as well.
When he's in full flow.
I just hope he doesn't fly. What he's bound to fire against us, isn't he?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Probably get 200 and 120 balls against us. The fizz is in. It's a cross Clasen who sticks his arse out and punches it back with a square. The fielder is at deep cover. He does get around though, and they'll come back for 2. I mean, he couldn't come out to field on Saturday because he was so dehydrated.
Yeah.
And he actually got his 100 off 62 balls or something in that game. So it's not like he did an awful lot of running. He did an awful lot of smashing, and was still.
No, and actually, you can get through. You can get a very good score these days without having to do too much running.
Well, exactly, and in this kind of heat, you don't really want to run that much either, do you? Really, the fizz is going to come in. It's in the block hole. It's driven by Clasen. Good timing, but not enough on it to trouble any fielders, apart from the one in the deep that it goes to for a single. And this over's already gone for 8 with 2 balls left. Every over's going for at least 10 at the moment.
They're taking a long time to bowl these overs as well, aren't they? Because they're having to fetch the ball the whole time.
Now that I can relate to.
Yeah, indeed.
I actually think they're not doing bad with the time, because we've got 5 overs after this and we haven't got to 1 yet. And normally by this time it's about 1:15 and you're looking for a
we have had 3
finish.
spinners bowling though, haven't we?
Yeah, well, Drew, the fizz bowls that. That's not a wide for me, inside the blue line. The umpire doesn't give it.
Good decision.
Very good decision.
Josie Oak is like you, Hendo, misidentifying the umpire, but he says he thought it was Sue Redfern at first from the back. He does look like her. Clickett Rhythm says the bear being whipped, paging the Pornbot. The Pornbot's got a pole for us. I'll deal with after this ball.
Oh God, the Pornbot's got a pole. Jesus. The fizz in. Last ball is just defended square on the offside. They'll scoot through for an easy single. 9 off the over, and South Africa move on to 309 for 3. Go on in, Messi.
The Pornbot says, I'm doing a market survey ahead of opening my Sydenham S&M parlour. What services would you be most likely to use? Scouse waterboarding, angry rant from a womble, smothered by a naan, or being hung from a door. There you go.
Hung from a door, obviously.
I know. I think an angry rant from a womble would be fun. It is S&M after all.
Just 5 overs left in this game.
Actually hit his target market because somebody's replied who's promoting an OnlyFans site. Dear God. And over on YouTube there's lots and lots of talk. Mog says, geez, I do a jingle in a dead language and I get donuts. I do a straightforward one and I get Spice Girls.
Yeah, well, I would say there's lots and lots of you chatting on YouTube, but none of you are super chatting. That's what we really like.
That's a good point, yeah.
How many GPL entries did we end up with?
2, I think.
No.
Someone won it the other day, so maybe not then. Let's have a look.
I got
8. Yeah, we had 8 entries this morning.
5 from me and 3 from
Hombre.
Nuevo, I expect. Yeah.
Hassan Ahmed, I think, is back into the attack. And he is left arm over. No, right arm round, sorry. And he's been chipped up square. He's going to be out. There's going to be a wicket. My God, Quinton de Kock isn't going to get 200. He's going to be out. In fact, on 174 of 139 deliveries at 309 for 4, he stepped back. He tried to clear the ropes over point. He hasn't got enough on it. And it's been caught down in the deep. Didn't see who that was who caught it. It'd be nice to know, but I don't recognise him.
Das.
Lytton Das.
Maybe, yeah.
Easy catch. Didn't have to move far. Checked that he wasn't going to step over the rope, but Quinton de Kock's stay comes to an end. Very, very, very good innings, and we have to say goodbye.
The crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
And everybody in the ground is standing to applaud him. It's the highest score of the World Cup so far. He elevates his bat and salutes the crowd himself. No, it's called Nassam.
Oh, sorry.
And very good innings by Quinton de Kock. Just waste a little bit more time and sort of what looks to be a dead game already, but you know.
He looks absolutely done in.
Yeah, he does. You wonder whether he will come out, but again, you know, if he doesn't, Clasen Keats, he's going to be knackered as well. Well, he's only faced 36 balls, but it's probably enough to debilitate you.
So he ended up as 174 off 140. I think when I made that comment to you about it getting out, he was 104 from 106, something like that. So basically he scored at 2 runs a ball since then. Amazing.
Well, get rid of one and another one comes out. Here's a man who's pretty deadly at this point in the game.
Up next is a real life wire. David Miller, qu'est-ce que c'est? Suffer for fire, suffer fire. He will bat left, ball right, and score runs all day. Oh, David Miller, qu'est-ce que c'est?
Well, this is the danger with South Africa. You've got to get into this top 6 and get 3 or 4 wickets reasonably quickly, otherwise they just run away from you. Sure, he gets his first ball, goes through to the keeper, and there ain't no run.
Jeff Perkins asks, which Spice Girl is Mark? Well, angry, obviously.
He's not really Baby Spice, is he?
No.
He's Posh Spice.
Oh, hardly.
That's going to rile him. That's going to rile the mogster.
Which one?
That
Which
is
one
so
was
you,
Mode?
Bear. Yeah, whatever you can do to stir him up.
He loves it, you know it. Hassan is around the wicket and drops short again. And David Miller sways out of the way once more.
I got the feeling, you're talking about Quinton de Kock and how quickly he went after he got to 100. I got the feeling he might have been trying to get himself out from the last 20 minutes, except he just couldn't.
Yeah, I think there might be a bit in that.
He just looked like, I'm just going to play a shot at every ball and see what happens.
Well, he was knackered, and exactly that. Thought, well, I'll swing. Yeah. If I get more runs, all well and good, and if I don't, I'm out. I've done my job, really. There's people who can take it on for me, and he's one of the guys. David Miller faces up, outside half of the bat, squirts it out to Lytton Das, who's at deep cover, and it'll be a single. Clasen will get the last 2 balls of this over. He's 53 not out of 36 delivery, strike rate 147.2. He must have the best strike rate in the World Cup, mustn't he? Unlike Clasen.
He must be up there, yeah, absolutely.
I think his strike rate was up over 150 coming into this. He's a very dangerous man. And Hassan is coming around the wicket, over the wicket to him. Sorry, he's a right-hander, isn't he? And he's been smashed straight back down the ground. Now that, I think, is a genuine smaximum, Hendo.
That is a genuine smaximum.
That's a genuine smaximum. That's flat.
Play that funky jingle.
Play that funky jingle, indeed. It's flat and gone straight over mid-on. There isn't anyone there. There could have been a catch if he'd been down there. It was that flat, but it's not. It's a smaximum.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs move it side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
maximum.
Now, there was a guy down there, but he was a bit too wide for that, wasn't he?
Well, again, everyone tries to cover two positions, don't they? And somebody's,
Yeah.
get a wide. Try and cover cow and mid on with someone sort of in between. That one goes to that man, and it'll be a single. Shakib looks short of ideas and sweaty.
He's just waiting for it to be over, isn't he?
Yes. Well, it's much like England were on Saturday, weren't they? Really. And that's the thing in a heat.
Kieran Roseblade is really, really tough, I reckon. He says, let's not forget, cricket is a game where you mainly stand still as well. I have no sympathy for the cock. Great innings, though. No, get in the shower.
That's just harsh. Probably needs IV fluids now.
You sound like my school rugby coach.
Yeah.
And Mog says the first Spice Girl he thought of was Posh too. That's a bit of a one.
See, I always knew there was something there, Mog, huh? Clasen, again, haven't got that single, retains the strike. Mustafa is in, it's wide and it's clouted out to cover. Probably go for a single. They do. Miller, he's only scored one so far. We'll get strike. Doesn't take him long to get into his stride though. We're looking at Clasen's 6 distances. They've gone up. Apart from the last one was probably quite flat, so it didn't go very far. 81, 82, 85 was middle sixes, 61 and 68 with his 61 and 65 with his other two. Most sixes in the tournament so far. He's 4th on the list. Kusal Mendes is 14, Quinton de Kock 15. Rohit is top of the list on 17. You could bet on all these things before the World Cup started. And I thought, as the fizz comes in, it's cut out to cover. They go through for a quick single. I think that the amount of hundreds that was offered on Bet365 seems inordinately high. It was like 135 or something for the tournament.
135 hundreds?
Yeah, tons. Centuries. So tournament, I thought, wow, it's going to be lower than that. But how many have there been? I mean, it's just over 2 a game.
I'll tell you. There have been...
That's 23 games so far.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18... I think the
smash Clasen is over the top. Another massive 6 into the second tier of the stands. 6 more for Clasen. The score moves on to 325. Sorry, for 4. That was huge.
So there have been 1800s, and this I think is what, the 23rd game, something like that, 22nd.
Yeah.
And how many were you saying that were being
I can't remember what the exact figure, but it seemed extraordinarily high for me. It seemed like it's never. It was around about 130 though. But yeah, it might have been. Yeah, it was. It was definitely
3 centuries a game.
It was. Maybe it wasn't that high. Maybe it was. I'm sure it was 3 figures though, and I thought, no, that's not really going to happen.
No.
The fizz in, cut by Clasen down. Oh my word! Fielder's either stopped and not seen that, or just is too far round, because that's 4 more down to backward point.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
South Africa played India yet?
No. Clasen could actually get another 100 here. He's on 71 with
yep.
Not very many to go.
No, indeed.
4 hours to go.
If he was Kohli, he definitely would.
The Cody show. We haven't seen Cody yet in today's broadcast. I'm sure we will.
That was the other thing I was going to say about that run out of Sky the other day. There was a general view that getting Sky out was the only way he had a chance of getting to 100, because Sky would score too fast.
Yes, probably true.
The fizz comes in to bowl to Clasen. Oh my god, it's gone for 6 more over down cow corner again. It's a full toss on his legs. He's trying to get it up there, but he's getting it wrong. And he's been battered back over his head for 6 more. There's people arguing over the ball, I think, down there. Yeah, well done, you caught it.
I just can't help going back to the sort of mid-80s or something. There's no way with the bats we had in the 80s you could hit these low fall tosses that far.
No.
Absolutely not.
Maybe with a Duncan Fernie Magnum, but even then I don't think so.
And then you'd have to be built like, Botham or someone like that. But
well, someone like Colin Milburn could have hit it really hard, but yeah, it still wouldn't stay hit that far.
He's only got
way.
Only 23 more required to get to 100, and he's got what, 3 overs and a ball.
Oh, piece of cake.
So are they going to give the ball back? Are they giving the ball back?
I think so. Someone's looking at some dodgy lottery ticket out there.
I wonder what that was all about.
You
So he needs 23 with 19 balls to go. If he can get 8 of those balls, he'd surely get 100.
You'd have thought so, especially to bowl this shit at him. 77 of 42, and the fizz comes in for the last ball of the over, and it's slower, and it's outside off, and it's cut. And it's gone out to point, and they're going to get 2. And that means Miller will open up the strike on the next. Miller here, even though he's a good striker, the ball himself, will just be going, well, I've only faced 4 balls. If it's in the slot, I'll try and slam it. If I slam it for a single, all well and good. If it goes over the boundary, excellent. Do you see someone won $1.8 billion in a fucking lottery in California?
1.8 billion.
1.8 billion. I think it was 1.8. It might have been over 2 billion. It was like nearly $2 billion in a lottery.
That's nuts. Half of it goes in tax in the US, of course.
Well, fine.
Even so.
Even so, that means you've got.
You've still got a shitload. Yeah. 50% of a shitload is still a shitload.
Yeah, still a shitload, absolutely. They're not going to beat their score, are they? They're not going to get another 62. They're not going to get to 400 in 3 overs, are they? 63 needed off 3 overs to get to.
That is possible. It is possible.
You think so?
If they bowl really shit.
They've been scoring at 15 and over for the last 7 overs.
Well,
and they can up it now.
Everyone's going to be scared to play South Africa. That's a cut down to third man, and there's a single. Unless you can do what the Netherlands did to them and get those early wickets, and then suddenly they'd be cut down the sides. But you have to get their wickets, otherwise you can't have the likes of Clasen and Miller and Quinton de Kock going that deep and expect to keep them down to a minimal score.
And I think also you've got to bat first against them.
Yes, put them under pressure.
More pressure.
Which is exactly what we didn't do. But hey ho. Hassan around the wicket. Smash this time by David Miller, and he's got it in on the 6 action. So that's gone straight back over mid off. 6 more. And they're closing in on the 350 now.
You've got a feel for Bangladesh.
Well, it proves it's not a fluke. I mean, they went up 14 and over in the last 10 overs against us. And what are they going on? You're saying they're going for 15 and over?
Yeah. Well, I mean, at this stage against England, they were 348 for 5 after 47 overs. Here they were 345 for 4 after 47.2. So they're a couple of balls behind where they were, basically.
That's pulled hard by David Miller out to Cow. There is a man stationed there, and it went straight to him. It'll only be a single.
They hit the ball so hard that you felt the bloke there at deep mid-wicket, you felt that he wanted to get out of the way of that himself. It's coming straight to him, and he thought, "Oh God, I've got to field this." But in all honesty, I'd rather just stand out of the way and usher it through.
Well, it just showed there 45. In the last 45 balls, they've scored 108 runs.
That's extraordinary. What's that in terms of 8 overs?
7 overs is 42 balls.
Yeah, so 8 overs is 48.
Yeah, so 4.5 overs, 7.5 overs, they've scored 108 runs. That's clipped down towards long on. David Clasen is coming back, and they'll get 2.
It's almost like you feel like Bangladesh have given up, and they know they won't be able to chase down this total, whatever it will be. So the odd run here or there doesn't really matter anymore. Probably exhausted because of the heat.
Oh, I love this. Dara Azizi says, I entered that lottery, which was $1 billion. I won $2.
Oh, Dara, sorry.
Oh, look, I'm being admonished. Smashed into the leg side. Is it going to be the 350? Maybe, maybe not. 349. I'm just being admonished by Mog, because he wants me to have the 350 jingle lined up, which I have. You just heard a little bit of it there.
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it.
Well, you probably won't hear on the end of the sky, but we do have a 350 run jingle. We were trying to get the 400 run jingle played on Saturday, but they fell a run short. Miller is facing one ball left in the 48th over. 349 for 4. Miller is 11 off 7. Clasen is 82 off 45. Will they get to the 350? Miller scans the field. Hassan. He's gone for 53 and 4.5 overs. Bowls a short one. Oh, and Miller tries to guide it down the third man. He doesn't get anything on it. He's gone through to the keeper. It's a dot ball. My God, it's a dot ball. And they remain on 349 for 5. Clasen will face the first ball of the 49th over. Messi.
Well, Al Hodge makes a pretty fair point. He says it can't be fair if de Kock doesn't field in the second innings. I know it's hot, but you have to play both ways. I actually think he will. But by the same token, if he's seriously dehydrated, then it may not seem fair, but it's also, you can't put him in further danger, can you?
No.
No, that's why Clasen didn't play. I mean, I think they just get dehydrated. I think you can't make someone, you can't kill someone just because you think that's unfair. You know? But highest totals in this World Cup, South Africa have 3 out of the top 5. Australia and England are the next 2. I mean, this is it. Australia and England are doing really quite pants in this competition. They both managed to score 367 and 364 each. One versus Pakistan, versus Bangladesh. They've got the runs. They've got to be able to take wickets and be consistent with those runs. That's the problem. And I also
Blitherman says, so I'm thinking the semis will be the Kiwis, South Africa, India, and one other. Thoughts on who the 4th team might be? The betting markets say it'll definitely be Australia. I'm not nearly as confident. I think Australia are lucky to be where they are, to be honest. I think they're flaky.
Well, Sharaful's in. Oh, and they are going to run through for a single to bring up the 350. 350 for 4. Clasen just went to smear that through the offside, got inside edge onto his boot. He didn't really know where the ball had gone, but Miller was quick to go through for the single. He knew it was basically standing at the stumps and they was going to get a single. So that is 350 for South Africa. We're in the 49th over. They made 350. It's true. Pulled by Miller out towards deep square leg. Oh my God! And he's going to get 4 more. There isn't a fielder out there. He is. Why is that not working? You fucking stupid machine.
Having problem with technology, Bear?
Yeah. Oh no, it's done.
Switch it off and switch it on again.
Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought?
Where's Tony when you need him?
Yeah, Tech Tony. Current partnership is 45 of 19. No, I didn't say anything to you, Dave. It's fine. Smash down the ground by Miller. Has he got enough on that? It's going to be 4 runs. It is indeed. 6 runs, sorry. 6 runs over the top.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6.
And that's the partnership is 51 off 20 deliveries as they get to 360 for 4. That was a lovely shot, and he's now in the groove. I don't think Clasen's going to get his 100 now.
Yeah, it's looking unlikely now, isn't it? Yeah.
Into the pads of Miller. He's probably got a leg by Sharaful. He's gone for 68. He's 8.3 over so far, 8.4 now. That's a leg by down to the man on the 45. And I think Bangladesh have got to come out, and you've got to come out with intent, and if it goes wrong, it goes wrong. I don't think you can pansy about. I mean, that's what England did on Saturday, and it went wrong, and to be fair, that was really probably the only way to play it, and hope that it came off. It's just that it didn't. Yeah, I guess you could say that they... I think if David Milan hadn't gone out and played a much tighter hand. And let's say, I mean, Joe Root fell into the trap, didn't he? I mean, played a lovely shot, just straight to bloody leg slip. That one is bunted down the ground by Clasen. He'll just get a single.
Well, you say that, Bear, but I mean, I think he was a bit dim, to be honest. Surely he looked. It was obviously a plan, and I mean, I think he's been a bit dim and a bit naive to get out to that.
Well, possibly.
That's what I looked at when I looked at it. I mean, okay, it was a bit lucky that it went straight to that field, a bit unlucky that it went straight to him. But you've got to say, clever preparation from.
Well, isn't that the thing about batsmen? They think, well, he's there, but I can get it either side of him. And you're a batsman. If you get it on your hip, you don't pull out of turning it around the corner. Really, so that one is smeared. It could be another smacksman. It is another smacksman. I'm going to give it a smacksman because it was flat and it was over long on. It was 6 runs.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
And so with 1 over left, they are 368 for 4. So they have now got the top 3 scores in this competition.
Yeah, you do have to say though. I think you have to say it's curious, isn't it? Because, we don't know what the result of this is going to be. I mean, we can predict that South Africa will win this comfortably, but the only time South Africa have lost in this tournament is when they've had to bat second.
Yeah, and they had to chase a score.
And that is against a team that you would think they wouldn't struggle against.
No.
So that's interesting, and I think they've still got to play India. They've still got some big games to play, and surely people will be noting that, and it might get a little bit more difficult for them later in the tournament.
Well, yeah, they could also win the toss in those crucial games, couldn't they?
True, they could.
Clasen is going to face that last over. First ball, Hassan has been smashed, gone very high, very long, and guess what? It's bloody 6 more. Clasen actually moves into 90 with that, so another 6 and a 4 in this over, and he is going to get his 100.
He's just such a sweet hitter of the ball, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the first time I've really seen him in action. I didn't see much of his innings on Saturday, but this is phenomenal.
There's been warnings about it. He's been doing this all year.
Yeah, as I said, I saw Tom Moody talking about how good he was in this form of the game. Only shortly before the start of the tournament, I think it was, and he's not disappointing on that front.
No, he's not. He's got 90 off just 48 deliveries. That one, he's smashed over. Has he got enough of that? That would be outrageous if that's. Oh no, he's gone out. Out.
Still a good effort though.
It was a really good effort. I thought that was going to go for 6. It was a slower one into the pitch, and he still managed to step back and club it into the offside. But he's got it aerial. He's been caught down at deep point. He's got 90 off of 49 deliveries. It's 374 for 5 for South Africa, and we have to say goodbye to Heinrich Clasen.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
God, he had to reach for that, didn't he? He really did.
There was no pace on the ball. They're going to go and stick him on some bloody IV salts as well.
He's only faced 48 balls, and let me see if we work out what's he got. He only hit 2 4s, 48, 56. So there are a few more than that. Only 56 in boundaries out of the 90.
8 6s and 2 4s. Fucking hell.
I know it's bad. I always think it seems very lopsided when you're hitting more 6s than 4s, but that's the way of the cricket world these days, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Wow. That's crazy.
So I guess the next man out will be, as it was the other day, be this man. Doesn't play polo.
You think Marco would play polo, but there's more money in cricket.
He's bloody enormous. 6'8".
Did he really play polo?
No, it's just a play on his name, Marco Polo, isn't it?
Oh, I suppose, yeah.
I was thinking exactly the same thing, Ender.
I did when I first heard it, but then no.
He'd be a big man to get on a horse, wouldn't he?
He would be. His legs would probably be touching the floor. He could almost run with a horse.
Yeah.
He's got long arms though. He'd be quite good with a polo stick, I'd imagine.
Needs a camel.
Yeah, probably camel would be better.
Well, he's only got 4 balls to face. Doesn't really matter now.
Leah says
374
they
for
won't
5.
make 399, which means the Bangladesh bowling attack is better than those pale and pasty Pommy Trundles.
Yeah.
True.
I think Mark Wood was appalling the other day. But he looked
Well,
knackered. He looked knackered before he'd even bowled. That was
But
about
just
8
looked
overs
like
in.
again that they hadn't prepared for anything like that, had they? They hadn't. He didn't play a game before he went to India.
But you're a pro. You should be able to think on your feet, I reckon. I mean,
True. I agree. Yeah.
Jansen's bat looks like it's been taken out of the second 11 spare kit. Actually,
it does a little
Really
bit.
fun.
He has a big heave at that one. Gets an under edge. It goes to the man on the 45, and it'll just be a single. The last 57 balls have gone for 137 runs. So that's pretty much what they got against England. They went at 14.8 against us in the last 10, didn't they? They've got 13.7 plus whatever they get here.
Jeez.
So it's about 14. So basically they've scored 140 in the last 2 times they've batted the last power plays. They've got 140 in each. That says something to everyone else, as you say, Hendo. Just don't let them bat first. Put pressure on them and see how they do then.
And you've got to take pace off the ball, as well, as much as possible.
Well, this is it. England,
No,
whilst England picked their 2 fastest bowlers, yeah. Wicket.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Short, that'll probably be a wide over the top of the batsman's head. It is indeed. Miller is facing. He can't get to his... Can he get to it? No, he can't. He can't get to a 50 even if he hit 3 sixes. Could if he got a no ball and hit it for 6.
Jesus.
And if he did, that would probably be the fastest World Cup 50, which is 17 balls, isn't that, AB de Villiers or something like that?
So they got 143 in the last 10 overs against England.
That's a slower ball into the pitch. Miller tries to pull it and threw a shot way too early. It just sort of pats him on the back and then falls to the floor. And there's no run.
And they've got 138 so far in the last 10 overs here.
Yeah, so very similar.
Well, it's 2 big hits here, and they'll just beat what they got against England.
Yeah, 2 wickets, 138 runs, 9 fours, 11 sixes in this last 10 overs so far with 2 balls to go. Miller is facing up, licking his lips, probably dry as a bone.
God, yes, absolutely.
He's that one. There's one of them. 6 over Cow Corner into the top tier once again. 6 more runs for David Miller.
Wow.
So that has now taken them past the score they got against England in terms of the last 10 overs, yeah?
Indeed.
Yeah.
That was 91 metres. I mean, that just sat up and said, hit me! And David Miller obliged. And fist pumps with Marco Jansen. And awaits the final ball. 382 for 5. Run rate 7.69. Here's the last ball. Hassan bowls it wide. And it's a bit of a misfield by Mushy behind the stumps as Miller tried to cut it. He wants a wide on another ball. I don't think he's going to get it. He's not. And therefore the South Africa innings ends on 382 for 5 with Miller 36 not out of 14 and Marco Jansen 1 off 1. Fantastic innings once again by South Africa. They can't stop scoring in the last 10 overs if you give them the chance and you don't get early wickets. I'll just give you a quick rundown of the scorecard and then I'll get the thoughts off of Hendo and Messi and some last tweets and then we'll go to the break. Quinton de Kock caught Nassim Ahmed, bowled Hassan Mahmood for 174. He was out after Reza Hendricks has bowled Sharaf al-Islam for 12. Rassi van der Dussen was LBW Mahidi Hassan Miraz for 1 and they were probably thinking woohoo, we're in. Aidan Markram then got 60, caught Lytton Das, bowled Shakib Al-Hassan and then it went long and then Quinton de Kock was out for his 174. Heinrich Clasen was next out on 90 off just 49 deliveries, smashed 8 sixes and then 2 fours in that score, just 49. David Miller got 34 off of 15 not out and Marco Jansen, as I said, was not out 1 off 1. Bowling figures, the horror show. Mustafa Rahman 9 overs, none for 76. Mahdi Hassan Miraz 9 overs, 1 for 44. Sharaf al-Islam 9 overs, 1 for 76. Shakib Al Hassan 9 overs, 1 for 69. Hassan Mahmood 6 overs, 2 for 67. Jesus. Nassim Ahmed 5 overs, none for 27, and Mamadullah 3 overs, none for 20. A lot of work to do for Bangladesh, eh?
Did he not underuse those spinners? Did he not underuse those guys?
Well, I had thought so, but they were. The problem is they're all kind of like finger spinners. There's no mystery, and they were a lot of them. They were trying to bowl it just a little bit too short, and if you bowl too short, it's too slow. And then once they got in, if you give it a little bit of air, good batsmen come down the track and bish you over the top. And I think they got a bit scared, and that's why they went back to the pace. Still think Taskin should be in that side. He may not be bowling well, but he's a bit of a talisman, and he has potential to turn it on one day and rip through a side. But hey, there you go.
Well, Mog reckons you're seem to be saying in it a lot more lately, Bear.
In it, yeah.
And Mr. P wants Hendo and me to do it too and have a competition on it.
In it.
I actually find that the word the Bear uses most often is indeed. Just listen to it.
Or absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
fuck off, a lot of you.
Oh, he's gone all coy.
That's the word the bear. That's the word the bear uses most.
Well, yes, of course, of
The
course, of
four-letter
course. Any more last messages?
Not from me.
There's a lot of chatter on Twitter, but on YouTube, but not really.
Okay.
Sorry, the one that you quite enjoy from Cricket Blitherman, who referred to Australia as us, says if the Aussies don't make the semis, it'll all be fucking hilarious.
Well, yeah, of course. Right, we're going to play highlights from yesterday's game, and we'll be back in, I don't know, about half an hour. First team after lunch will be David B doing the ball by balls with Messi, and John B will be joining us as well. So 2 people with B's as their acronyms, and we will see them in about 20 to 30 minutes. Until then, bye bye.
Bye bye.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Gorilla World Cup, the highlights. Gorilla World Cup, the highlights. If you wanna know all the news and more, this team right here gives you more than the score. All the action, the wickets and more. Gorillas call it.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk. Wherever you are in the world, it's Gorilla Cricket. Yeehaw! And we are back. We're got nearly at halfway. It's game 22. It's Pakistan versus Afghanistan. It's in Chennai on what looks like a pitch with no grass. Pakistan have won the toss and they have decided that they are going to bat, which is interesting, but it's probably hot, it's probably sweaty, and as England found out, it's probably not a bad idea. But anyway, they're playing 11 for Pakistan is Abdullah Shafiq, Imam Ul Haq, Babar Azam, Mohammad Rizwan, Saud Shakil, Iftikhar Ahmed, Shadab Khan, Zama Mir, Shaheen Sharafidi, Hassan Ali and Hassan Rauf. Shadab Khan's back in for the injured, can't remember. Which I should know, but I don't. Afghanistan are Ramanullah Gurbaz, Ibrahim Zadran, Ramat Shah, Hazmatullah Shahidi, Azmatullah Omarzai, Ikram Akili Hill, Mohammed Nabi, Rashid Khan, Mujib ur Rahman, Naveen Al Haq, and Noor Ahmed. Pakistan, as I said, are going to bowl first. I am joined again from the weather cave. All the way from Perth, it's Messi Jez. Good morning, Messi.
Good morning. I can tell you it's 33.7 in Chennai, 56% humidity. The temperature will gradually decline, the humidity will increase. So good decision to bat.
Opening for Afghanistan will be
In with Naveen Al-Haq, another Afghan who does the opposite of suck.
And the first ball is well outside the off stump, left alone by Abdullah. And there ain't going to be no run. Clipped nicely by Imam. That's going to be the first 4 of the afternoon as that goes through mid-wicket. There ain't no one out in the deep there. And it'll be 4 runs. Naveen is over the wicket. Pulled, nicely pulled. That could be the first 6 of the day. I think it is. It's gone way back into the stands. Abdullah Shafiq has just pulled a lovely 6 over the boundary. The score moves on to 25 for none. And Pakistan 25 for none after 4.3 overs. Imam Haq has cut that really nicely. He's just leant back. It wasn't that short, but he's got enough on it to get it past point and out to the boundary for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Nicely played. That's down leg side. Well, could have left it for a wide, but decided to sweep it to Abdullah Shafiq. Beat the man. There's a man on the 45 on the edge of the circle, so beat him, and it's 4 runs, and he beat him, so it is 4 runs. Abdullah Shafiq has come down the track. He's finally got to the pitch of one by Mujib, and he's smashed it back over his head, out over long off. There's no one down there, and it's 6 runs. Nice shot, held the pose. Next one, he just clips off his pads out to deep mid wicket again, and it'll be a single. Pakistan cruising here, 50 for none, and it's the 50 up in 7.4 overs. Abdullah's 35 or 31, and Imam Haq is 15 or 16. And it's been a good opening partnership. Driven, but well fielded by Nabi of his own bowling. There is no run off that over. He's gone for 3 in that over. That is the end of the first power play. 10 overs gone, 56 for none. Pakistan, good little start by them. And no wickets down for Afghanistan.
Asman bowls, Imam pulls straight to extra cover, and he's gone. The first Pakistan wicket has fallen. They are 56 for 1. Or continues back of the length, wide. It's almost cut out towards deep extra cover for the first boundary in, I don't know yet how many balls, I will count shortly, but that is 4 runs.
It is 4, and it has been a while.
4.
You know what we missed out as well? In that last over, Abdullah got to his 50, didn't he?
So this time a delicious delivery from the left-hander. It's worked down to the 45 for a single. Completes the over. This time 7 on it, off Nur Ahmed's over. Pakistan, 100 is up. 100 for 1 in the 20th after 20 overs. They're scoring therefore at exactly 5. Abdullah has 51 off 64. He'll face the first ball of the next over. Babar at the other end is 30 off 34.
That's on the leg. Oh, that's on a peel now. And if that is a googly, that ain't that far away. Probably drifting down leg. Might have pitched outside leg.
Yeah. No, don't take the review. You'll waste the review.
I think they're going to take it though, aren't they? They are going to take it.
Oh, I don't think that's a very good idea. Okay.
Well, a lot of teams end up not using all their reviews. You might as well use it. How many times are you actually going to get a chance to use it? And LBW is probably the best opportunity you're going to get. So we will have a little jingle for a review. It's a bowler's review, isn't it?
That was out. That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? No.
Well, it is a kind of googly flicked with a finger. Now the question is, did it pitch in line? You know what? That's not a bad shout. I think that's pitched in line. It might have held its line enough to hit leg.
I think it'll be bouncing too much, won't it?
I'm not sure it will be.
The keeper is going down the leg side. It might be just clipping leg, which will be umpire's call.
I think it's going over. It's bouncing really sharply up.
It might be, that might be a case, but I do think it's in line, and I do think it's straightened enough to stay in line. It depends whether the camera's slightly off to the offside as to whether that is the case. But I guess we'll have to wait for all the shenanigans to go through. Ultra edge, no bat. Clearly no bat. Yes, no bat. Can we get on with this a little bit quicker than they do? We can all see that that's no bat.
It's not as high as I thought. It had rolled up his head after he hit it.
Yeah.
I think it was high. Yeah.
I think that's not a bad shout, guys. I really do. It's not out. I think it's pitched in line. I think it's going on to hit at worst outside edge of leg stump, in which case they'll retain their review. Yeah, they do. They'll retain their review, and it was worth doing. Because they could, as you said, they could really do with a bloody break now, couldn't they? Get one of these two out. I suppose Rizwan's in next, but at least he'll be new to the crease. So here we go. It's pitched in line, it's hit in line, and it is hitting leg stump. Told you, boys. I'm a spinner. Believe me.
Yeah. I thought that was going to go down leg.
Nah, it's straight header.
It has straightened. So he's actually bowling googlies.
Yes, indeed. And so we have to send him off. 110 for 2. Pakistan. Abdullah was 58 or 75. You can't believe it, but he's out. Well, that slog swept out into the deep, and it's going to be 6 runs. It's over the top of Cow. There's no one out there anyway. I think it was the last ball of the over. 6 off it, and they moved to 117 for 2 after 23.5 overs. Round the wicket is Noor to Rizwan, who does sweep that with not great timing, and he's out. He's been tempted into that sweep from well too far outside his off stump. It's pitched outside, it's going further, it's probably 2 feet outside his off stump. He's not really going to cross. He's tried to slog sweep it. He's got a big top edge. He's been caught down at fine leg. He's gone for 8 just off 9 deliveries. That's trouble for Pakistan as they get to 120 for 3. Around the wicket is Noor, and there's a big appeal from behind the stumps. I don't think that's out. I think that hits him outside the line of off stump. May have been going on to hit the stumps, but
it was over the wicket, wasn't it?
It was over the wicket, but I still think it hit him outside the line of off stump.
Hit him outside, definitely hit him outside.
Yeah, well, they're going to review it though.
Oof.
So we'll have a look. It's another one of these bowlers reviews. We'll give him a little tune. There we go.
You've got to ask yourself one question: do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
Let's have a look in the slow-mo. It's another googly one. So it's miles outside off stump. It's missed the inside edge and it's hit the back leg. Probably not in line either.
Still outside.
Oh yeah, it's where it hits him actually, isn't it? He hasn't hit the front pad. It's hit him on the... I still think it's outside off stump.
It's still miles outside the off stump.
Yeah, probably going on to hit the stumps though. Let's have a look. Hits him outside. In fact, it may not even go on to be hitting the stumps. It may just shade the outside of a stump. So that's going to be a non-out. And a bad call for review.
Noor is quite excited because it's his first World Cup game and he's got 2 wickets already.
Yeah.
Nabi's come round the wicket to Saad Shakil, and finally, after 45 minutes, we have a boundary.
Yay!
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Shakil got right back in his stumps and pulled it roughly to Cow. 4th ball of the over. And he gets right back in his crease and cuts it, and he has cut it all the way, Saad Shakil. So 2 boundaries in 2 overs now. The shackles are beginning to loosen, the Shakil shackles. That was a slightly loose ball from Nabi. I'll tell you where he remind. Oh, they've gone for a quick single. There's a little bit of a mix-up. They almost get in each other's way. They're both looking at the ball, but shy at the stumps, irrelevant. They come through for the single. 150. That's the 150 up for Pakistan in the 32nd over. My goodness. Saad Shakil has come down the wicket. He's chipped it up in the air, and he has been caught. That is the end of Saad Shakil. And very good catch by Rashid Khan there. So Saad Shakil has gone for 25, completely missed timing. That attempted lift over the infield. Just scooped it up into the air to the man at mid-on. Pakistan 163 for 3. A little plot twist.
163 for 4.
163 for 4, correction.
Yes, correction.
Nabi to Baba, the right-hander, so he comes back over the wickets. Defended, top ball.
He's on 49, Baba.
Ooh, get your 50 jingle
taking a
ready.
long time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, 49 off 68. I reckon he's playing a good hand for the team here. Backward defensive down to long on. That will be his 50, and well deserved. Bit on the slow side, but well done. And that one went the other way.
Oh.
That was the wrong gun.
That could be my run out, boys. That could be my run out. I think that's out.
This is interesting. It's gone to point. It's gone straight back to the keeper. He whipped off the bails. Was he back in time? They thought about the single. He was sent back, but he didn't really hurry back. He slightly sauntered back, and that might be his undoing. We're about to find out.
No, fortunately he was in by a decent foot or so. That's driven up down towards long on. Oh, bounces just before Noor down at long on. Very good effort to make the catch, but he couldn't quite get there. Probably picked it up on the half volley. The 18-year-old has done very well, and that ends the 41st over, 196 for 4. Oh, that's cut out. Baba's given it away. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. It's jumped a little bit. Noor's got a third wicket. He's gone to slap that through the offside, but he's hit it too aerial and he's hit it straight at the man at cover. There was acres of space either side of him, but he's hit it straight to him. I didn't see who caught it. Baba has to go for 74 of 92 deliveries. Pakistan are 206 for 5 after 41.5 overs. And he looks a bit upset with himself. He's gone for that one. Has Iftikhar, and he's got it, and it's gone out, over, deep, long on. Finally got hold of something. He's hit a 6 and it moves them on to 221 for 5. And that's cut behind square by Iftikhar, down to third man this time, and it's all going Pete Tong.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
That's short. Oh dear, under-edged by Shadab through the keeper, end of the 47th, and that's the 250 was up. Sorry, the ball before when they got the single. 250 for 5 at the end of 47 overs. Shadab is 33 off 33. Iftikhar is 21 off 17. 3 overs to go. Smash back down the track by Shadab. Has he got enough on it? Yeah, he has got enough on it. That's gone back over the bowler's head, and it's 6 more. 256 for 5. I mean, that was slow and into the pitch, and it's hauled out towards deep, wide, long on. Nabi fields it quite poorly. It probably allows him to get back for 2. It does indeed. And the bowler's saying go to the keeper's end. Wouldn't have mattered, as they were both sauntering. 263 for 5 at the end of the 48th. Shadab 35, Iftikhar 32. Well, that's smashed over the offside. Is it going to be out? It is out. Iftikhar has gone. He's been caught out of deep extra cover, having been brutal for the last 40-odd balls. He has slapped that one, got underneath it, was carrying to the boundary. Would have been a 4, but it was straight to the man at extra cover. Didn't see who caught it. He got 40 off 26. The 6th wicket falls for Pakistan at 279 for 6. And we say goodbye to him. Last ball of this innings is short into the pitch. Shadab smashes it down to long on where he's caught. He didn't get enough on it. Kind of baseballed it. Clearly it didn't have enough pace on it. It ended up being caught down in the deep by, is that Nabi? I think it is Nabi down there in the deep. He is out of the last ball for 40 off 38. It's 282 for 7 to end the Pakistani innings. Well batted them. Well, I guess
last over though.
Good last over by Afghanistan.
Good last over.
There was 2 wickets and only 2 or 3 runs off it, so that is pretty good going.
That is pretty good, but it can't really disguise the 6 or 7 overs which preceded them, particularly from Azmat, which put a bit of a blot on what was up until that point very good Afghanistan performance. Afghanistan will need 283. Their spinners got them into a really good position, but then the 2 pacemen at the end rather predictably let the team down. So 5.66 and over. You'd certainly back Pakistan from here. You'd say what, 80-20, maybe 75-25, but we shall see after the break.
Well, we shall indeed. Let me just give you, before we go to the break, I'll just give you a rundown of the scorecard. Abdullah Shafiq was LBW Noor Ahmed for 58 or 75. Imam ul Haq was caught. Naveen ul Haq bowled Azmatullah for 17 off 22. Babar Azam's caught Mohammed Nabi, bowled Noor Ahmed for 74 off 92. Mohammed Rizwan's caught Majib ur Rahman, bowled Noor Ahmed for 8 off 10. Saud Shakil was caught Rashid Khan, bowled Mohammed Nabi for 25 off 34. Really good slowing things down in the middle. Shadab Khan, last caught there off the last ball, caught Mohammed Nabi, bowled Naveen for 40 off 38, and Iftikhar Ahmed, a great innings at the end there, caught Azmatullah Amazai, bowled Naveen for 40 off 27, and Shaheen Shah really was not out 3 off 3. The bowling, Naveen ul Haq 7 overs, 2 for 52, no maidens. Majib ur Rahman 8 overs, no maidens, none for 55. Mohammed Nabi 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 31. Azmatullah Amazai 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 50. Rashid Khan 10 overs, no maidens, none for 41. And Noor Ahmed 10 overs, no maidens. Pick of the bowlers probably 3 for 49. That is it. That is the end of the first innings.
Afghanistan will need 283 runs to win at 5.66 runs per over. Darkness has descended on Chennai. We'll see into the souls of which of these teams it will descend within 3 or so hours. In the meantime, everything's up for grabs. Shaheen Shah Afridi comes in for the first ball of the Afghanistan innings. Left arm over the wicket, drifts onto the pads, and is clipped away straight away for one of these.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
In comes Afridi again for the fifth over. Oh, that's a sumptuous cover drive. Pinged off the middle of the bat from Zadran for one of these. In comes Hassan, and he's bowled another short ball.
It's got him.
It's gone past. They're appealing. He's been given. He has been given. Zadran immediately appeals. So it went past his chest. He played a hook. We wait to see whether there's a little bit of glove, a little bit of bat. He sent up for the review immediately, which suggests that perhaps it went off his forearm. We shall see.
Yeah, it was a waft, wasn't it? I mean, it was down leg. It was a very indeterminate sort of waft. Although it wasn't that far down leg, it was actually at his chest. I think it misses everything when you see that. What do you think, Chas?
Well, I think it's just hit something. He seems to have an elongated wrist thing, which might be attached to his glove.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think he's gone.
So this is always a bit of a conundrum as to at what point he can be given or not.
Well, he was given out, but I mean, there's no question. Oh, there's the faintest of tickly somethings, just the tiniest.
Is there?
Well,
I missed that.
If you watch, they're going to show it again.
To me.
Well, I see that little bit there.
Oh my word! I think that's natural noise.
As you think that's natural noise? Well, in that case,
no. I think he's safe.
I think you can't give someone out for that. That was imperceptible to the human eye. Not Tony, he's got X-ray eyes. Anyway, it has been cancelled out. Oh, that's a lovely cut wide of point by Gurbaz for one of these. That one is clubbed by Gurbaz wide of the man at point in between gully, and it's gone for another one of these.
Here's another
good stuff.
Excellent mog jingle.
Oh, I'm really looking forward to this. Oh, that's an absolute rinse and repeat. Beautiful, even better if anything. Let's hope the jingle does this shot from Gurbaz justice. I rather doubt it.
Well, it's one of Jeff's seminal works, I think. 50's up. 51. The 50's up after 7.5 overs, and going well, this pair.
Now there's another one wide of the man at cover points by Gurbaz, I think it is, for another one of these. That's a drone. Dot ball to finish the over. At the end of the ninth, we've got one over left as a trio. Afghanistan is 60 without loss. Big wild swish at it by Zadran, slightly in desperation there. And it is a maiden. Well, great comeback, as Tony says, from Harris Rath.
Yep.
He's none for 17 off his 2 so far. Afghanistan at the end of the power play, or the first power play at least, 60 without loss.
So he's going to stay on 49. It's good from Usama Mir. 2 dot balls. He knows he's got a man looking to try and get to a milestone.
And a team.
And indeed the team. 94 for them. And that will be it, though. Eased again out too long off. The Afghanistan bench stand to a man and applaud. The score is 95. More importantly, Ibrahim Zadran has worked his way to 50, so very well played him. Stand of 95, which is perhaps from an Afghanistan perspective the more important statistic. Oh, that's a horrible ball. He's pulled that down. That is going to beat the man down there. Oh, well, that's the worst bit of, well, I'm afraid Pakistan do have a reputation for not always being. Now, if Mickey Arthur has been, Morny Morkel, who's down there, is a quick bowling coach for Pakistan, he will not believe what he's just seen. Mickey Arthur will just be looking on in horror. The 100 is up. It was Shaheen Shah Afridi, and the ball span, I think it was hauled away high and hard by Gabaz. It bounces, and he's run past it.
Yeah, he's
literally run past it, and it's gone for 4 runs.
I don't think it's.
Oh dear. The 100, of course, is up.
As is Ibrahim's 50.
As indeed, yep.
No, sorry,
Gubaz's this run. It's all happening. It's 104 without loss. Gabaz has moved on to 50 off 38. Oh no, that's another awful bit of fielding. What are Pakistan doing today, Ayaz? This has been an absolute shocker. We saw Shaheen Shah Afridi run past the ball earlier, and Hassan Ali there, I'm afraid, has done pretty much the same thing. It's gone for 4, and it was a complete Horlicks. And I think in celebration of the 2 of those, we're going to give it a bit of this. And I think I'm right in saying the poor bowler and the receiving end of both cock-ups was Shadab Khan, wasn't it? Iftikhar down the track comes Gabaz. He's launched this high, he's launched it handsome, he's launched it long, and it has gone over long off for one of these.
I believe in miracles since you came to bat. You sexy thing, you sexy thing.
And with one mighty, meaty blow, Afghanistan moved from 120 to 126.
Afridi over the wicket. It's clubbed. There's a shade of outside edge. It's squirted out towards the Thurman boundary, where a rolling catch is taken. The bowling change has brought a wicket. Afghanistan are 134-1. Once again, close to the stumps. This time it's the leg spinner. Shah steps back, cuts it. Will they come back for 2? I think they probably will. No, they just took a single.
Oh, that's 150.
That is the 150 up. Do we have a jingle for 150? Or do
yeah, we do.
Prompt you?
It's 50 for 1 after 24.3 over.
As this time it's a rank long hop. Orthodox leg spinner, typical leg spinner's delivery there. In fact, he's slow left arm, isn't he? He's cut.
We're back. Here's David. Come on, David, get in.
Yes, David. Welcome back. The venerable David Brooke is just taking his seat.
Message, if you could just fill in with your customary elan while I get organised here. I didn't realise I was on.
Oh, he's in his wife beater too, which is impressive. And we have with us as well John Batham.
Hello.
Where are you, John?
I'm in West London, Messi.
Right. And what's your read on what we're going to see in the next 3.5 hours in response to South Africa's 382 for 5?
Well, I kind of feel I've joined after the Lord Mayor's show, Messi, really, yet again, because South Africa have done what they usually do when they bat first, and they've smashed it all over the field. And the only drawback I can see to that is that, yet again, the South African bowling isn't really going to be under that much pressure. And the one time it was, of course, against the Netherlands when they bowled first, it creaked a bit. So it's going to remain a little bit of an unknown quantity because it's got so many to bowl at. But you know, if the South African bowling clicks, it's pretty devastating to watch. A bit like their batting, really. I think we'd have to say that Clasen's probably one of the cleanest hitters of a cricket ball.
Hang on, we're jingling up the batters. I think is that right, David? Give me a thumbs up.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
In case you missed it, it's Little Dad.
Think my
He's facing this man, Marco Jansen, to bowl the first ball to Lytton Das.
In cricket.
Marco Jansen of lofty height, one of the tallest players ever to play first class cricket, and if anyone can correct me on that, down the leg side, this is going to be wide at the first ball. No, it's not a wide, says Joel Wilson. Controversial as ever. Looked like a wide to me. Messers, John, did that look like a wide to you?
Yeah,
Certainly
absolutely.
did.
However, it's not
bloody
it's not the last ball that has been a wide in this tournament that's not been called.
Joel Wilson there in the hot seat, as always, getting his decisions, let's say, well, maybe just inside. Give him benefit of the doubt. Nearly brushed his pad.
It might have got a touch of his.
Yes, it
trousers.
did. So good decision from Joel Wilson. Second ball, that beats him. It moves away off the pitch. It very nearly cleaned up. Tanzid it is who's on strike. Forgive me, Lytton Das is at the non-striker's end, and we've got Tanzid who is down at the striker's end, who may well have been cleaned up by that one. Here he is.
He is candid and left-handed, but not standard. Countermanded and was remanded, just reprimanded, was cancelled.
This one's wide outside the off stump. Tanzid has a real old flay at that. I mean, his head was up. He was in no position to play it. It was kind of, oh, it's wide, I'm going to go for it. So this might not take long to see the back of this fella Tanzid Hassan, who's opened the batting today for Bangladesh. Controversial selection. Many better Bangladesh openers than this guy, who's got it all to prove. And why didn't they go for some experience at the top of the order? I'd love to ask the Bangladeshi buyers about that. Jansen bowls outside the off stump, and Tanzid does make contact with that one unconvincingly, and there's no run. So we've had 4 balls, and the score, well, he hasn't troubled the scorers. It's 0 for 0. The target, though, is rather more, 383.
This is his 10th ODI. He has a batting average of 13.37 at present.
You know, you think of all the fantastic openers that Bangladesh have had, how many of them could still be in service. They dropped players too quickly there outside the leg stump, and it's played away for 2. It's very similar to the West Indies, John, and it's different from English cricket in that players have an opportunity to play in the test team. They have long careers. When they're dropped, they never bring them back. It's almost like an admission that selectors have got it wrong. And they're very, very often dropped prematurely, just for the crime of turning 30. And they replace them, as Bangladesh have done, with a bunch of kids, you know, who... Alan Hansen said it for me, you don't win anything just with the kids. Jansen bowls. That moves back into Tanzid, who it wraps him on the painful blow. So he's been struck, and he's nearly got cleaned up. First over, it's 2 for no wicket. I managed to miss those 2 runs when I was looking for the jingles.
The cricket slouch says, I will be honest, I snuck in the quick highlights of the South Africa-England match just now. It was so satisfying to watch it again. Yeah, well, I mean, I think we've all been there, haven't we, of reveling in certain victories and going back and doing them again. And Shelley says, great to see you back in the studio, David. Now Shelley's here, there will be wickets falling aplenty, I suspect. Stephen Kelk says, managed to escape my work appointments for a whole 10 minutes. I hope you've recovered after the loss of all your stuff, Dave.
Oh, thanks very much. Yes, I have. It feels amazingly light on my feet now, not weighed down by any baggage.
Other than the debt of having to pay to get your car out of impoundment.
Well, they wanted £570. We settled on £350. I paid 90 up front, and they'll never see me again.
Oh dear. We didn't see you. We never saw a thing or heard anything.
Yeah, we'll plead the Fifth Amendment.
I'll tell you something. Any listeners planning on travelling from Bristol, do yourself a favour. Go to the Airport Tavern, the pub just the other side of the car park. Delicious scampi chips,
Oh,
or if
I've
you're on a
been there,
budget,
yes.
Scampy Fries, and you can park up in their car park, and there's a courtesy bus to take you to the terminal in the morning after a nice cooked breakfast.
I've spent a night there too. Yeah, it's actually a nice spot.
Really lovely spot. So at the other end, we've got coming in for the injured Ngini, who's not playing today, and his place has been taken by the Lizard himself, Lizard Williams. It's the Lizard. He comes into bowl, right arm over quick, and that's up to Das, who plays it down. Perhaps not as sharp as Janssen, and certainly not as sharp as Ngini. Ngini, a big loss, he's injured. So we'll see what the bench strength is like. Lizard Williams getting his opportunity. Messers will no doubt have all the stats in terms of his first-class career. I doubt whether his international career has many appearances. I'm going to be corrected
This is
in a
his
moment.
second match. He's taken one for 62 in his other ODI. So yeah, I'll get the other stuff for you in a
Well,
second.
that was a decent ball on a length, just moved away a bit, so it's good to see this opening partnership with a guy bowling in swing and another one taking it away. Bit like I remember John Price and Alan Connolly when he came over
my
for a
goodness,
season, and Graham
we're going-
Mackenzie, of course, also.
We're going back a fair way to get to John Price.
Well, you know, when you get to a certain age, one's entitled to reflect on the players we watched as schoolboys, you know, outside the off-stump. I was at Hove and I witnessed Javid Miandad scoring a double century for Sussex second 11. Of course, they didn't take him on. He wouldn't have fitted in with the dressing room.
John Price is even before my time, so you're definitely showing your age there, David.
No, I'm 63. I don't mind anyone knowing that.
But yeah, you've got 3 or 4 years on me. That's all.
Well, there were 3 or 4 great years at watching Middlesex, I can tell you. Outside the off-stump, that one, nice shape from Das. Reminiscent of a young Norman Cowans, John.
Yeah, a little bit. I certainly remember him.
And his namesake, Williams, at the other end.
Yeah, possibly even more like Neil Williams.
Neil Williams,
because obviously Cowans was taller than Neil.
Yes.
And Williams isn't the tallest of chaps. I was going to say I'm not sure that he is bench strength because what I've seen of Ngidi in the tournament so far, I haven't been that impressed.
Okay, interesting. That one is misdirected. It's on leg stump, and it's going to pay for it with a boundary, much needed one. And well, Sri Lanka are going to need to score plenty more of these if they're going to get anywhere close to this total. And you know, certainly they're going to really struggle otherwise. And I'm looking for a particular Jeff Perkins classic. No, I'm going to have to go back to my original choice because he kept the ball on the floor, didn't he? Williams appeals for LBW, not half-hearted appeal. Rasmus not moved, but decent. This is a decent open start for Lizard Williams, who, as I'm talking to John Batham, who I should introduce properly because it's always great to have John on, and I've just been really enjoying John's book, which I'll just hold up for the camera, Middlesex County Cricket Club, the Championship Years, by John Batham and Ben Koski. We've got one half of that double act here, and all about the fantastic 13th County Championship win for Middlesex outside the off stump. It's that season, that special season. We've got people like Mike Gatting, John Embury, Mike Selvey, of course, the Guardian's cricket correspondent for 35 years, or 30 years, I think it was. Doesn't get the credit of the John Arletts, the Matthew Engels, but he was a decent bowler in his time. Norman Cowans is also quoted in the book, the guy we've just been talking about, very promising youngster. And you know, it's a very relevant book, this, because with the future of red ball cricket under the microscope, there could hardly be a better time to relive the triumphs of those on the north side of the River Thames and reflect on the oldest form of the game. You know, we can trace those triumphs back from the days of Spell and Warner through the Compton and Edridge. Yes, they weren't just They're not the names of property developers, in case you've sat in the Compton and Edrich stand. They are famous in their own right as amazing record-breaking cricketers who helped Middlesex to several county championships immediately after the war. Would that have been?
Second World War, yes,
Yeah,
that's right.
yeah. So we've got a big history. You know, you could trace it right back to when Edward VII was on the throne when Middlesex won the championship for the first time. 13 times they've won the county championship in all, and no better time to read about that fantastic season with the help of the eyewitnesses, the players at the time. Mike Gatting in the hot seat, great captain he was. Janssen bowls, and there's a quickly taken single.
We're back on. Oh,
yeah, quickly taken single. And
Buzzers.
Mike Gatting.
We got 4 buzzers there, David.
Oh, I've missed the action. Over to John to describe the action.
Yeah, they shied at the stumps, and the backup fielding didn't really happen, did it, Messi? It was conspicuous by its absence, and it's so 1 has become 5.
It's a touch of complacency in the way that South Africa played that. So they've come out with a lot of runs on the board, and maybe not everyone's on their A game. So perhaps an early indication that this might not be as easy as they hoped. Bangladesh 12 for no wicket. We're in the 3rd over. Yeah, sorry, I went off on a bit of a rant there, but John, fantastic book. I owe you the money for it. I meant to do a bank transfer, and
you
then
do. I wasn't going to mention that.
Well, you
but
have mentioned it. No, and let me mention it first, because I wouldn't want anyone to think that I don't repay my debts. LBW. John very kindly gave me a copy of this when I bumped into him in the media centre during Middlesex's last county championship match. In fact, it turned out to be the last day of the season, and we had a very entertaining conversation with Mike Selvey of The Guardian, who announced that he was retiring from all forms of cricket writing. I said, surely not, Mike. He said, that's all I've done all my life. Never got a leaving do from The Guardian. I got a nice leaving do when I left, but he didn't get a leaving do. It sticks in his craw.
Dave, might be mentioned we've had a couple of dot balls while we've been chatting.
Thank you. Janssen bowls outside the off stump, and there's
very
no run.
wide.
12 for no wicket Bangladesh, chasing an unlikely and improbable, yes, I've said it, 383. Is that 383 messes, or did I get that? 388.
382 there, mate.
382. So 383 to win. It's a huge target. 12 for no wicket. South Africa with an amazing record at this Wankhede Stadium, where the temperature is appreciably higher than in other parts of India, and the experience of playing in these conditions. That's a wicket. It's gone down the leg side. It was a soft wicket with a leg slip in position. Or was it a recording?
I think it was a recording.
Oh, sorry about that. That was a recording of a wicket taken in a previous game.
You did a Tony Bishop.
We did a Tony Bishop. We did a Wrangler, as he's known to many of us. And I want to give credit to the Wrangler for suffering Middlesex and Watford over the years. Remain loyal to both, despite all evidence that a contrary pattern of cricket watching would be more enjoyable. And football.
That's what fandom is about, isn't it?
Well, is it? Haven't we got the right to
Well,
change clubs?
well,
I switched away from
was
Sussex. I switched from Sussex.
I was a loyal Sussex supporter right through my youth. I mean, Sussex was the first county club ever formed and still hadn't won a championship by the beginning of the 2000s. The only thing it ever won in my time there was the Gillette Cup in 63 and 64.
Indeed. Just to sort of update that, Messers. No run there. Bangladesh 12 for no wicket, so no action being missed at the moment whilst we reflect on what followed to be a golden decade for Sussex in the first 10 years of this century, with 3 county championship victories under Chris Adams, Peter Moores. Amazing success. And Tony Pygott, it was, the former Sussex bowler, who staged a coup to get rid of Desmond Haynes and Alan Wells, the disastrous coach and captain at the time. No one, I think, did they describe a single there? Possibly. No, they didn't. They sent him back. The end of the 3rd over. Messers will not only read out the social media, he'll update you on what the hell happened in those first 3 overs before I got lost in John Batham's book.
That's for John to do in terms of his role here. I'll just mention that you have excited some comments on YouTube. Brian in Brisbane says, is this Bon Scott's reincarnation? Mr. P says, Malcolm Young in the middle. And Clayton Nielsen says, I think the pronunciation of his first name is more like Lizard, like Wellard, rather than Lizard, if you get the meaning. And John, you can summarise the first 3 overs.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously we had that overthrow. There's been a couple of balls drifting onto the pads. You do sense that South Africa are not quite on it at this precise moment, and sometimes that's what having a big score does to you.
Yeah.
That may well be a missed chance. It's off the pad.
I haven't.
David's disappeared altogether now, so. But he's back. He missed another ball, but he's back.
Well, it wasn't a missed chance, but I see Clasen is keeping wicket rather than de Kock. So I don't know if we're assuming de Kock is off the field, which he might well be.
Yeah, he'll be off the field if he's not keeping wicket. That's another pet hate of mine in this tournament. I think if you bat, you field.
Williams, it is right on the spot. Impressive opening spell from. Sorry, Messrs. Once more pronunciation of Williams' first name.
Lizard.
Lizard Williams, playing his second ODI for South Africa. One of the squad members called into action because of the injury to Ngini, and he's certainly impressive so far. He's been right on the spot and he's been moving the ball, swinging the ball in the air. He bowls now. That's outside the off stump, and it's not timed by Tanzit, who, despite my description of a wicket before, they're both still there. It's 14 for no wicket. The ball I was describing was in the wicket for Janssen was in a previous match between these two teams.
Ah, right, okay.
Gerald Courtesy.
According to Cricket Info, de Kock is off the field with cramp, which is hardly surprising.
Yeah, that old chestnut, hey, cramp. Here's Williams bowls. That's a nice ball again on the length. Good thing about this sort of bowling is you can place a field to it, guys.
Yeah, but on the subject of de Kock, I know it's a pet hate of mine, but sorry if you've batted for however long, fielding is part of the deal. So I'm afraid you should just have to get out and field.
WG Grace.
I'm
WG Grace, John.
Yeah, but I'm just not into this idea that you know.
Here's Williams. That's short, and it's flat batted, but well, unconvincingly and half-heartedly. So it bounces well short of Courtesy. 14 for no wicket, Bangladesh. John.
I'm just not into this idea that you perform one skill and then you're too tired to perform the other one. Well, that's all part of it. Otherwise, you could virtually say, well, our top 4 batsmen have all scored runs. None of them are going to field. We're going to field 4 specialist fielders, and gain a massive advantage. Sorry, that's not on.
I don't disagree with you in principle, John, but I do concede that in conditions like this, it is absolutely impossible for someone who's, you know, you look at Rizwan the other day. Sorry, I'll wait for this ball.
Well, Tanzit just plays it nicely, correctly, but ultimately there's no run there. Out to extra cover. It's the end of the 4th over, Messrs. Back to you to continue this interesting exchange with John Batham, author of Middlesex the Championship Years. Available where, John?
We'll get on to that. I'll let Messi do his socials.
Okay. So Twitter's very quiet at the moment.
Here's your chance, John. Leap in there. Go on. I'll say it then. What you have to do is meet up with John individually.
Go on, Messers, carry on.
Brian Barish says David brought his guns to the studio, I see.
Here's Jansen. Is this a recording? No, it's live. Das plays it out into the offside. There's no run. You join us on 4 overs. Bangladesh 14 for no wicket. Chasing a target of 383, which is an astonishing score by South Africa. For those of you who just joining us, and I know one of those people is John, because he said it's like joining after the Lord Mayor's show, we were witness to an incredible display of stroke play and hitting both of them, from Quinton de Kock with 174. Clasen went for 90, and it really was a spectacular show. That's all the way through Das. Linton Das didn't know much about that. It was full, and it didn't miss the outside the bat by very much at all. So this is quite an examination for these two, one inexperienced player, Linton Das with a lot more experience. Messers will tell us the difference in their ODI tally. I think something in the region, I would guess that Linton Das is probably on about, well no, I wouldn't like to guess, 40 odd ODIs?
No, this is his 82nd.
Okay.
Tans is playing his 10th.
His 10th. Here's Jansen bowls, and that's swung away by the experienced Linton Das. He's going to get a boundary for it, and that will be a huge bonus.
Poor delivery, summarily dispatched. But yeah, we saw some fantastic hitting from de Kock and Jansen. I was saying, I think Jansen's probably the cleanest striker of a cricket ball in world cricket at the moment.
Clasen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jansen bowls over the wicket, down the leg side, must be a wide. Surely, yes, it is Joel Wilson. The only West Indian presence in this World Cup. We can only reflect on what happened in the qualifiers, but all fairness to Netherlands, they've really acquitted themselves well and deserve to be in this tournament. As for the West Indies, they'll be playing, all those players will be playing in the Super 50 tournament at the moment. Roland Butcher's over there, and he'll be giving us an update later on in this tournament on what's happening in the Super 50, because that's where West Indies are. And a big shout out to our listeners in the Caribbean who retain an interest in the World Cup and whose voices continue to deserve to be heard. That's I played out into extra cover and there's no run. I think it's very important.
What is the Super 50, David?
Super 50 is the domestic 50 over tournament in the West Indies. It's played between the main teams: Barbados, Jamaica, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, Windwards and Leewards. There's usually two extra teams in there. In fact, English county teams have been known to fill those slots outside the off stump. I think there should be a lot more of that. It beats him. Usually, I think this year it will be in a development team will be in there. Used to be the colleges, campuses, and universities. They'll probably have a team in there as well. So it's a good quality tournament. Played day night. Most of the games day night, so they get decent crowds. And but problems of transportation inside the Caribbean mean that these days they tend to have to play them in one island, so all those home fans miss out, and it's a great shame. Here's Jansen bowls outside the off stump. Das plays and misses. Well, South Africa are all over Bangladesh. The end of 5 overs, Bangladesh at 19 from their wicket. With me, John Batham, the author of Quid Middlesex, the Championship Years, and in Sydney, or is it Melbourne, it's Messers.
Brian Barry says a great exhibition of de Kock stroking.
Brian,
that's very you, Brian. Farong says chasing an 8 and over is always going to be a tall order. Hopefully the last cyclone of the season expected to reach landfall near Cox's Bazaar tomorrow around sunset. Kolkata will more than likely get rain over the next few days. Any place scheduled there, I don't know, I'll check that. And Amrino Ava says, perhaps some field of the catches don't count to make it fair, but then that would scrub the catch off ponding. What was that in relation to, Andre? What Bairstow was saying, I don't know. I was about to say something really important to you, David, and I've entirely forgotten what it was. So there you go. I'm sorry about that. You go, John.
That's what I call a hospital pass as a link, Messers. Williams' first ball. It's again another good ball. He's been given a third over, quite rightly, and looks like Clasen is directing proceedings there. He's also keeping wicket. Is there nothing he can't do? Markham is the captain, but Clasen looks very involved and helping out with the field placings. Some would say he's setting the field, and Williams is involved in the conversation as well. Yeah.
Given your involvement with West Indies cricket, with the Olympics taking cricket on as a sport, is there a Caribbean nation that might be capable of putting together an Olympic side?
Oh, for sure. They've been waiting for this opportunity. I can tell you, it's going to do great things for cricket in the region to put a Jamaica side, a Barbados team, a Trinidad and Tobago. I can't wait. I hope it's men's. I really do, because women's cricket is not that great in the West Indies. It's not played enough in schools, universities, etc. There aren't enough decent players. You can't suddenly magic them up. I hope it's a men's tournament. Is it a men's tournament in the Olympics?
I think it's going to be men's and women's.
Right, great.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Both, wouldn't it?
I tell you, it would be a decent bet. That's a sweetly driven shot by Tanzid, who is really forcing me to stuff my words down my mouth. I said he wouldn't be there long. Well, he's still there. It's a sixth over, and that was a beautiful shot.
The number of the day. Just four. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4. 1, 2,
first boundary
3,
off the bat.
4.
First boundary off the bat, much needed. 24 for no wicket Bangladesh. Here's Williams down the leg side, must be wided. Can I give a big shout out to our Shelley, Dr. Shelley Beck, if you give her a full title, over at Oxford Brookes, and former Eastern Province player in her own right, a member of the Guerrilla commentary team, and wonderful person and great cricketer. And she's going to be taking on the responsibility for West Ealesley women's team next year, the girls' team. So I'm really looking forward to that. And Shelley's listening to us now. Williams bowls, and that's played out by Tanzid for a single. You must be loving this, Shelley. South Africa have been in imperious form in this World Cup. Okay, that one hiccup against Netherlands, but otherwise they're my team of the tournament, and they're my tip to win. I've put my money where my mouth is. I had £2 each way, just to make sure I get my £2 back, because I'm that tight.
Just for the big spenders.
On South Africa at 6-1. It was available as recently as yesterday. Oh, that'll be gone now. It'll be 3-1 now, I should think, 4-1. But with a fifth of the odds to cut, one first or second, in other words, you're betting on them to get to the final. I can't see anyone beating them in the semis unless they're drawn against India, of course, in the semi-final. Here's Williams, who's outside the off stump, swings away again, no run. Sorry, Messers.
They're $5.30 to win the World Cup on Betfair at the moment.
I mean, you would think that we're heading for a semi-final between South Africa and New Zealand, wouldn't you, with India playing whoever scrambles into the fourth position in order to be thrashed by the hosts.
Well, Hendo was on earlier, John, saying that was, in his view, likely to be the winners. Australia, right, who he tipped to win the whole tournament.
I would have thought that what we really want is for South Africa to break off and
Williams
up again.
Bowls, nice bit of movement again. That's uppish, bit of casual fielding as well. But Williams has bowled it. This is an excellent spell by Williams, who surely may be attracting the attention of both the IPL franchises. But if I was an English county, I'd be very interested in him, in the ability to swing the ball in these conditions. Very accurate, disciplined. Everything about him looks very disciplined. And as an English county, he's just the sort of signing that I've had. Not yet in the Test match team, so his availability would be good. Here he bowls now. Down the wicket comes Das, who rather contemptuously, it's almost as if he heard me, as if to say, what, against this guy? Comes down the wicket and lofts it over, long and as easy as you like. And he rather made me eat my words there, but all I can do is count in German after that.
1, 2, 3, 4.
An almost nightmarish scenario where the Germans have taken over the UK.
That was his
I wouldn't be here.
Wedge over the top of mid-on, wasn't it?
Yeah,
but,
I wouldn't.
Yeah,
be around.
I think our ideal scenario really is for South Africa to reach the final against India and to bat first and to put a big score on the board, and then see what happens. Because any other scenario, I can't see anybody beating India, because it would be interesting to force the Indians to chase a big score.
Janssen to Tanzit and tries to go swipe down the leg side, and Joel Wilson's given him. He must have got a faintest touch. Is he going to review? He was flailing down the leg side. Joel Wilson's arm went up. Janssen's absolutely confident about that, And Tanzid, is he going to walk off? Yes, he's walking off. He knows he gloved it. And that's the first wicket. Bangladesh 30 for 1. And fortunately, I've made £3.50 there because I said he wouldn't score more than 15. I think that's the end of Tanzid. I rather hope it is from a personal cash point of view, cash flow. Yes, there he goes, glove on it. And bye-bye Tanzid, just in time to make me £2.75. Thank you very much to Bet365.
Dear.
Not the best ball in the world, but he just seemed to be a bit late on it.
I think it was the sucker ball. I think it was pretty deliberate because he had extra effort in it and he got extra bounce on it as a result.
Messers, how about the tweets?
Mog says that they've beaten them in T20, they've beaten them in ODI. Give the Dutch test status so they can play South Africa and win one there too. Mr. P says Shelley can't be listening as Bangladesh would have been bowled out by now. She's much more effective when she's in the studio at taking wickets, but she says, I'm loving it. Just hope all the good performances are not being used up. I do suffer from years of missed opportunities. Bear made me remember all the past RSA losses in my last Gorilla stint. Yeah, that was a bit mean when Shelley was on yesterday. Bear was reminding her of all the chokes, let's face it, that South Africa had suffered, which was a bit mean.
Bear being mean? Surely not.
And Shelley's claiming that wicket. So there you go.
Fair enough. It's the new batsman is Shanto. Jansen bowls him. That's down the leg side. Has he got a touch on that as well? Is that going to be 2 in 2? Yes. Joe Wilson gives him out 2 in a row down the leg side. Soft dismissal. Shanto goes. I didn't even have time to jingle him, but I mean he just didn't have to touch that. But it's another wicket. It's 2 in 2 balls for the big man himself. That's Jansen, and another wicket goes. And well, no, I'm not going to say that shit takes wickets because I'm not playing that one.
No.
But I am playing. I'm going to play this one because from batsman's point of view, you flipping muppet.
Yeah. You get strangled down leg on your first ball is just unforgivable.
I mean, let's face it. If we're giving Jansen the benefit of the doubt with that bouncer, that was a pretty ordinary delivery, and he just didn't get in the right position to play it. And if 383 was a big score to start with, it's blinking enormous now because then 30 for 2.
And I'm going to ask Messers to have another look in his amazing statistical almanac. He's very much the what's the name of the guy doing it on Test Match Special now, John?
Messi.
Who's the guy on TMS?
Oh, yeah,
Saltzman.
yeah.
Andy Saltzman.
Yeah, Andy.
Messers is our Andy Saltzman, but more amusing.
No. Oh no, I don't
How
think
many
so.
ODIs have between them those two, Shanto and Tanzin? Less than 10, I'd say. Less than 10 between them.
Sorry, Shanto and Tanzin.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Well, I think you said it was Tanzin's 10th earlier on.
Yeah,
so,
it was.
Okay. I'm in trouble then.
And yeah, it was Lytton Das's 82nd.
No, I know Lytton Das.
Shanto he wanted.
Yeah.
That's harder.
Whilst you're waiting for that, let's welcome this man, the key man for Bangladesh. The key man, Shakib Al Hassan, the captain. He's on hat-trick ball. It's full but wide, and Shakib doesn't make contact, so it's still an effective ball. Yeah, Jansen.
Shanto's 35th ODI.
the bat, wasn't it?
Well, he's got more experience than he didn't really show that experience in playing that shot. That was a shot of a rookie. But I'm thinking of all the great Bangladesh options they had to bat at 2 and 3 in this World Cup. And Leah, I'm relying on you to tell us who they were, because I know you follow the Bangladeshis, and Jay might know that as well. That one cuts back into Shakib. He's going to get off the mark here with the single. So they're under pressure already, Bangladesh, chasing an unlikely, improbable, some would say mission impossible, 383.
Shelley says that's 2 for me. To which Mr. P says, "Oh, for fuck's sake, Shelley."
Shelley, I'm looking forward to seeing your bowling next year. I've got big hopes for that. I think you'll take a lot of wickets. I'm ready to start nets whenever you like. November, December, January, February, any weather. If you get a day like today when the sun's out, might be a bit chilly, put a coat on. Janssen bowls, played down by Das. Because I think your capacity to take wickets, Shelley, will transfer from the screen to the Cherwell Oxfordshire League. Div 6. Marco Janssen.
That's
31 for 2 Bangladesh. We're in the 7th over. And Janssen's had an outstanding World Cup so far. 2 for 92 against Sri Lanka. Well, that was expensive, but 2 wickets every game he's played. 31 for 2. Shakib is on 1. Das is on 12. Linton Das, the experienced Linton Das, takes strike. He's played forward defensively. End of that over. 7 overs have gone. Bangladesh are 31 for 2. Messers.
That's the Cherwell River, is it? That you speak of?
Yes, it is.
Is it, Dave? It's my mother went to Cherwell Edge at Oxford when she was there a long time ago, 80 years ago. Jeff Perkins says, and yet Shelley's wicket-taking exploits this tournament will never be recognised come the awards. And Shelley says, if South Africa makes the final, I will definitely find a way to be in the Gorilla Towers. Full wicket-taking power would need to be in effect. Yeah, but we'll have you batting during the opposition, commentating during the opposition's innings. That'll fuck them up. How far away from the tower are you, Shelley? She's in Oxford somewhere.
126 kilometres. I know, I did the journey this morning, Messers. Yet still they complain about my lateness. Here's Williams. He's continuing his 4th over. He bowls again right on the spot. This is a great opening spell from Williams, who's been ideal kind of partnership with Janssen, because don't forget Rabada hasn't been used yet. They've still got Rabada up their sleeve, and Williams doing a fine job for his team, keeping one end really tight, and that means the players are having to attack anything loose from Janssen, which tends to be down the leg side, and 2 wickets have fallen in exactly that fashion. So things going completely according to plan for Aidan Markram. The South African captain is having a fantastic tournament himself with the bat and as a leader. Williams bowls this one short. It's edged outside the off stump. It's a wicket for Williams. He deserves that one. He's bowled so well. And is he delighted? Is he pumped up? He's waited a long time for this opportunity. Imagine what it's like. It's only his 2nd ODI. He's waiting in the wings behind Antini and Bard and all that amazing talent playing for South Africa. But what about that one?
It's a great catch, as Messi says. It's the cock might not get the gloves back if Clasen keeps doing things like that. It's a fine catch because it was quite a wide delivery, and he,
first slip probably could have got it.
And it's the big wicket of Shakib Al Hassan. Caught Clasen, bowled Williams for 3. That surely is another nail in the coffin for Bangladesh in this match, in the tournament. It's not been a great tournament for them. Selectors are going to come under attack for picking a very inexperienced side. They've left a lot of good players out of this team that we'll have seen in previous World Cups. And as we've seen from the stats, Messers, people with previous, and John, in fact, I'll put this to you, John. Sorry. I'm penning you in as a Middlesex man and forgetting to involve you in the World Cup. Sorry about that, John. Your check. I told you your check's in the post. Give me a break. But I do think that
the number of times you've mentioned my book, I think I'm going to employ you as my agent.
Well, I would love to be your agent.
Doing a better job than my publisher.
I mean, I just love. I was a great fan of Middlesex cricket at that period. Although Sussex were my team, Middlesex were my 2nd team, and in fact I followed Middlesex 2nd 11. I used to go to 2nd 11 matches as a youngster. Tim Selwood, Norman Featherstone, I saw them all coming up through the ranks, and that was a great team to watch. Sam Black, of course, from Rhodesia, came over, Zimbabwe now, and performed very well as an English qualified player. And Mike Selvey of The Guardian, then cricket correspondent, opened the bowling. We had from Australia Alan Connolly, Fred Titmus.
Meanwhile,
then we had Embry and Edmonds.
Speakers come in.
Yeah. Does this guy get a jingle?
He certainly does. Mushfiqa is the new batsman. Tell us what you know about Mushfiqa while I tee up the jingle, gentlemen.
Not a great deal, I confess.
You're relying on a sort of Radio 1 DJ to do the job for you.
Not a great deal, but he steered that first one down quite well between.
I tell you, Williams, if I was a county cricket director of cricket, I would be on the phone to his agent now to get this guy signed up, because he would be dangerous in English conditions, because he's moving it, he's accurate, he's getting bounce. Here he comes, he bowls now, right on the spot again. Williams, outstanding figures, 1 for 17, he's in his 4th over. This is a 50 over World Cup match and they're chasing 383. It's not a test match, but he's got test match bowling figures here, and outstanding from him.
I'll just tell you, Mushfiqa has had a pretty good World Cup so far. He made 2 not out in his first innings, then 51 against England, 66 against New Zealand, and 38 against India. He's the keeper, of course, but he's actually been the sort of part of the strength of their team.
Williams, bang on in terms of length again, and it's Linton Das who's laboured his way to 12, strike rate of just 50. 24 balls. He's going to have to capitalise on this slow start, and he's going to find it difficult scoring runs off Lizard Williams, playing only his 2nd ODI, taking the place of Ngidi, who's injured, and he's on the bench with the bib, and showing the strength of South African pace bowling ranks and the strength of cricket in South Africa in general at the moment, on a high after a very successful domestic T20 tournament last year. Bowls right on the spot. What a great over from Lizard Williams. He's really made an impact on this World Cup. 1 for 17 or 4 overs, 8 overs gone. Bangladesh 32 for 3.
So our South African correspondent Tyndale Lace tells us that Northants signed Williams for 3 games last year, but the pitches he bowled on were flat and he really struggled. Brian Barish says, I'm just spitballing. The 6 teams for the Olympics should be the USA as host, a European qualifier, African qualifier, Asian qualifier, Oceanian qualifier, America's qualifier. I really like that idea. I don't think it'll happen, but I think it'd be great if it
That would be a great idea, because it would create a new tournament for the Caribbean. That is an outstanding idea. Who's that come from?
From Brian Barish.
Brian, thank you.
Who says
not a bad shout.
Yeah, he said the West Indies competition is Guyana, Windswoods, Leewards, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, combined campuses and colleges, and the Windies academies. The 3 venues are BLCA, QPO, and the World Cricket Ground.
Great, thank you very much. On what island is it taking place?
That he doesn't say. Maybe that's 3 different islands.
I think it's the same island, because that's how they're getting around all the... What's happened in the Caribbean, you see, is in first-class cricket and inter-island cricket has really suffered because of the rise in airfares. Domestic airfares have gone through the roof.
Yeah,
and it means they have to play all their games on one island, and it's not the same. You know, who wants to see a game between 2 teams that you don't know or relate to? It's just not right, and that's why the games are poorly attended. Here's Janssen, he bowls down the leg side. It's got to be a wide. Janssen looking to be 3 times lucky with that sort of leg side angle. I mean, Clasen magic today. I mean, he has magicked up 2 wickets out of nothing balls down the leg side. Yeah, so Shelley and I, Messrs, we both play for the same cricket teams. You probably gathered, West Ilsley in Oxfordshire League Division 6.
Shelley says definitely she's in. And she's also just given us a super chat of £2. She says, great session, boys. £2 for the parking, David.
That's favourite. That is very, very, very not funny, because she's referring to
Shelley.
The fact that whenever I turned up at Oxford Brookes, where I had to teach 2 afternoons a week without the benefit of a staff permit, it was a battle. It was a battle with me against the authorities. It felt like me against the world at times, until one of my students faced up to the fact that he had a driveway overlooking the college. Imagine my surprise when I got ticketed if we're even parking there. Right. Mushfiqa on 1, Das is on 12. Mushfiqa faces up to Janssen, 2 for 14. The bowlers haven't changed yet. No need to change them. This is Test cricket we're watching. and it's a Test match scorecard. Honestly, this is like the first 8 overs of a Test match, isn't it? And all the better for it, Messers.
Indeed. Perko says, main question is, has Shelley peaked too early? I say, stop it, Shelley, stop it at once.
John, tell us about your love of the County Championship, just in between balls, because this resembles a good first-class match, doesn't it? Why do you like the first-class game so much that you had to write about it?
I just think red ball cricket is the bedrock of all cricket.
Plays outside the off stump, no run.
It's the oldest form of the game, and sadly, in many ways, it's now the least respected or the most disrespected, which is a shame. And let's be honest, probably the other reason I wrote about Middlesex cricket is because it was probably the only thing I was ever going to get published, because it's the only thing I know anything about. But
what would your specialist subject on Mastermind be in the second round, John? Here's Jansen bowls outside the off stump. Mushfika leaves it. Come on, you must have quite a few. What's your second one?
Oh, I'd probably do all right in a general knowledge round.
Yeah, but you've reached round 2. You have to nominate a second specialist subject. You've got through with outstanding knowledge of Middlesex's county championship years. What's your second subject?
Oh,
it can't be cricket related.
That's gonna take some thinking about. That's definitely going to take some thinking about. I'll come back.
I'm going to ask Messers the same question. Jansen bowls, and that's covered up by Mushfika. There's no. Sorry, that's who's that? That Mamadullah. Yes. Messers, what would your second passion be after cricket? We'd like to know more about Messers the man.
Oh, that's a really fucking good question. I know. I guess it'd be to do with technology, I suppose. One of my great loves, which I always go back to, is Excel, the spreadsheet. It sort of changed my life when it came out in the late 80s, early 90s.
I wish I hadn't asked Messers now. Jansen plays that dash for a single. Just my bloody luck. The one person in the world who's going to answer with a nerd who likes Excel, spreadsheets. Are you trying to get onto Shelley's good books? Because she's amazing with spreadsheets. I have a confession to make. I always had someone to do my spreadsheets when I worked at The Guardian and Channel 4. So I never did the basics. Shelley has rumbled me, and she realises that and has relieved me of my responsibilities as module leader. No, I haven't got the administrative spreadsheet skills that you've got, Messers. If I'd had your passion for Excel and spreadsheets, I'd probably be not here now, because I would be at Oxford Brookes teaching Introduction to Business and Finance.
There you go.
Instead of which, I'm here. Can I just give a plug?
Isn't it?
I'm here courtesy of my sponsor, Prime Energy Drinks. They're amazing. They used to cost £25 a time, and now they're down to £2 if you buy them from a co-op store. So they're £2 in the co-op. Prime. Yes. Thank you very much to my sponsor. It's a bowling change. It's a man who hasn't had any part in the game so far, and not much contribution in the tournament. But he's going to get the.
Not true.
No, sorry, Messers, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, he actually took 3 wickets in the last game, and despite the fact I can't stand him, he bowled really well.
You don't like his hairband. Here he is.
I don't like his overreaction.
The ill and disloyal, they called on the young Coatsy Gerald.
Yeah, there's a touch
he's a little overexcitable.
Well, there's a touch of the J. Roys about him. Put it like that. He looks like someone that prepares himself, in the mirror before going out to play. Curtsy. He's got a hairband, black hairband, tied in almost pirate style fashion as he bowls, and that's outside the offside. He bowls. Well, his bowling is. There's nothing amazing about his bowling, but he has taken some wickets by hitting the deck. I'm going to tell a lie. He's bowled brilliantly. I've just seen video of his wickets, which I hadn't seen. He's deserved every one of them.
Let's be honest. He's taken wickets against England. That's not That's
Yeah,
not much to
but
commend
I'm
him in this
remembering him
tournament.
now. I remember this guy. I've seen him when he made his debut last year. I think Messers. Am I correct in thinking he made his international debut last year? And
I think it was late this year against Australia. I
against
think.
Australia, and he made an immediate impact. And he certainly made an immediate impact on Mushfiqur, who has dropped his trousers. He's that excited about batting against Hertzi, and he's now having to. Oh my God! What's he doing?
That's very embarrassing.
What the hell is he doing? I'm sorry, this isn't cricket, and I'm going to ask for the green room someone to relieve me, please. I'm not going to comment on this. I've never seen like this on a cricket field before.
I think
Linton
what's
Das.
happened is
It's Linton Das.
By the look of it.
It's Linton Das with his trousers around his ankle now being sort
Well,
of
at least he's sat on the
attended
ground
to
now,
by
so,
a physio with a tape measure. No, I'm not having any part of this. I'm going to hand over to Tony Bishop, who's going to take over, aka the Wrangler. Messers, some tweets, please.
Oh dear. Sorry. Parrot Mitchell says spreadsheets are great. I spent a freezing afternoon in 2018 while a gas boiler was being installed building a cricket ELO rating spreadsheet incorporating all test matches back to the first Ashes. See, Excel is a tool for cricket nerds that makes nerdery even greater. That's the truth of it. Perko says, come on Dave, you didn't achieve that look without a reflective surface. And Pirate Badshaw says, though being a FOSS type, I use LibreOffice Calc rather than Excel. Well, I mean, fundamentally what excites me is spreadsheets and what you can do with them. So I am agnostic in terms of which particular one it might be, but they do I'm always so impressed at how much can be achieved using a spreadsheet. Tony Bishop, for your information, is getting himself all wired up in the seat in place of Dave because Dave was so shocked by Linton Das dropping his DAX for no apparent reason. So
well, I think he has reason. I think he has reason. I think he's damaged his hamstring by the look of it.
What was concerning me far more was that whilst one man was kneeling in front of the other man, David was screaming, "Can someone please relieve me?" Which was which I have to say was massively disconcerting. So I genuinely, I'm here for. I know what I was about to say. I'm genuinely here for just 2 balls, and then I think that's probably literally the worst thing I could possibly say. But there are in fact 2 balls left off the over. Who's on next? It's John and
it's me, yes.
Hendo. So John, I think to relieve us from this madness, if I can not use the relief in the proper sense of the word.
You now, John.
You go ahead, John. I will press the buttons. Hendo will jump in at the end of. Hendo and Tim will join us after the 2 final balls, and everything, some sort of order will be re-established. David had managed also to break the headphones as he leapt up. So shocked was he by Linton Das's exposure incident.
Well, I think Linton Das is just about getting himself back in some sort of order because he's
just about getting himself back, from what I can see. But
he's recovered his tracksuit bottom,
composure,
or whatever it is, and his composure, his faculties. And he's going to be ready again soon. It is disconcerting when things like this happen. Some of you know I do football commentary these days, and I've had several incidents lately where you've had to fill in lots of minutes while stoppages have taken place. But I think we're back, and oh no, we're seeing the fall of the 3rd wicket again.
No, it was flicked away to mid-wicket for a single. I think we're halfway through the 10th over at 34 for 3. If you want to pick it up from there, John.
I thought we'd had 4 balls of the over. That's what threw me. I thought we'd had 4 balls when Mr. Das had his slightly inconvenient spell. Anyway, in he comes again, and this is pushed away just backward of point and fielded. No run again. So Mushfiqur only 2 runs in 11 balls now. It's not exactly been a sprint out the blocks from Bangladesh, chasing 383. I think the idea that they're chasing it is relatively fanciful at this point. Here's Kutsi again, and he's in, and this is turned away behind square, down to the man at fine leg for a single. 35 for 3. Mushfiqur moves on to 3, so just one ball of Kutsi's first over to come. We're seeing South Africa in third position. They'll be up to second position at the end of the day if they complete this win, because their net run rate's already better than New Zealand. This is wide outside the off stump, and it's cracked to the edge of the circle, where Van der Dussen makes a really good stop and saves 4, I think. So that's the end of that over, and it's 35 for 3. I'm joined by Mr. Hendo. Hello, boss. Who's on mute and we can't hear him. That's never good.
Sorry about that. Yeah, schoolboy error. Farong says Shantos 35 ODIs, 35 too many according to the current BRU poll. Well, Tamim was going to play 5 matches, then off for an operation, created a wee riff with Shakib. Yes, the number of riffs, aren't there, in Bangladeshi cricket of recent vintage. Leah says, why are they measuring Lytton Das's schlong? Can't they just do that when he's not distracted by playing cricket and not on camera? You would think so, wouldn't you? Jay Grover is back. He says, right, I now have to frantically pre-game because I'm going to the Tailender show tonight and I don't think I'll enjoy it sober. Oh, the Tailender show. That's the thing with Jimmy Anderson and 1 or 2 other
indeed, yes,
so-called names of cricket. Not sure who exactly. Richard Asher says, a surprising number of folk are passionate about Excel spreadsheets. Confounds me too, but since my better half is among them, at least I've got someone to do my accounting for me. Yeah, I don't understand them either.
Here's Kagisa Rabada for the first time today. Into Mushfiqur, who plays it out into the covers.
Yeah, I think that's a good point you made there, John, about this being the sort of fanciful notion that they're chasing this. It's very similar in terms of score to the shellacking of England on Saturday, isn't it? England losing those 3 wickets. Difference being is that even when England lost those 3 wickets, they still did have the personnel who could have got them to that score on a good day. But Bangladesh really don't have that.
Here's Rabada, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, I think the idea that Bangladesh are chasing this is about as fanciful as the idea that Britain has a functioning government. I think we're jingling up Rabada.
What's his name? He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killingest bowler. He can sink.
And that's a big shout for one that's gone between bat and pad. Clasen's quite interested in that, but I think he was more interested than anyone else. But this seems a good moment to introduce Mr. Tim Dale-Lace. We've not been on together for a while, Tim, but must be very heartening to see Bangladesh at 36 for 3 and Kagisa Rabada unleashed.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about the lack of close games at this World Cup. On a personal note, I don't really care. This is because we keep winning.
Yeah, absolutely. When you've got 383 on the board, who gives a monkeys? Here's Rabada again. This is tucked away off his pads to short mid wicket. Van der Dussen races in and tries to sort of backhand the ball back towards the keeper, but they've got through for a single. 37 for 3.
Actually, I mean, I know people have been saying that, but I've quite enjoyed this World Cup, and I think it's because there have been those surprises. 3 surprises in the first 20-odd matches. I think it's pretty good going. There could be more to come.
I think they've salvaged it somewhat, those surprises. Here's Rabada. This is driven, and it's beaten the fielder at cover. I think that's going to run all the way through for 4 to the cover fence. Indeed it is.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
Just a little bit too full. from Kagisa
Nice shot.
Rabada.
That's a lovely
Nice
shot.
shot.
A lovely shot.
Nice shot, even though they're in all sorts of trouble. Just allow the ball to come to him.
Yeah.
Rabada, what response has he got? He's in. And, oh, that's a beauty. Oh my word! I think that was left on length, and he was relieved to see it sail somewhere over middle and off stump. 41 for 3 at the end of the over. Endo.
Let me see, tweets. Joe Grover says, I've done that one. But Joe Grover's back again anyway. He says, John's being surprisingly squeamish for someone who wanted to see people dehydrating and writhing in cramping agony a moment ago. Latest BRU poll from Farong says, will Bangladesh score more runs than Quinton de Kock, which would mean getting 175? 62% say no, 35% say yes, and 3% say, what is QDK? Or who is?
I think Jay needs to listen to the commentary. I don't think I was squeamish at all. I think it was David that ran away. I've seen far worse than that lately. I was on football commentary when poor Chris Basham ended up with an ankle the wrong way round the other day. In comes Curtsey and bowls, and that's played out to cover by Das for no run. Yes, I was literally on commentary when his standing foot disappeared from underneath him, and when we re-saw pictures of him, the ankle and the foot were in the wrong direction, which was very alarming. Yes, absolutely.
I imagine he was making quite a bit of noise.
Well, he was pretty motionless actually for a guy that was in that much pain. But yeah, there was lots of gas and air and horribleness. Here's Kutsi again, and this is pulled away, but only to the fielder at mid-on, no run.
That sounds almost as bad as a former colleague of mine in Bermuda playing football and breaking his kneecap.
Yeah, horrible,
breaking
hideous.
your kneecap. That's just... You can't even think about that, can you?
Well, it's a bit like that's what David Lawrence did, wasn't it?
I suppose so.
Was it in the West Indies?
No, it was in New Zealand. It was in New Zealand.
I remember it happening and him crumpling in a heap. Here's Kutsia, and that's played out through cover. But there's a man out on the cover fence now who can return that, and it's just a single. I think I said in the last game I was on, I was also on commentary for a Dutch football match the other week when Etienne Vasson, the Volvic goalkeeper, was kicked in the head by Brian Broby, and there was a whole circle of fielders surrounding the treatment being given to him as if something awful had happened, and we had players in tears and the game abandoned and keeper stretchered off. It was pretty horrible. So I've seen far worse than Das losing his trousers. This is squeezed out behind square on the offside, no run. I'm not very squeamish about much at all, to be honest.
Are you not? I'm very squeamish. I mean, look, I like dogs, but I wouldn't have a dog because I'm not going to put my hand onto a big turd that's just been deposited and lift it up with only a sliver of plastic bag between me and it.
That's why he's a cat lover. Here's Curtsey, and this is cut away, and it's caught on the boundary.
Yep.
Caught by the man at third man, and there is the Curtsey over celebration that Messi is not fond of, but which no doubt Tim Dowlace has enjoyed immensely.
Yeah, I'm chuffed. I mean, it was a long hop, let's be honest. It was rubbish. But it gets a wicket, as they often do.
Well, when you score 42 for 4, I think that is now. So Bangladesh are going from bad to worse to even worse, sadly. Say?
Yeah, I mean,
from a Bangladeshi perspective.
I mean, you needed someone like Mushfiqur or perhaps Shakib to play a long innings for them to have a chance, and then someone with a bit more stroke-making ability, someone like Liton Das, to go as crazy as he ever goes, really, for Bangladesh to have any chance in this game. I mean, Liton Das is one of the few still out there. Maybe it's because he's had his schlong inspected, but that that can't happen to all of them, can it?
No, clearly not. So
at this rate, their run rate will go below England's. So that's something to cheer about.
Yay! What does that mean? That England will be off the bottom of the table? Yay!
I'm not even going to cheer that, Hendo. Sorry, not even going to summon the energy to cheer that thought. Well, here's the new batter, who is Mamadullah, and we're jingling him up.
Mamadullah, here I go again. My, yet another 100.
Well, they could do with yet another 100. It has to be said, and a few more. I don't think it's going to happen though.
Well, I don't think 100's going to help anyone, is it? You need someone to get more than 100. You need 150 here, don't you? You need someone to really
very quickly.
And very quickly, because they're only going at not even 4 and over at the moment.
Yeah, it's about 9 and over, I think, the current scoring rate. Here's Coetzee. He's into Mamadullah, who drives this one gloriously through the covers, crashes into the Toblerone, and he's underway in style. He didn't get his foot very near the pitch of the ball, but threw plenty of hands at it, and it sailed through the cover region. 46 for 4 at the end of the over.
I think we're up to date on tweets, or certainly they've not refreshed on my phone for the time being. I just wanted to ask Tim. I know he was saying that of the two, I'll break off.
Is Rabada, that's wrapped him on the pad. He appeals. Joel Wilson says no, and I don't think they're going to pursue it any further. But that was another ball from Rabada, which seemed to jag in a fair way from outside off.
Just something for Tim to consider, and maybe come back at the end of the over. He obviously would prefer a World Cup win for South Africa in the cricket. It's something that's not happened before than in the rugby. But do you think something like that?
Here's Rabada again. That's wide of the off stump through to Clasen, no run.
If South Africa were to win this Cricket World Cup, would that re-energise the sport? I mean, I know we were talking about the T20 competition that they started last year as being a focal point for increasing the popularity again. But do you think a World Cup win might just suddenly get the South African public off their couches and back into grounds?
It would get. I'll come back to after the delivery.
Yeah,
that's just played up to mid-off, no run.
It would get the people who are already fans off their back, but it wouldn't do anything else. It's a strange one because the Rugby World Cup has brought people who are not fans into the Rugby World Cup. The cricket does not and has not done that.
Oh, wow.
That's a shame.
That's interesting, though. Here's Rabada. He's in, and again, this one shapes in a fraction. It's played out on the offside down to third man for a single. 47 for 4.
It goes so far as the rugby coach was talking about some person who said something on social media, and she's sort of trending, if you like. She said she's not a rugby fan, not at all. But this whole World Cup, this experience, has completely changed that. Now, she's one person, but that is the general feel that we've got in the country.
It's just wide of the off stump through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, but do you think that if South Africa, the World Cup final be over?
Not to the same extent. There isn't that love, there isn't that passion, there isn't that drive for cricket, for South African cricket. It just isn't there.
Here is Rabada, he's in again, and that's right on the stumps. It's squeezed out via a sort of thick outside edge, down to third man for another single, 48 for 4.
Yeah, it's a real shame. I thought maybe that would because they were talking so much about the T20 competition having an impact. But it's a shame that if South Africa don't, even if they do perform well, the interest has waned to such a degree.
the fans that have been brought across to SA20, majority of them won't know who the protest captain is.
Yeah.
They love it. They love SA20. They love the entertainment. They love the extravagance of it and the party atmosphere. But it does not correlate to them suddenly becoming protest fans. They stay in SA20. That's where they stay.
And what about the media coverage? I mean, is the media coverage of the cricket team anything like that which the rugby team is getting?
I think they do a good job. The media guys. I think they do a good job. It just doesn't grab people in the same way. In a very simple terms, the 80 minutes that I experienced against England, I don't think I'm going to experience in any match of this World Cup. I don't think that's gonna be the same feeling. We might win off the last ball in the final, and it'll be fantastic, but it just won't be of the same kind of intensity, the same kind of togetherness. The Springboks have got a tagline, stronger together. Everybody knows that. From 1995 right up to now, it brings us together as a country. Even if it's only for 5 minutes, it does actually have that effect. Whatever creed, whatever colour, it does actually bring us together as a nation. We then go away afterwards, we go our separate ways. The cricket doesn't and has never been able to do that. At any stage over the last 30 years, it's never been able to bring us together in any way, shape or form outside of the people who are already fans of the game.
Wow, to me that's fascinating insight, Tim.
And quite a depressing one as well.
yeah, quite depressing, but fascinating. It just makes me think: is it to do with the fact that a rugby match is compressed into those 80 intense minutes, whereas a 50-over cricket match is a much longer affair, isn't it?
Well, it's a complicated one. So, the idea that SA Rugby is a well-run union and everything's marvellous isn't actually true. It just isn't. It's had its fair share of scandals over the last few years. But in the papers, every single day for the last 10 years has been Cricket South Africa, fiasco, Cricket South Africa, financial difficulties, etc., etc. You've had it every single day. You don't have that when it comes to the rugby.
We're back after the drinks break. That first ball from Courtesy is wide of the stumps and left and through the keeper. Oh, was that not the first ball after the drinks break then?
I think it was.
Oh, was it? I thought it was a replay.
No,
All right,
I
apologies.
think it was.
I don't even know when they're real ones. Oh, God.
Well, funnily enough, I was saying to this morning, Tony, that they were actually occasionally the ICC coverage is putting up a real-time replay, just to let us know. But obviously not always.
Quite handy.
Yeah.
No, I think that was real. It was. Here's Courtesy again, and this is slashed away. It means that the third man has to move around to his right. There's still only time for one run, so 49 for 4. So at least the 50 beckons for Bangladesh. Small grains of comfort.
Well, what were England at one point? They were 60-something for 8, weren't they? If I remember rightly, before the long handles of Mark Wood and Gus Atkinson got together.
But that's England, who cares? Let's be honest. 49 for 4. Here's Courtesy, is in, and oh, that's a beauty. And he fences at that. Does Das, doesn't get anything on it, goes through to Clasen. Super delivery that.
It just struck me who Courtesy reminds me a little bit of, and I don't know whether you feel the same. He's got that same sort of manner, that same sort of slightly quicker than you think he is, putting a lot of effort in, as someone like Andy Bickle.
Yeah.
Similar stature, similar sort of muscular build as well.
Here he is again, bustling in. bowls, and this is outside leg stump and short, and it's hooked away. That's gone in the crowd. Well, that got treated as it deserved. First 6 of the innings.
You came out of your hand and into my zone. Now it's up in the stands. It's a 6. It's beautiful and it's mine.
That got what it deserved, I think.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, there could
Disappeared.
still be some entertainment from these two. These are two batsmen that are worth watching.
Here's Coetzee again, and it's again a little bit leg stumpish, but it's just pushed up to mid-on, no run. Well, they might as well try and entertain us. I don't think they're going to win the game of cricket, so...
And they've got to fight out for the wooden spoon with England, so, if they manage to get, 250, presumably the run rate will stay above England's.
I think England should get the wooden spoon regardless.
They should be given an all brought home, basically.
Yeah, exactly. I think they should come home now before they humiliate themselves any further. Here's Coetzee, and that's pushed back down the wicket, no run.
And so Messi Jez says, so if England go down the table when they play, but up the table when they're not playing, perhaps they should not play more often. Well, that would be solved if, indeed, England came home
again,
now.
and that's,
this is a replay.
That's a wicket from earlier, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're showing his ability to actually bowl a short ball and get a wicket. Well, he tried it in the last over and ended up in the stands, but 55 for 4 is fairly sorrowful position for Bangladesh. It'd be interesting to know exactly how many they do need to get for England not to be on the bottom.
Yes, that would be worth finding out, wouldn't it? Actually, if someone can do the figures.
Yeah, if anybody's clever enough, perhaps Messi with one of his spreadsheets could work that out. Here's Rabada, he's in, and that's tucked away off his legs. They're going to run back for 2 here. No, they're not. They've decided against it. They've decided there's only one. 56 for 4. Abdullah 7, Das 21.
The only sort of slight worry I have at the moment with the South African team is sort of lack of killer instinct. So now you want them out for 100. 56 for 4, you want them out for 100. You don't want them to make 200.
That's nearly chopped into his stumps, but he chops it into his pads and it rolls out on the offside. No run. Well, I think that was the problem they got into against the Dutch, wasn't it, Tim? That I felt at the time that they got themselves into a position where they thought it was too easy, and then they were sloppy for a few overs, and then suddenly found that they couldn't change the momentum back again, and then they were chasing a lot more than they thought, and it all unravelled a bit. Here's Rabada, and that's right on the money again. Push back to Rabada, who fields off his own bowling, no run.
We've got an interesting text from LTD Arsenal, which suggests to me that he could be a gunner. He says, the reason South Africa don't have the same love for cricket currently is that we've been disappointed so many times. I love watching every game, but the problem we have is we know the pain is coming very soon, so we don't let our hopes get the best of us. Yeah, but we've been doing that a lot in England as well for many, many years.
That's but pulled away in front of square to the man on the fence at forward square. It's just a single.
But that does kind of suggest to me that certainly some cricket fans or those around the periphery of cricket will come back into the fold, or would come back into the fold if this South African team, became an all-conquering one, and did well in major world competitions and in Test cricket. But maybe not. Hopefully.
Here's Rabada again. This is edged away to the left of third man, who gets round and throws it back in. It's only a single. It's 58 for 4. Well,
I was going to say, I'd happily eat my words. I doubt that it would happen. I think if it did happen, it would happen on a small margin. But I would happily eat my words if it did change the mood around South Africa in terms of that.
Here's Rabada's last ball. Is over. That struck him on the pad. That's close. That's out. Well bowled. Das has gone for 22. Pinned in front. I don't think he'll review this.
They might have. How many reviews have they got? They've got 2, and he's one of their major batsmen, so I suppose they will review it, but it looked absolutely plumb, didn't it?
I think middle stump's in serious danger
I
here.
was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's well and truly gone. I mean, it's one of those immediately where you just say, yeah, that's out, and you just wait for the umpire to lift his finger out, see how quick he is in getting the digit up. Really
looked plumb. It's a little bit of swing in. It's hit him just below the knee roll. I think that's dead.
I think so. I can't see anything, unless there was a slight inside edge, and it doesn't look like
there wasn't.
No.
It's gone past the inside edge. Yeah, it's hit him just below the knee roll. Someone said, yeah, it was Joel giving it out, but it's definitely out.
Yeah, he's
3
gone.
reds, he's gone. 58 for 5.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? No!
Magnificent Stephen Fry sends Das on his way. This seems like a good moment to raise a question with 2 aficionados of guerrilla cricket. Where for you does Kagisa Rabada fit in the current pantheon of quick bowlers?
Ooh. He's right up there. I'm trying to think who the ones that I enjoy watching the most. I suppose Pat Cummins is up there for me. Shaheen Afridi is up there. And Jasprit Bumrah, I think, would be the 3 that I would think of. And I think he's up there. But he doesn't go. He's not so obviously noticed. I think in a way. I mean, maybe it's because he's not opening the bowling in this tournament. But he's coming in first change. It seems you almost forget he's there. And as you said, Bangladesh found themselves 30 odd for 3, and suddenly Rabada's coming at them. So things weren't going to get any better for them.
No,
so I think yes, absolutely, he's up there. Perhaps, yeah. Needs a bit more Test cricket though. If you're going to, I mean, I always tend to make those comparisons when it comes to Test cricket as opposed to any other form of the game, really.
Mind you, that's not his fault, is it?
No, not his fault at all.
No, I was just going to say, depends which format you're talking about. For me, Test cricket, number 1. In this format, yes, I'd actually agree. Somewhere in the top 3, and that top 3 could be any sort of order, but as he says, right up there with the best.
For me, in Test cricket, he'd be my first quick bowler. I'd want Kagisa Rabada. Anyway, this is Maharaj, change of speed, and it's pushed up to mid-off for a single. We're going to jingle him up.
Well, we'll do the batsman first.
Ah, yes, of course. Oh, isn't he bowling? He's not bowling to the new batter, is he?
Mahady Hassan Miraz. Oh, Mahady Hassan Miraz. Mahady Hassan Miraz.
And here's Maharaj.
There's a bowler there from South Africa. Started up on pace, but he made the switch. I wonder why, but he's known as Keshav.
That was a single to the new batter, so that's 60 for 5. 2 singles to start the over. Here's Maharaj again. This is beyond the leg stump and just tickled round the corner. And they're going to race back for 2, I think. They do. Good running. So 4 runs from Maharaj's first 3 balls. I think in Middlesex circles he'll be forever now known as the man who was signed to play county cricket this year and promptly got injured and never played at all. Because never arrived. Yes, he was a big loss, but when you were as bad as Middlesex this year, it probably wouldn't have made any difference. Here's Maharaj, and this is stroked out to just beyond the circle, and that enables them to take one more run. Mind you, that wasn't Middlesex's problem this year, of course. Middlesex's problem this year was that they got two batting points out of 70. No, 2 out of 65 before they got 3 in the last match. So they got 5 out of 70.
It's incredible.
It is incredible indeed. I'm not sure Maharaj would have been able to help much with that. He's in and bowls, and this is just played back to the bowler, who scoots around quickly to get the ball in his left hand and doesn't allow a run.
Mind you, John, I can imagine he's pretty handy with the bat. I think he could have been very useful for Middlesex, seeing as most of their runs did come from their lower order, didn't they?
Well, he'd have been in at 30 for 6 a lot of times. That's a decent ball. It beats the forward push and comes off the pad, but it would have missed leg stump. It just dribbles out on the offside. That's the end of the over. 63 for 5.
Just some tweets. Coming back to this question of, how South Africa would react to success. Richard Asher says, I recall South African cricket having a comparable level of engagement as the rugby when we returned from isolation. Full grounds even for tests. Can we pinpoint a moment when that was lost? Must have been before 2011 because I wrote an article about that issue that year.
He's got a point. He's got a point.
I think it's massively
92, it did have a galvanizing effect, and everybody was behind it for the reasons he mentions. That is certainly true. But it's been lost somewhere along the line.
That doesn't mean it can't be got back, doesn't it? Does it? Does it? Or do we give up?
No, but it's going to be hard.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard. No, it's not impossible. But I think a lot needs to happen. And that lot needs to come from the people who run our cricket. I don't hold much weight with them at the moment.
Barder's in and bowls, and this is played back to the bowler. He had a false start there, actually, because he was right at the bottom of his run and about to bowl when the batter pulled away, and he had to go back and start all over again. He was waving at somebody frantically to sit down. I don't think I'd want to annoy Kagiso Rabada by standing up behind the bowler's arm. I don't think that's terribly wise. Here he is again. He's in, and this is again right on the money. It's played up to mid-off by Mamadullah. No run.
I don't want to annoy Middlesex fans too much, but the South African that did sign, who had a shocking season, Peter Malan,
fucking useless.
Can't stop scoring runs at the moment.
Yeah, he couldn't buy one when he was playing for Middlesex in English cricket. Here's Rabada, he's in, and that's played out to point. I think I'm right in saying that Pieter Malan managed 5 scores of naught in his. I think it was 5 noughts, and I'm pretty sure he got 4 other scores under 10 as well, which was.
You are correct. 5 noughts.
Yeah, I witnessed most of those noughts as well. Here's Rabada again, and that's just pushed a few yards back down the pitch for no run. Yes, I was there for most of those noughts.
I didn't quite understand him batting at 4. It didn't make much sense to me. He's an opener, but I'm not saying he would have been any better an opener. That is his position, so
I don't understand him batting at all, I have to say, but there we are. Here's Rabada, he's in, and that's played out square for no run. The trouble is that we digress getting into Middlesex cricket, but I mean, Middlesex were 4 for 4 on the second day of the season against Essex, with the top 4 all out for naught. The 4 runs came from 2 no-balls, and we thought, blimey, this is a bad start to the season, but it turned out to be the norm, which was a problem from Middlesex's point of view. Here's Rabada again, and that's a beauty. That's gone between bat and pad. It's taken low down by Clasen because it kept a little bit low, but Miraz didn't really have any idea where that was going at all, and that's a maiden over for Kagiso Rabada.
Just some tweets to get through. Messi Jez, I don't know what he's complaining about. He says, I could use Excel to work out how many runs Bangladesh need to keep England bottom, but the critical importance of the project and its complete irrelevance in the scheme of things pales into insignificance relative to my need to do fuck all for a bit. Messi, what's the matter with you? Come on, get back on the wagon. Ken Dockrell says, we just need to scrap the 100 and spend the time preparing for proper cricket. I'd quite like to see that too, but there's been worrying news coming out about the 100 in the last week or so.
It's Maharaj, and that's played out on the leg side. Well, I was going to say that raises the issue of Joe Root's comments today about needing to play more 50-over cricket, but he wanted to do it at the expense of the blast, which I can imagine would raise some howls.
So basically, you're not allowed to say we don't want the 100. You're not allowed to say that.
Well, the trouble is, I think he's quite a fan. This is swept out to deep square for a single. 65 for 5.
It's a bit like
a 2.
It's a bit like when Owen Morgan says establishment things, and people get so shocked. I'm like, it's Owen Morgan. What do you expect him to say?
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, but the only one who doesn't always say the establishment line is Stokes, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, well, I don't think Stokes is as massive a fan of the 100. I think that's why. It's driven out to mid-off, and there's no run.
But you'd have to say that Stokes is probably the most influential player these days. So, his opinions carry weight.
Here is Maharaj, and that's stroked out to short cover. And yet he only got a 1-year central contract, I notice. Mind you, that's probably... Yes, he only got a 1-year central contract today, whereas 3 other people got 3 years. Here's Maharaj, and that's pushed out to cover, no run.
That's a worry, I would say, because it almost strikes me that there's some sort of inside knowledge about, his situation with injury. If he's only getting a 1-year contract, that's a worry. That's a big worry, I would say.
I just don't think they know how long his knees are going to last, to be honest. I think that's probably what that's about. Here's Maharaj again, and this is chopped square, but no run. He just about got down on that in time, actually. Hurried him a bit.
Does that mean
4 for 5 at the end of the over?
Does that mean the ECB are thinking that he's only got another year of Test cricket left in him?
No, I think it probably means that they're only giving him a year at a time because they don't want to get saddled with offering someone a 3-year contract that they have to pay. That would be my reading of that.
When it's Ben Stokes, I mean, haven't they given quite a long contract to Jofra Archer?
They've given him 2 years, which seems a bit absurd for a guy that's bowled about 3 balls in the last 3 years.
And English cricket owes a certain amount to Jofra Archer, but it owes a huge amount to Ben Stokes. I mean, he's been, one of the most outstanding cricketers this country's ever produced, in my opinion.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that. I mean, obviously, this is the first year that they've had multi-contracts, so that's interesting enough in itself. Here's Rabada in again, and this is, again, right on middle and off. It's squeezed out on the onside. Off runs round to field, and it's just a single.
It's going to be interesting to hear what Ben Stokes, if he hasn't already been interviewed, says the first time a journalist manages to get near him to ask him.
Oh, yeah, because the one thing you know about Stokes is he will answer the question.
Yes.
Which is always refreshing. Here's Rabada again, a big slog. Big slog from Mamadullah, no contact with the bat whatsoever, sails through the keeper, no run. I mean, to be fair, there are 1 or 2 more like that at the moment. I mean, I happened to be in the right place at the right time earlier this year at the end of a game in the 100, which I realise must not be mentioned, just when Brooke had been left out of the original World Cup squad. And he fronted and was interviewed. It was really quite interesting. Here's Rabada, that's on leg stump, and it's played out through middle wicket. Fielder comes around, throws back in, 1 run, 66 for 5. He managed to tread this very delicate line, Hendo, between saying I've been left out because Stokes is the best one-day cricketer in the world, and also not quite saying, but I'm incredibly pissed off about it. It was a very interesting exchange.
I think there may have been a part of him that knew he would probably force his way in as well, in some way or other.
Here's Rabada, and that's driven away through the cover area with a horizontal bat. Another single.
Much to the chagrin of J. Roy, as we were talking about earlier on.
But to be fair, J. Roy has hardly mastered a run in God knows how long. So
hang on, he got a couple of one-day hundreds, didn't he? Not that long ago. It's just he hasn't been playing very much cricket. It doesn't seem.
And he's not very fit. I think that's
that right?
Another problem. Here's Rabada, and this is pulled away from a rather sort of cramped position to the man just behind square. That's another single, 69, or is that 68? 68 for 5.
Just a couple of things for you to chew over on YouTube. Apparently, from Stephen Kelp, The Guardian says Stokes turned down a multi-year contract.
Oh.
And Graham Caldwell has asked us what we think about the ODI captaincy and should Butler retain it, given he's not doing well.
Here's Rabada, and this is laid down to third man for a single, 69 for 5. Well, my two pennyworth of that, before anybody responds on Twitter, is that Butler's the most one-dimensional captain I've ever seen in my life, and he should go now. The only thing I would say, in fairness to Joss, is being wicket-keeper, key batsman and captain is an extremely difficult trio of duties to perform, so he does have some mitigating circumstances. But for me, just choosing to bowl the other day in ridiculous bowling conditions was farcical and shows that he has no grasp of captaincy whatsoever. He should go now.
I'm going to have to think that one through, because I'm not sure who would take his place.
Maharaj bowls, and that's driven to cover.
Well,
let's be honest. We did want Liz Truss replaced by Lettuce, so I'll leave it at that. Maharaj is in and bowls, and there's an appeal for LBW, and it's given. Well, I don't know what I think of that one, chaps.
I would have thought that was missing leg.
Yeah, I would
unless
too.
Unless it's turning, straightening.
I would too. They've reviewed it anyway.
I have to say, I wasn't actually looking. I looked up. I was looking at the tweets that were coming in, and I'll bring some of those to you in a minute. But yeah, there was an interesting one. I sort of looked up as it hit the pad, but I couldn't really tell.
I mean, as you said about the last one, Hendo, at 69 for 5, you might as well review it, mightn't you?
Yeah.
But you know,
I could have pitched outside leg.
Oh, it did straighten. To be fair,
but I think that's pitching outside leg.
Yeah, it could be.
I think that's right. I think it's hitting the stumps because it is straight. It did straighten a lot. But yeah, I think.
Yeah, that's outside leg stump, isn't it?
I think so.
Because it's hit him in line with leg stump and it's moved back in. So yeah, there's no way that's going to be upheld. Surely.
Here we go.
Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, outside.
Yeah.
Outside leg stump. Very well called. Very well called.
Only just.
Not by much. Actually, by lesser margin than I actually thought, but yeah, it still was. Let me do some tweets. Jay Grover says, and this is praise for you, John. He says, now the world and his dog are shilling John's book. I'll add my tuppence. I've bought it and it is jolly good. There you go.
Oh, my word.
Good sales. Sales going well?
Hey, well, hard to tell.
Yeah.
Hard to tell. Here's Maharaj, driven to cover, no run. Yeah, I should definitely have employed David Brooke as my agent. He's done a better job than my publisher. He managed to mention my book about 20 times in a commentary stint. This is down the leg side, and I presume that's going to be signalled as a wide. It is, because it's made no contact with the pad. So Bangladesh reached the dizzy heights of 70 for 5. Maharaj again, and this is nudged behind square on the leg side for a single. 71 for 5. We're due a switcheroo at the end of this over. I think I'm sliding back into the summariser's chair.
And I'm nipping off for a little bit. I might not be back depending on what Bangladesh do, but I will bring you some tweets right at the end of this over.
Indeed, please do. Is it the bishop or the bear sliding into the commentator's chair? This is driven up to mid-off, no run. No, single. Mid-off was deep enough to allow one, which takes Mamadullah to 15 from 24 balls. Brings Miraz back on strike. Maharaj's tidy spell reaches the end of its third over. He's driven back to him. And it's no run. Those tweets.
Yeah, Brian Barrett says, I'm convinced that anyone who has any association with the ECB gets a small electric shock whenever they talks about the Hund. Zzz. They got me too. So there you go. LTD Arsenal says, I reckon it started to fall down on a cold, rainy night in Durban in 2003. Though the last big game I remember us watching as a country was the 438 game in 2005. That was the game. Was that the game against Australia or India? I can't remember. Australia. Had many after, but not to the level of excitement and togetherness, at least not off the top of my head. It's all gone a bit bear-shaped, says Warren. And Jago says, I think Stokes has some issues with truthfully answering questions regarding one-day retirement muppetry. There is that, I suppose.
Well, it's going pear-shaped for Bangladesh, and it's going bear-shaped in here, because he's just arrived. Hendo, thank you. I think we're going to be... it's our friend Lizard Williams. 1 for 17 for him so far in the team today. Only his 4th ODI, I think. As this one's steered away. It was a streaky old inside edge too. And it will get Mamadullah. Here we go again. A single. David's still here. You're supposed to have left at 2, David. What are you doing? Extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary.
Tear himself away.
No, he had to leave at 2. Honestly, he's a man of complete mystery. Anything could happen. Somebody
he's been hired as my
Mahady has a problem with his contact lens, I think.
He's only played 2 ODIs.
Oh, 2 ODIs. He did, however, I think, take a 3-for on his debut in Test cricket, which was against Bangladesh. So he's not unfamiliar with the opposition, that is for sure. 73 for 5 is honestly, Bangladesh are in, well, disarray, really. South Africa love playing here, I think they seem. If you look at this century, I think they played 3 ODIs here. This would be the 4th. They've won them all, and they won them all by batting first, which is no surprise. Actually, I think they've won 2 so far, and this would be the 3rd. But they've won the last 2. They've rattled up big scores: 399 against England, 382, of course, today. That one beats the outside edge from Williams. It was just too good for Miraz. Just a little bit of bounce. Through it goes to Clasen. So there's been a little bit of a shuffleroo there as well. Having set the highest ever ODI total, individual total of 174. Quentin de Kock, not surprisingly, in that heat, has been given a break. And Henrik, is it Clasen behind the stumps? John, I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's Henrik Clasen who's back behind the stumps.
One fine catch as well.
Indeed. In comes Williams. That's nicely worked by Miraz. It's only a shade wide of mid-on, but it's going to make it all the way for one of these.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Afraid that was a half volley.
It was, but it was beautifully played. He's 29, Lizard Williams. He's no youngster. Bats left-handed. Right arm, medium quick. From Bolland, he plays for Cape Cobras, Joburg Super Kings. In he comes. This one's nicely worked off his legs by Mahady Miraz. Out towards mid-wicket. I'll take a single. 78 for 5. Yeah, so it's all been going very much South Africa's way in Mumbai. Helped, of course, by England last time out. Highest score in Mumbai, 438 for 4. Well, that was by South Africa too, against India in 2015. Let's see. Let's look at this field for Lizard Williams. We have 3 men on the off, 4 men on the offside. a deep extra cover, and this one is half stopped by Clasen, and they should get a single, which I think will be a bye. Well, it'll be a wide. It's given as a wide by Joel, who spreads his
should
wings
be as well.
Well, absolutely. That's
been a bit unfair to blame
extras.
Clasen for that.
Here
I
it
think.
is. It's a wide.
So umpires, spread your wings and call wide.
What's Williams got this time? That's a better ball. It's full and it's on middle, and it's whipped by Miraz out to the very, very tall figure of Marco Janssen, who's at short mid-wicket. And there is no run. Bear, when you get the chance, that we're, I don't think Hendo was quite able to get on top of YouTube as well as Twitter, so at some point you might want to just do a little reprise from sort of Jeff Perkins downwards on YouTube at the end of the over, obviously, as we wait for Williams, and that is short, and attempted ramp from Mamadullah, doesn't really get hold of it, through to Clasen it goes, and after 21 overs Bangladesh are struggling on 80 for 5. They've lost Tanzid Das, Shanto, Shakib, Mushfiqur. Only Das getting himself past 20, a first baller for Shanto, only 4 balls for Shakib. Williams got that wicket, and it all looks really, frankly, rather dire.
It's just as dire as England, really, isn't it? Right, messages says the speculation around Stokes only taking a 12. Have we had this one? 12-month ECB contract is that he will be in a stronger position to negotiate a longer contract next year when the TV deal has been renewed and a new memorandum of understanding.
That would make sense.
Negotiated.
Maharaj back into the attack, left arm around, played off the back foot by Mamadullah out to David Miller at short extra.
And Jay stating that employing David Brooke as a publicist for someone who is not David Brooke comes with risks as well as rewards.
Who said that? No, absolutely
Jay.
true. Well, Jay, you clearly know the man. As delightful as he is, he was on top form today, I have to say, as this one was worked away round the corner, but again for no run. 2 dot balls. They haven't really been able to cut loose, and obviously losing wickets means that doesn't happen. This one is just eased to leg, so slow in fact that Clasen could just jog after it, and there was never a chance that they would take a run.
Have we worked out how many runs we require? How many runs we require South Africa
for England
to bowl Bangladesh out to not be bottom?
I do not know. I'm just having a look.
It can't be far off what England, because I mean they're only 16 runs short of where they were against England, so the margin can't be much more than that, I wouldn't have thought. So around about 155, 160 would probably
South Africa
see
are
us
doing
safe.
their best on England's behalf here. That one does turn a little bit, defended to short point or short back point. There is no run. They also have a very straight and deep mid on and mid off, so they're clearly conscious that the main way to attack Maharaj might be over his head, and that is actually going to reach the first of those, the deep mid off or the long off, and they'll take a single. It's Curtsey who's got his curtsey. I never pronounce that right. He's not curtseying. He does have his headscarf or his headband with his cap on top, which is kind of an interesting fashion look.
Yes, I don't think he liked the idea that he was curtsying either. He doesn't look the curtsying type.
Well, they have the 2 men in short. I'll tell you in a moment as well. This one's swept high. Is it going to be swept long enough? It should be taken at deep mid wicket. It is. Another wicket has fallen. Miraz has gone for 11. Another one not to make it to 20. It'll be 81 for 6. And well, the wheels just continue to spiral off this sorry Bangladesh chase. It was always going to be a big ask, having been fielding in the heat, which is such a big factor. That was beautifully taken, and it's 81 for 6. Mahedi Hassan Miraz has gone for 11 off 19. He was caught by the substitute fielder Peflakoyo off the bowling of Kisha Maharaj, and well, it's not going to get any better from here on in, I wouldn't think.
It's all right, I got it.
On your bike, mate.
Yeah, there's been a right old shuffleroo because we have the substitute fielder on who will be on for Quentin de Kock, and then Clasen going behind the stumps because of de Kock's enormous innings of 174, which in this heat, John, is a phenomenal achievement, isn't it?
Oh, it's a great knot. Yeah, absolutely, and he's in the form of his life, isn't he? Well, I mean, both he and Clasen are in the form of their lives, which is enabling South Africa to pile up big scores. I mean, I was just thinking that last wicket, really, he reached far too far in front of himself, I think, trying to sweep that, and really just top-edged it.
Yeah, the problem is when you get so far behind, you either go into your shell, which is pointless. Your net run rate's shite anyway, or you just try.
And do something.
There's no point in us all sitting.
Something.
Do it for the fans as well. There's no point in everyone sitting around watching dreary shit go all the way to the end.
Well, I can tell you, run rate wise, they're currently going at about 3.6, and the required rate has gone up to nearly 11, and they're 6 wickets down. So I think, well, it's just a matter of time, probably not much time. That's nicely played though by Mamadullah, and it's out towards the deep cover boundary, and he will get a single.
Farong says last evening 8 of the Afghan players were under 25, with Rashid being the oldest at 25, not 35 or 45. Fitness and younger players helping with their results. How old is #Justice for Duckett? How old's Duckett? Duckett's 30 odd, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's about 30 odd.
Brian Barrish says things you can hear on GC in number 135, the bear popping a cold one. That's true.
Well, there you go.
Always.
18 for Mamadullah. Can he become the second Bangladesh batsman to make it past 20? It's 82 for 6. Lizad Williams, who's looked sharp, that's for sure. Took 3 for 50 odd on his debut, his test debut, and that was against Bangladesh. And that's nicely worked away by Nassim Ahmed, who will jingle up just backward a square, and he'll get himself a single. And here is the new man.
Nazim Ahmed from Bangladesh owes him some spin. Owes Nazim Ahmed.
Morgan at his finest, 83 for 6. We're in just the 23rd over. GPL today, how will we be doing? I would imagine people aimed fairly high, but may have moderated that, not knowing what Bangladesh would do.
Mid 500s.
This is defended into the onside. Really?
Mid 500s was the lowest.
Really? What were they? 382 for 5.
So that's not too bad. You get them out of 140.
I was about to say 150. You'd make that.
Someone to be there or thereabouts, I reckon.
Yeah, you'd be about 510 if they're up. 510, 520.
Maybe 5,
they
5,
might come.
Let me have a look.
Might be a little bit light. I can't. I mean, who knows?
535.
160 odd, wouldn't they?
535 lowest.
That's nicely. That'll help. That'll be 4 of them because Mamadullah, that was a poor ball from Williams. It was way down leg. Just helped on its way really by Mamadullah, and he does become the second Bangladesh batsman into the 20s. He's on 22. It's a good shot too, although it was a shocking ball.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Yeah, he's just allowed 1 or 2 balls to stray onto that leg stump. That seems to be his one weakness today for Williams.
Actually, before today, I think I'm right in saying he'd only ever played 1 ODI. As Lizad Williams. That again is a bit down leg, and again it's worked off his leg. Not so fine this time though by Mamadullah. And there is a long leg, and it will just be a single. His only ODI was in 2021 against Ireland at Malahide. 1 for 62 he got. McBride was his victim on that occasion.
Mamadullah's now the highest scorer.
God.
Bangladesh, I think.
Leah says, I want these South Africans brought up on murder charges.
Well, it's certainly been a battering, that is for sure. They battered England here. But the benefit, honestly, I think it's a genuine issue in this World Cup, or a genuine factor, and will become more and more of a factor, and Mumbai is just, the heat is extraordinary. We'll just wait as this one is defended back to Nassim Ahmed, who back to Williams by Mahmudullah. There's no run. It'll be the end of the over. It's 1 for 32 for Williams, 88 for 6. But the heat factor and winning the toss, forget any conventional wisdom about chasing or due. You just bat because you know you've got two blokes out there who can give 11 of the opposition the run around and exhaust them.
Exactly,
it's a massive factor.
And people think, in T20s it makes more of a difference. Yeah, but 20 overs is a lot different to 50 overs. So
just bat unless your name happens to be Joss. I haven't got a clue how to captain Butler.
Well,
in which case you bowl because. And when you're asked about it, you say, "Well, I have no real plan."
Well,
we've noticed
just
that.
Bear
Joss.
with me as we wait for Maharaj when it's defended by Mahmudullah. I think there's a question there about who wears the trousers there, because it was Matthew Mott who came out and said we'd looked at the numbers. They'd figured out the percentage of wins done by chasing teams. But to me, that's all invalidated by the fact that it was
35 degrees. That's what I said.
35 heat and phenomenal humidity. Defended again by Mahmudullah, who I have to say doesn't look inclined, Bear, does he, to do
anything large?
To do much large, no.
No. You know, I mean, they even said stupid things like, we thought the numbers said, and I don't know how the numbers say this, so I'm going to say it anyway.
Towards point, no run.
They said that the numbers said that South Africa were weaker against pace than spin. I'm like, I don't care what the fucking numbers are saying. Have you ever watched South Africa over the last 10 years against spin?
Exactly, it's a piece of nonsense. There are going to be a couple of runs here. There will certainly be one, I think.
Yeah.
In fact, there possibly could have been two. It was stroked out to the deep extra cover by Mahmudullah, and there just was no intent, John, of even thinking that two would be a good idea. This is not a side who thinks it wants to give any kind of chase a go. They just want to survive for a bit and emerge with some sort of honour.
I mean, South Africa, like Australians, everyone knows or believes the stereotype is their batsmen love pace on the ball, right?
Yep. So we put in our quicker bowlers.
Exactly. It's just fucking stupid.
Maharaj is in. It's bunted, not really connected with properly at all. It's
I know because my goddaughter's appearing in Panto in Truro. That it's almost Panto season. Break off and
went on with the arm from Maharaj. It's a good ball, that.
So
Nassim was clueless, prodding it. What role is she playing, John?
Well, she's actually playing Wendy in Peter Pan.
Is she, by Jove?
At Truro Theatre. Yeah, she's a talented young lady, far more talented than her godfather, that's for sure. But I was going to say it's Panto season, so I'm sure that there are some roles out there for Tweedledum and Tweedledee, so I suggest that Messrs Mott and Butler apply.
I just don't think he's a very good captain, John. I don't know. I mean, he just comes across as not authoritative enough and not... I don't know, maybe he's completely different behind the scenes. This is it. I've never seen him behind the scenes, but he just seems to... His demeanour is quite laissez-faire, let's put it that way.
I just don't think he's very tactically astute, and the problem is when you're following on from Morgan, that's not... The chasm is even
well, this has been it. I mean, we shouldn't get on to England because I'm sure we'll have ample opportunity come Thursday, and Sri Lanka will be a very interesting game to see how that goes. Gerald Coetzee still in the attack. Ball is just pushed back to him by Mahmudullah, who seems to have taken upon himself to just try and get Bangladesh as deep as they can. Very interesting field. There are two men, very fine and short, at a very short and fine mid-wicket and a mid-on, and you have the same, a very short and fine extra cover and a mid-off. So I think they've decided that if you bowl fairly straight at Mahmudullah, that drives his main shot, and they're trying to close that avenue. But that's thrown wide, and Mahmudullah has a swing and he misses, and it's through to the stand-in wicketkeeper Clasen. One of those men is the Peter Crouch of cricket, Marco Jansen, who is tall and gangly, and for a man who is, I mean, you wouldn't call him muscly, would you? But boy, those levers can hit a ball hard.
Yeah. Well, he's not muscly, but they're just long, isn't he?
He's
Long, very long.
Muscly, just long. Yeah, he is. He is. And effective. In comes Kurtzer. That's flicked away down leg. That should be 4. It's very fine indeed. There is nobody down there. It's 4 more to Mahmudullah and 4 more to Bangladesh.
Might get 100 soon. You never know.
That was pretty ordinary. That one.
I mean, there is something to be said as well for a competition where a few people have been so dehydrated they haven't been able to come out in second innings and shit. I mean, it's quite crazy.
This one is defended into the offside. There is no run. I mean, these two sides' records in this World Cup so far are kind of a mirror image of each other's. Bangladesh have won 1 and lost 3, and of course South Africa have won 3 and lost 1. Both sides have lost to minnows of the tournament.
Yeah, I just think South Africa lost the plot slightly against the Dutch when they had them in trouble. I think they just got a bit sloppy.
They possibly did, and this one's defended into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, of course, South Africa lost to Netherlands, and possibly helped that it was Dharamsala as well, and as it helped England, I think, to their 1 win. Because of all the grounds in this what is it, 10 different places they're playing at as they travel around India. The furthest north, where the conditions are closest to a ball that might swing and nibble in the way that it does in England, certainly helped England, and probably, to be honest, helped the Dutch.
Yeah.
In comes Kurtzy. That one's defended again into the offside. So just that one loose ball tickled down leg by Mahmudullah at the end of the over. It's 93-46. Bear.
Richard Asher, our very own Richard Asher. He's replying to someone, Arsenal Limited. I don't know who that is, but they're having a chat about South Africa's hosting of the World Cup and World Cup campaigns in general. Disappointed compared to rugby. The 1903, the lowest of the low moments. That said, the Test side got to the top of the tree. Almost feel like public lost interest once the only way was down. Maybe that's true. When they first came back in, South Africa were fantastic, weren't they, when they first came in, considering they haven't really been in an international show for a while.
Well, also the interesting thing here with South Africa, and I think it's so different to England, it's a comparison I'll make in a minute. We'll just wait for Maharaj. There is a slip for Maharaj. That's the classic left arm delivery that's kind of a leg break back into the left-hander. That's why you have the slip, because it's the left-handed Nassim Ahmed.
We have an answer to our question about runs.
Oh, fantastic. Maharaj in, defended into the onside towards mid-wicket. I was going to come up with some interesting thought, but actually answer that question first.
I was going to ask Brian, are you sure, because are they that far behind us? Because he says, assuming Bangladesh get bowled out, which it look like they will, they'll go behind England if they score 234 runs or fewer.
Well, they certainly will then.
They're not going to reach 234. Defended into the onside again by Nassim Ahmed. Definitely, this is the name of the game for these two. It's take it deep, try and minimise run rate damage, don't take risks.
Jay says
defended off his legs. He will get a single though this time. It's too square for the man at mid-wicket. There isn't a square leg, and it will get a single. Maharaj looks a bit annoyed by that. He's had a faultless over up to that point, but the fourth ball has cost him a single, and the score moves on to 94 for 6.
As someone who's never met David Brooke, I feel like I know him far too well.
He was in well, I think lively form. I would say lively form. Certainly in the green room.
Is he still here? You're still here, Dave, aren't you?
Lively form is good.
I should clarify that my mentions about him being my publicist were
Maharaj.
I don't think my publisher would allow it.
Spanked by Mahmudullah out towards deep extra cover, and they will get another single. 95 for 6.
Farong says he's a long-suffering Bangladeshi fan. Obviously, this performance is equivalent of a young reckless member trying to do a bum burnouts with an electric rickshaw on greasy roads. How many runs to stay above England? Being bowled out is more of a concern. Under 30 for 4.
Last ball of Maharaj is over. We have a slip and a leg slip to the left-hander now. But neither of those are going to be into play here because that was cut out towards cover and they will take a single. And it does mean, I think, that Nassam will keep the strike. There, carry on.
Well, under 30-4 overs will destroy the net run rate. I don't know what that actually means, but presumably...
Oh, I know what I was going to say. The difference in... So South Africa, of course, they have the whole issue with this team will pretty much not play international cricket because they're all going to go off and play in the franchise, which is being prioritised over Test cricket. So their next Test series is essentially a Test B team with not many of these players in it. And there are those questions about the future of the game, but England are the ones raising those questions publicly, actually during the tournament, and looking to a certain extent like they don't care. You're not seeing that body language and concern from New Zealand. You're not seeing that body language and concern from South Africa.
I don't think up front, but then we're getting our press from England. I mean, there's a lot to be said about this.
Courtesy around the wicket to the left-handed Nasim Ahmed. Nice shot, actually. Just flicked away towards leg. He'll get a single.
I mean, one article rightly pointed out this morning there have been 22 games and he's yet to be a close one. I mean, that's not a good look. And the second thing, there's hardly anyone in the fucking stadium.
Possibly the closest. I don't know if mathematically.
I mean, there's been no real exciting games, has there? Real excitement. I mean, there was excitement.
New Zealand and India could have
really.
been, didn't quite get there.
Well, it never really did because, you know, ended up with Cody doing a Cody show. Didn't
Well,
it,
he
really?
did a little bit. I'll hold that thought. This one's that's
Gone
top
down.
edged. It's going to be caught. It was an
No.
attempted pull. Is it? Did he get anything on it? Joel says no.
It's come off the helmet.
You think it came off his
Yeah,
helmet?
definitely
Yeah,
came off
Joel.
the helmet.
Well, if Joel says no, it's probably worth having a look. No, if Joel says no, it's 100. It's 100% no. And he is rubbing his head. I just wondered whether he got some. I thought he might have got some bat or glove onto the helmet.
No, he just missed it.
He didn't. Joel is right on this occasion, Mr. 2020. And
Venerable Bishop.
it's
at his
97.
That's decent.
4-6. There'll be a little break so you can get some more social messages.
Well,
in
no,
there.
I was talking about, that's a good point, isn't it? I mean, if there are no close games, I mean, it's 8 hours of really not that intriguing sport. And the thing is, to watch sport for 8 hours and not really get an end to it that's satisfying in any way whatsoever is a bit of a problem.
But I will say there have been some. Maybe it's just me. There have been some very enjoyable moments for sure. I mean, I for one. I mean, the win for the Netherlands.
Yeah, that was really enjoyable.
Fantastically exciting, and I mean, you felt joy for them, 100%.
But it wasn't a close finish. I mean, they battered
No.
them. I mean, that's the thing. It was great to watch it, but it wasn't an exciting. The Netherlands excitingly won over
Let's
the
face
Saffers.
it.
They thrashed them, and the same when it was great that Afghanistan beat England, but it wasn't a close game. They thrashed us. You know, it's
John, what about you?
Anybody who loves cricket can find exciting moments and nuances to talk about in a game of cricket. Anybody that loves cricket can do that. But Bear's point still stands up. That
there haven't been enough close games.
If you get 22 games and not one close one, that is definitely an issue because if you're looking to attract more people to watch games of cricket, they want to see something which stirs
that's another big issue, I think, in this tournament, because the way the fans who have gone to the games have been treated has been, at best,
that's the other big
best
issue about
disrespectful and at worst, criminal neglect. Getting tickets has been a nightmare if you're not Indian. The focus has been so much on television and to the expense of of people actually attending the games.
I mean, look, it's hardly
I think it's
ground.
very, very, very poor. And if India wanted to showcase their ability to host international tournaments, if they want to showcase themselves as the power of, a sporting power and the masters of global cricket, which they are, I'll just hold that thought for a minute as Coetzee comes in over the wicket. Down the track comes Mahmudullah. That's a gorgeous shot. 2 or 3 steps, angles the bat, slices it away, and it has gone for 4, and the 100 at the same time is up, so it's all go. It's a 4 for Mamadullah. The score is 101 for 6.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
Where's that shot been for the last 2 hours?
Well, it's a slightly it was
slightly overpitched.
Slightly overpitched. Better from Kurtzia this time. The baddie's dropped on it by Mamadullah. He's going to take a quick single. He's going to trust Nasser Mohamed, who, to be honest, hasn't looked overly troubled so far.
And you see,
2 for 6.
Unfortunately, that's where T20 or the 100 or the short forms can get away with it. It's like going to a football match and watching a boring 1-1 draw. Okay, it's twice the length, but it's only an afternoon. It's not your entire day.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's where the difference comes in, I think.
And if it's Watford, I've had so much wine before I go.
You won on Saturday, didn't you?
No, yes, we did. We thrashed bottom of the table Sheffield Wednesday 1-0. Round the wicket comes Kurtzia, a big swing and a miss by Nasser Mohamed, and through it goes to Clasen, and there's no run. 102
I have
6.
missed being on with you two. It has to be said. It's always fun.
Well, I mean, yeah. So I mean, there is something to be said about with schedules and shit. I mean, who was on yesterday was saying, I think it was Ayers actually was saying, if you want to keep ODI cricket, the way to do it is to basically have the IPL and maybe 3 other franchises around the world, and they all centralised money.
Kurtzia round the wicket to the left-handed Nasser. It was very full. In fact, it was a full toss, and Nasser managed to angle his bat and somehow steer that backward a square, and it will get him a single, and it will also keep him the strike. I don't know that Bangladesh are overly bothered by that. These two seem happily rotating it when they need to. It's 103 for 6 with 27 complete, and it's a long haul to get anywhere near.
Jay Grover says, when you spend your nights elbow deep in the blood of the innocents, you have little time for the intricacies of captaincy. Oh no, she isn't. I presume that's something to what we said.
No, pantomime.
Oh,
It's John's goddaughter playing Wendy. Oh no, she isn't. I like it, you see. Very good.
Making some rosemary taters for dinner, because if
lovely.
you drop below 50% potato by weight, you get your German citizenship revoked, and I was afraid I was getting close.
Was that Leah by any
That's
chance?
Leah.
Yes, I thought it might be.
Farong says 3 defeats for the Tigers prior to this Bulls up. Defeats were to India, Black Caps, and the Minnows being England. Well, that's teams you've played.
Maharaj, he still has those 2 slips. One very fine at, shall we say, conventional slip for the left-hander. The other sort of slightly wider at what would probably normally be second slip, I guess. But they clearly feel they've got opportunities there. In he comes, wide of the off-stump. Driven! Oh, it's driven all the way. Nassam dived, he didn't get there. The man at mid-off dived the other way, he didn't get there. And it's 4 more to the Bangladesh score.
Oof, big runs.
There was. I mean, there was precious little space to work with to bisect those 2 fielders, but he managed it. What's Maharaj's response is to throw it up a little bit more, and it's worked out to mid-on by Nassam, and it will bring Mahmudullah back onto strike. 5 off this over. 1 wicket at the cost of 19. I mean, 19 runs off 6. I think Mark Wood or Chris Wokes would be looking at that and going, oh, God, I'd kill for that. 108 for 6. In comes Maharaj around the wicket to the right-hander, who launches him high and handsome. Just 1 bounce over the deep mid-wicket boundary for one of these.
Double 100 here for Maharaj. I mean, from Mahmudullah.
Have you met me before?
Mahmudullah gets a double 100 in 10 overs.
Well,
Now that would be
decided
exciting.
to have a little bit of fun, hasn't he?
Well, you might as well.
And he might as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Here's a question posed by Brian Barris. Do you think the lack of excitement lies in the format itself, i.e. what's going to be used in the T20 next year?
Tossed up outside of off stump. Mahmudullah guides it to Rossi van der Dussen, who is the man at on the deep cover boundary, and they just take a single. Still gone for 10 this over, John. Bit more fun and excitement.
Yeah, I think they might as well have a little bit of fun, mightn't they? They're not going to win the game. So.
Still the 2 slips. And that's a horrible shot from Nassim, but he's going to get a run for it. It was uppish and away towards cover, but there was no one short in that direction, and it will get him a single.
Fetlaquer is being used as basically the sort of IV replacement for the person who's the dehydration replacement. Brian, yeah, this is an interesting question. He said, what's going to be used in the T20 at smaller groups, or perhaps a double or triple elimination bracket where every game means one certain step towards doom. It's true, but even if there's trepidation, the problem with games of cricket is they are prone, like this one and like England's on Saturday, prone for the result to be obvious well before the end.
As this one is cut. Oh, and it's beaten the man down at deep fine leg. I think it's that Lizard Williams.
Third man.
I beg your pardon. Yeah, I mean, it was an attempted... Well, I think he was attempting to launch it. It got a legitimate edge. It spiralled up in the air. Looked for all the world like it would be a catch to third man. It was just too short.
I think this is
and Williams dived over it. Yeah.
I think that's a horrible one where you don't know whether you're going to reach it or not, and you're halfway caught between the catch and the stop, and
well, it was 4 runs, and it was 4 runs in this direction. That's a nice shot. It's going to be 4 more. That's a superb shot by Nassim Ahmed, who's whipped him away through leg and deep mid wicket this time, and it's 4 more. That's Mixum.
Oh yeah, DJ Tone.
Spinning the wheels, spinning the decks, DJ Tony Tone.
Wheels of steel.
That was fun. 2 consecutive boundaries, John. Who knows? Maybe they are thinking, well, let's just give it a go.
Well, it sounds like these two have had the sort of conversation that Ian Botham and Graham Dilley had at Headingley.
Humpty. No, Numpty. Humpty, yeah. Give it some Humpty.
Yeah, you don't fancy pissing about on this for a day and a half, do you, Graham?
I don't really speak.
Good. Let's give it some Humpty.
I don't speak Bangladeshi, but I just somehow doubt Humpty is a word that is likely to have. There must be a Bangladeshi. Actually,
there'll be a Bangladeshi equivalent.
Farong, if you're listening to us, which I hope you are, I know you normally are, with your command, we'll just wait. That's an attempted swing. It's gone up in the air. It's taken by courtesy. And Nassim Ahmed, fine effort, has come to an end, I'm afraid. It's another one down, 122 for 7. No, Mamadullah can still do some Humpty. Nassim has gone for 19. He was attempting to pull that. Oh, it was a horrible. The hand came off the bat. The bat was almost flat, face up, and it just lobbed it up in the air. Courtesy was through with his follow through. Easiest catch he will probably ever take in his entire career, and another one has gone.
You flipping muppet!
Oh, you're doing that, aren't you?
I'm doing that.
122 for 7 now. The end of a brave effort by Nassim Ahmed. Now, I was going to ask Farong, yes, what would be the Bangladesh equivalent expression
for Humpty?
To say, give it some Humpty. Is there a colloquial equivalent that might have been the conversation between Mamadullah and Nassim Ahmed? Who knows?
Answers on a tweet, please.
Answers on an X or a YouTube message or even a WhatsApp one, I don't mind. Just
Other
curious.
messages are available, yes.
Other platforms are available. Indeed they are. I mean, do you know what? I was looking for... I mean, from a Bangladesh... Remember the last time these two played? It was a win for Bangladesh at the Oval. They beat South Africa by 21 runs in 2019. I'm sure the Bear was probably there.
South Africa were a lot weaker in 2019. They had a pretty pony side then.
And, we beat them. England beat them, didn't they? And that fantastic Stokes catch. But 3 of the players who were instrumental to that win, which was Shakib, the Fizz and Mushfiqur, I think are all playing today, aren't they? So 4 years on, the main architects of that Bangladesh win are here in Mumbai.
This is Mushi's 5th World Cup.
Yeah, he's been going for a while.
So he must have started playing for Bangladesh when he was 16 or 17.
Yeah, I would go along with that.
And his first World Cup. So as Hendo said yesterday, we've gone through the career of Gorilla is not even as long as Mushy's. You know what I mean?
I'm sure he's conscious of that fact.
Jay Grover says, now that everyone hates Joss, I'm hoping my Butler is a serial killer theory might finally gain some traction.
I don't hate Joss Butler at all. I
don't think he's the right guy to be captain.
I think he just seems a tad too passive to me, which sometimes can be a strength. But there were moments in the drubbing by South Africa where you just looked at his facial expression. If I was one of the other 10 players and my captain was looking like that, I'd just go, well, why am I bothering?
Exactly. You want a captain who gets in your face and goes, right, come on, we need to get a fucking wicket. How are we going to do this? And come up with a solution.
Is this... no, we're watching highlights, I was going to say.
I think it's a drinks break,
It is.
I think it might well be. They're taking them in time. And
gives you all the time you want to catch up on messages, Ben.
Well, I've caught up with the messages. No, I haven't. There's a whole load of come in. Gordon Wells says, don't know if it was mentioned, but the Cronje scandal also didn't help cricket's popularity in South Africa. Yeah, I can imagine that didn't help a lot. Brian Barrett says, here's an insane idea. What about 2 innings of 25 overs each? That one has been thought of, Brian. Don't worry. I think Sachin came out with that. India came out with that, didn't they? About 4 or 5 years ago, they were talking about that.
Oh, super chat alert.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Ben, you're normally all over those like a cheap suit. Come on, lad.
Because I'm in the wrong browser. Right. No, well, there we are. There's John Herbert. Hi. Hibert? It's Hiebrt. Is that Hibert? John Hibert, $5 American dollars, says, before you get to this ball, I'm American and just discovered cricket through you guys. I was thoroughly enjoying it until you pointed out what a git I am for liking it.
Whoa! We never said that. We absolutely never said that. This one was pushed away.
When did we say that?
Towards mid-off. And there is no run. So Hassan Ahmed, isn't it? I should probably have jingled him up. I do beg your pardon. We wouldn't be so rude to a new listener. I find that very unlikely.
I once, on my American exchange thing, because I was playing in the first team or something at school at the time, we went on American exchange.
Which Hassan is this? Just so I get them confused. I played down to backward point.
I think he is, because I got it the wrong way round, you see. I think it's actually Hassan Mahmood. I think it's number 10.
Oh yeah, that would sound right. Okay, let's hope so.
When he was good, he was Hassan Mahmood. But when he was bad, was you bastard.
It's harsh.
Very good.
Lofted, just clearing backward point. There's that Fefla coming round from third man. Yes, it is. And they will take a single. It means at the end of the over it's taken a wicket for Coetzee. He's got rid of Nassim Ahmed. But it's gone for 9 runs. I don't think that really matters at this stage. With the run rate heading towards 13, it's 123 for 7.
And I loved, I had to explain cricket to a class of American 16-year-olds, which they found quite amusing. It was quite difficult to explain it to them. They all looked really blank-faced.
Did you manage to do it without swearing?
Yeah, well, I was 16, yeah, I did, somehow. But, it'd be good to get, this is the Holy Grail, isn't it? It's the biggest sports market in the world. If you can break America, billions of dollars, and that's what the ICC kind of wants, but I'm not sure. It's going to take fucking forever to get it done.
Defended into the offside of the bowling of Maharaj by Hassan, who of course got himself away with a single.
Having said that, football has finally broken into America, and I guess you can break with one sport from outside. Maybe there's room for others to,
Oh, that's a terrific delivery by Maharaj. That absolutely turned 6 inches or so. Flighted up. Yep.
Oh my word, yeah.
That's a great delivery.
Broke away.
Classic.
Too good for the likes of thee, as they would say, as Geoffrey Boycott might once have said, or Fred Truman most certainly would have said. What's Maharaj got this time? A bit straighter, a bit more on leg, hoping to get the same turn. He didn't, and it was defended into the onside.
That was one of the more broadcastable things that Fred Truman would have ever said. It has to be said.
What is going off out there? 123 for 7. Maharaj skips in that, turns as well. It takes the edge of Hassan's back. Kurtzi, been bowling, is going to have to go thundering after that. Hauls it up and will save, well, possibly at least an extra 2 or 3 runs. And they just take a single. 124 for 7.
I think the best Truman quote was the one to Everton Weeks after he'd I don't know, got some huge score in the warm-up game to a Test match.
You might have to remind me of that. That's a good ball. Push through
What's
and
the change
defended
at the end of this over?
by Mamadullah. Oh, we are due a change at the end of this over. That's a shame. I was enjoying myself. David is still here. Here he comes.
Oh, he's providing.
I thought you were supposed to be at a rehearsal, David, or you bought loads of chocolatey things.
Tea?
I'm all right.
Can I have another one of these from the fridge, please? Thank you very much, Dave.
One ball left. Some fabulous. What are those little chocolate brownies brought in?
Oh, yummy.
I hope they're legitimate ones because I'm driving home.
Yeah, they are.
They are. All right, I'm just checking.
Yummy.
Well, I'm assuming so, and they don't taste any funny.
125 for 7. There's one ball left of this over. 2 slips now, and I'm not surprised, to be honest. You don't often see this in an ODI, though. 2 slips to the left arm spinner, and there's a huge LBW shout. Ashan Raza gives it due consideration and then shakes his chubby chops.
You know what? I don't think that's a bad shout.
But I thought that. Well, I'm with you. What do you reckon, John?
They might review that, I think.
I would. Thank you very much,
Yeah,
David.
they will.
Look at you. Proper man. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, the DRS... I've got some water, that's all right. The DRS timer has ticked, and I don't think they reviewed. Did they review?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, they did review.
Did.
I take it all back.
They signalled the review, so they're going to have a look.
I think that pitched on leg, middle and leg. It's the classic one. If it had missed it, I think it would have taken the top of off stump. The question is it taken enough of off stump to
It pitches. Did it pitch outside a leg
I think
actually
it might
again?
have pitched outside.
Right, to me that looked like it pitched out
outside leg.
Like before, it's hit him between middle and leg and turned appreciably. So almost certainly will have pitched outside a leg. There's no edge to the bat, that's for sure. I think it would have been hitting.
I think because of where it hit him,
He's a long way
figured
forward.
Initially, it hadn't turned as much.
But isn't
as
it
that,
also?
but
Doesn't it also hit him on the back leg, not the front leg?
Outside.
It does, but it pitched outside leg.
Outside, yes.
I think we all knew that. Well done, Ashan Raza.
Good decision.
And he's the anti-Joel. Got it spot. Got it absolutely.
Like antimatter.
Spot on. It's going to be the end of that little spell for me.
It is,
although I
indeed.
think I'm staying. John, are you still here? Or are you done for the day?
No, I'm done for the day. I think I'll leave you with Fred Truman's word to Everton Weeks. It had been somewhat fluky, and he said to him, "I hear you're coming to England after this, Everton." He said, "Oh yes, I am." And he said, "Well, I wouldn't bother catching the boat. The way you played today, you could bloody walk it."
Which is quite good.
I'll leave you with that.
All right. Hendo's going to join us, and we'll be seeing things home, I think.
Is it me doing ball by ball?
Oh, I'm not sure. That's a very good question. It's probably Hendo, isn't it? If we're closing the show here.
Well, I haven't done anything in the second over, in the second session, so I imagine it's me.
No, it's me.
Is it you? What am I doing
Yes.
then? Summarising?
You're just, I don't know, lazing around.
I'm not doing fucking tweets again.
Hang on. Are we one ball into the over that I should have been commentating on?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't
They
think
do that quite a lot. You didn't miss anything. It was the production.
Short ball, which is clearing Mamadullah, who was looking to pull it, but it got too big on him. Well, this game is dead. It has ceased to be. It is now a Monty Python sketch, made cricket flesh, and we're just waiting for the last rites, aren't we? Really?
Basically.
It's all a bit dull, but it doesn't mean we can talk about other things. Mamadullah's batted well. I've enjoyed his innings. 44 not out from 53. He's always a good player, isn't he, Mamadullah? He's been around for so long. Wide outside the off stump, flashing drive aimed by the batsman, but he makes no contact, and through it goes to Clasen. Now, do you guys know what a mondegreen is?
A what? Clearly
A
not.
mondegreen.
A mondegreen?
A mondegreen, yeah.
Never heard of it. What the hell is it?
A mondegreen is a misheard song lyric.
Ah.
Which is interesting. So you can get Dylan Mondegreen's and various other things, should you wish. As Kurtzer is in again, pushed into the offside. No run. I asked the question because Mrs. Hendo popped in a few minutes ago and heard me saying, or a couple of times heard me saying the ball's gone down to fine leg, and she was absolutely convinced I was saying the ball's gone down to fried egg. So I think from now on, anything that goes to fine leg should be said as going down to fried egg. And if you can think about it, what other mishearings of fielding positions could you have?
Oh, do you remember Maxell Tapes made a whole advertising campaign of that for many years?
And the man sitting in a chair with his hair getting blown away by the speakers. That's what I remember.
Pushed into the offside, past the infield. They will get a single. We're looking at the sixes that Quinton de Kock hit earlier, which caused him so much distress that he couldn't possibly field or keep wicket today. And he has spoken of being tired and how much ODI cricket can take out of you. But if the reports are right, ODI cricket is in danger, is it not?
Well, we were just discussing that, Hendo.
Betty
Sorry?
Davis inner thighs.
We were
was
just
one from
discussing
Kim
that.
Plums.
Sorry, I was away. Kurtzy bowls right in the block hole, but somehow Hassan gets a bit of bat down onto it, squeezes it out to deep square leg, backward square leg, and there is a run.
It was one of the writers in the Guardian, Barney Ronay or whatever, was writing about it, wasn't he? And he said two things going against it were the fact that they've been out of 22 games, no close results, and no crowds.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't get that because, you know, big teams against small teams in other sports, you get quite hefty differences, don't you? I mean, you know, Romania were beaten by New Zealand 99-0 or something, weren't they, in the Rugby World Cup? I mean, that's not very entertaining.
Yeah, it's not very entertaining, but the length of time that entertainment takes up in your life of watching shite is limited. I think this is the point.
Yeah, but as I said earlier, Bear, you might not have had the close finishes, but you have had 3 amazing surprise results. Maharaj continues bowling to Hassan, has he chipped it back to him? Almost, I think, just short of him. Anyway, it's picked up on the half volley, and there is no run. 131 for 7. You know, it's not just about close finishes. It's good to see, you know, these lesser teams with lesser resources, that's for sure. I don't mean lesser in any sort of moral way or whatever. Doing well, isn't it? Turned away behind square leg, they'll take a single.
It is. That's all great. That's all great. But I think it still comes down to the amount of time it takes. And if it's one-sided, it's like a one-sided football game or whatever, you know, it's an hour and a half out of your life, 2 hours out of your life.
Tucked away to mid-wicket by Mamadullah, there is no run.
I mean, there's not only that, because each innings is supposed to only take 3.5 hours, right? And then there's supposed to be a half-hour break, so it's supposed to be 7.5 hours. A lot of these games are taking 8.5 to 9 hours as well. It's an awful long time.
Oh, lovely little ball. He just threw that up a little higher, brought Mamadullah forward and beat a man who's on 45 from 58 balls on his outside edge. Lovely delivery. There's been a bit of turn there for Maharaj. Been a little bit unlucky with a couple of LBW shouts. Ball just pitching outside leg. Certainly enough movement for him. He is in again, round the wicket. Once again, pitching just outside leg stump, and it's tickled round the corner by Mamadullah for a single. Score moves on to 133 for 7. Yeah, I just don't like this building opposition that I'm feeling to 50 over cricket. As I've said before, you know, I like the idea of a day's cricket. We see both teams bat, and you get.
But don't get me wrong. I've been here. I've done an awful lot of games of this, Hendo. Funnily enough, and some of it's been fun. But I mean, because I enjoy watching it with the people I'm watching it with. If I wasn't doing this, I wouldn't be that interested in watching it. Really, I don't think.
But I would say that a lot about some of the T20 World Cup. This is just defended
very much so.
Gentlemen, I have one of these. I have 2 of these, actually.
Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash.
Oh yeah, it's from the Naked Fun Porn Bot, who's given us $6. Excuse me, but my new S&M establishment has exclusive rights to Badger Yanks in Sydenham. I'm not sure if did we read Stephen Kelk's poop
Oh, I know. Sure, we went and poop.
Well, that was another another dollar kindly donated. So thank you for that. I'm not sure it was even us who called him a git. I think it was Jeff Perkins. Welcome to the Git Club, John.
Oh, right.
So don't think you can blame us for that one. Mr. P says, I think stadium atmosphere is the key to it all. That has been a problem.
Yeah.
How about Modgren for misunderstood jingles? That would be an awful lot of them, Jeff.
Check filing, by the way, Tony, since you're in the position of Jingler-in-Chief.
I am the GIC. Who's in?
The GIC? Do you mean the JIC?
Oh, JIC, sorry. I'm the GJIC. There we go.
GJ.
I was close.
You're a
Yeah.
GJ.
The Gorilla Jingler-in-Chief.
GJ.
Here we go.
That should
Oh,
be a
it's
new
Cookies.
jingle.
Oh, we love this jingle. I'm going to play it, yeah. But after this next ball window.
Well, they're going to get a single here as it's turned between square leg and mid wicket by Mamadullah. who
Here
moves
it
on
is.
to 47.
Because we love it.
What's his name? He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killingest bowler. He can sink your oats like the Spanish Armada. No one faster, no one harder. What's his name? What's his name?
And he's gone right through Hassan Mahmood with the ball nipped in. And, could have found an inside edge, could have found the top of the leg.
Find an inside edge. It's given us 4 runs, man.
It's given us runs, so it did find the inside edge. Just missed the leg stump bail. And, I suppose technically, Clasen has put that down, hasn't he?
I'm not sure.
Oh, that would be a harsh call.
I'm not sure he actually put it down.
Rabada bowls a bouncer, and Hassan decides that he's not going to take it anymore and gives everything to that ball, but misses it completely. If he'd got hold of it, it might have flown a long way. But he didn't. He has 8 from 14, Mamadullah 47 from 61, 138 for 7. The nominal target, the fanciful target, as John referred to it earlier, is 383. Oh, now that's smashed by Hassan, but is there someone out there to take a catch? No one in the deep at cow corner, so Markram, the captain for the day, or for the last 2 games anyway, South Africa, does the fielding, does the retrieving, and they should get back for 2.
What was the problem with Temba? I remember him getting injured, but I can't remember what he injured.
I thought he was just ill for the last one.
I thought he'd got a knock somewhere.
Final ball of Rabada's 6th over, the first one of a new spell. 7 runs so far from it. Into Hassan. Hassan feeling for that a little bit. Gets an inside edge onto pad. The ball pops into the onside. Rabada fields, and that is the end of the 33rd over. Bangladesh 140 for 7. Tony, are you doing tweets?
I am indeed. Over on YouTube, Kieran Roseblade said, Badger Yanks sounds like some sort of treatment you'd be offering. Kieran Roseblade also said, involving badgers. Shh, said Mr. P, don't tell Brian May, the Badger Yanker. Oh dear. If I'm the chief jingler, I don't think I'd want to be the chief Badger Yanker. Although could be set in your ways doing it. Right, let me see elsewhere. There's a few from Brian Barish. Are they fairly recent? Yes, the problem with domestic soccer in the US is that the talent pipeline is skewed to the haves and have-nots, and that the major domestic league is a single entity, and it can bend its own rules to plot Messi and Bale and the like into high-profile markets.
Maharaj starts his final over and is driven up to long off for a single. Mamadullah moves within 2 of a 50.
That's the problem with having no bloody relegation and promotion, Brian. If you will have a franchise system, that's inevitably what happens.
2 slips as he's in again. Hassan just comes forward onto the front foot, then decides to leave. He has been getting enough turn to warrant perhaps that little slip cordon, mini cordon. And he comes again, wider on the crease this time, and that's shoveled up to mid-on slowly enough that Hassan spots there's a single to Janssen and takes it 142 for 7. You've gone very quiet, chaps.
I was doing some very important research, Hendo.
A moment of reflection, I think. You can always do with a little bit of silence in the middle of a day.
Look up to the skies and pray.
Indeed, I think we have to. Onto the front foot comes Sam. Defends this one towards mid-off. And there is no runner. Is that Mamadullah facing now? He's on 48 from 63. Another lovely little innings from him. In again. Gets inside that and pushes firmly past the bowler up to long off. They take another single, edging to his 50 rather than blasting his way to it. 143 for 7.
What's their run? What do they require now? About 12 and over?
I haven't even thought about it.
14 and over?
240 required. 240 off 16 overs. I might look at my calculator. Hang on.
Yeah, that's a lot.
240 off 16 overs.
160 is 10, isn't it? 80, 16s. 4, 5, 15 and over odd, 15, 16 and over.
I'm going to tell you exactly. It's 15, exactly 15 and over required at the end of Maharaj's spell. A good one, brought him only the 1 wicket, maybe deserved another one. 1 for 32, and we move on. Tweets.
Yeah, well, Brian Barish, going back to the song lyrics, mentioned the Elton John one, Hold Me Closer, Tony Danza. But there's loads of them, so that's what I was researching. There's Money for Nothing and Chips for Free. Every time you go away, you take a piece of meat with you. See if I can find. Of course, the famous Police song when they're singing Sue Lawley, Sue Lawley.
Well, Sue Lawley. Yeah, we all remember Sue Lawley.
Oh, don't we just? Oh, I certainly do.
Men of a certain age in England. This is
sick puppies. Sick puppies.
Mamadullah to mid wicket as Rabada starts a new over,
saving his life from a warm sausage tea.
But the thing is, those of you who are not of a certain age and from a certain part of the world probably don't know who Sue Lawley is or was. No, she still is, I think.
Still is.
She still very much is. She's obviously not as I remember her from my formative years.
Onto the front foot comes Mamadullah. He's looking for the single. He's looking for that 50. He won't get it as stopped an extra cover. Throw comes in quite swiftly.
On which I might point out she had quite an influence.
I can imagine that. Yeah, she was a big name on Nationwide, for those of you who don't know, which was a sort of magazine programme at about 6 o'clock on weekdays in England in the 70s, I suppose.
Yeah.
The 80s maybe. Slower ball, but Mamadullah waits for it and flicks it away to deep square and will happily number another 50 amongst the many he has already.
Off 67 deliveries, well done him. 144 for 7 and 34.3 overs. Now you can play a jingle tone.
I was waiting for you to leap in and become highlights approved. To the point where I've actually lost. Here we go. Oh, I've got completely the wrong jingle as well. You see, I was so concentrating on that. Milestones 50. Here it is.
Half a 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 century.
Of course, Nationwide have Frank Boff, the coke snorting man.
Yeah.
By the off stump. Well, Hassan wafts at it rather disinterestedly and misses it, goes through to the keeper.
I must have told you my dad's Frank Boff story a million times.
But I mean, it's just amazing. When that cat story came out, you thought Frank Boff, and then you thought coke and hookers with Frank Boff. It's just like, what?
Wow.
I'll tell you after this ball, and maybe at the end of this over, I'll split it between the two.
This one comes off a thick outside edge towards square cover. And there is no wrong. I'm desperate to hear your story.
Yeah, I want to hear your Frank Boff story.
Well, my dad, bless him, in his later years, he was a little hard of hearing, and we'd gone to after I just moved into my new house with my, as the time now ex-wife, and we'd gone out to get some stuff from the local home base. We drove back through Isleworth, which was where the house of Vincent van Gogh was.
Okay.
Which has a blue plaque on the door. Hold that thought.
Rabada comes in to completely over, finds the edge, but there isn't a second slip. The first slip is quite a lanky one in Marco Janssen, but he can't get across to it, and it runs away for one of these boundaries.
Wow.
and 2 and 3 and 4.
Carry on.
Well, I think you've guessed where it's going, Hendo, particularly given the mishearing things, the conversation.
Yeah,
so I said to my dad, that's where Van Gogh lived. And my dad paused for a moment, looked at me and said, I always wondered what he did after Grandstand.
Oh dear, oh dear.
That's a very English joke, isn't it?
Or it could have been nationwide, of course. But it happened to be Grandstand for my dad.
Yes, I think you have told me that one, but it still makes me laugh. So there you go. All the good jokes continue to make you laugh even after you've heard them. So there we are.
David, he's been in to give out with that got the official Brookian round of applause. He came in. Not only has he been feeding us, fabulous little fudgy cakes and it's homemade cookies.
As a diabetic, when I've fucking ploughed into half a fucking plate of them.
Good jokes get a round of applause. He pops in and gives it a round of applause. So we're thoroughly enjoying that. Hello.
Change of bowling again. Tall, lanky left armour. I think you know who it is.
Looking to wrap this up.
I wasn't jingling because I was waiting for the ball, Hendo. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I was
My
waiting for you
fault.
to jingle. But there we go. So
After you, Claude. No, after you, Cecil.
Defended off the back foot.
It's this man, the Peter Crouch of bowling.
You think Marco would play polo, but there's more money in cricket.
There we go. He is, of course, an identical twin, is he not? Marco Jansen, I think. Here he is. And Mamadullah tries to swing this one away. Good length delivery, but possibly only gets an inside edge down onto the pad. Not enough bat on that as far as he was concerned. Nothing like enough. And again, there is no run.
I wonder if his identical twin is then also the same height. It'd be funny if he was about 4'9". Yeah. But apart from that, they looked exactly the same.
That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Yes, yes, that would be quite entertaining. That's a good question. Do identical twins grow to exactly the same height? I suppose it depends how they're watered. But, you never know.
It's an interesting
Jansen,
one.
2 for 15. He's into his 6th over, first of a new spell. Left arm over, bowls to Mamadullah. Mamadullah's taken on the pad as he was trying to ease that into the onside. It runs in the opposite direction towards cover. And there is no run.
Presumably they're genetically identical, so shouldn't height genetic? I don't know. I suppose it doesn't. Imagine he's tall, but I'm going to try and find a photo now on Google.
Well, why not just ask the question, are identical twins always the same height? Jansen again. Doesn't take many strides for him to get up to the wicket. This is pulled. Good shot from Mamadullah. He's looked in very good form this afternoon. And he moves on to 54 with these latest boundaries.
Had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons.
Yeah, just dropped a little short. Just the one bounce. Hit that quite flat. Obviously enough to get over mid-wicket, but flat therein.
That brings up 150 for Bangladesh, 152 for 7 after 35.4 overs.
Thing is, though, Bear, that was the fastest 50 so far.
Joy, that was
55 balls.
so quick. Yeah.
So quick.
Lulled them to a full sense of securities.
That could be it, couldn't it? Could be it. That could be the plan. That could be the Bangladeshi master plan. Anyway, let's just looking at his lovely shot in this over. Facing up to a ball on leg stump. He was looking to get it up there in the block hole, I think. Jansen's gone down the leg side, and it's been given as a wide. I'm not quite sure what Clasen is complaining about. Did he think he got a little edge on that? It was easily a wide. I see no problem with that.
Still one of these.
So 2 balls remaining in Jansen's 6th. No slips. He's in again. Down the wicket comes Mamadullah and tries to pull it. I'm guessing Jansen saw him coming, dug it in short, but he got a top edge straight over the head of the wicketkeeper and away down to the boundary for 4. And there's some words are being exchanged between bowler and batsman, which is a bit strange when this game is, almost done and dusted. But
Exactly.
there you go.
What are you going to say to him?
Well, I think South Africa are just keen to get the job done, and any late hitting down the order frustrates the bowling team, doesn't it, when they feel they want it? It's quite a heated exchange as well, isn't it?
It was, yeah. No, I don't see any necessity for that. I mean, okay, you've outwitted him as the bowler, and he's got away with it, but fair enough. That's the luck of the draw, isn't it?
Especially when you're when you got 150, 7 for 7 or whatever, and they,
Exactly. Here he is to complete the over, looking for the full ball this time. Dug out really well by Mamadullah. That's a good reply. He's going to get a single out to Phulaqueo.
It's still going on.
Who's, at deep mid wicket. Is it still going on? Yeah, it appears to be.
Hold on a minute. Hey Siri, are identical twins always the same height?
Oh, now you've asked my Siri. It's going to answer as well.
Can't hear anything, guys.
I'm waiting for the answer. Come on, Siri.
Well, I can tell you that Messer says the clues in of the word identical,
Well, that's
whereas
what I thought.
Namaragan said genetically identical unless his twin is his sister. And Mr. P has said, while identical twins can be the same height, that is not usually the case. One twin is generally taller and heavier than the other twin. So
That's
there you go.
interesting.
Therefore,
So,
they're not actually, but I suppose facially identical.
You do learn a thing or two here.
What if you say to a mother, how do you ever tell them apart? And the answer's, well, I know the fat one is Tom and the thin one is Phil. I mean, they're not identical, are they?
Full worked away through square leg by Mamadullah. He'll move into the 60s. 60 off 74.
Unless you are the mum and you basically feed one of them more chips. So basically, that's how you tell them apart.
Yeah, well, this is it. You see, you may be identical at birth, but there are various things that can happen to you in life, such as overeating,
Right.
that might sort of make a few differences as time goes by.
Yep. His brother looks like he might be a little bit shorter, but basically they're exactly the same height and everything.
Hassan has a little fiddle at this one outside the off stump. Rabada into his 8th over. Makes no contact. This is all getting a bit... I'm afraid the reason we're talking about identical twins is this is all getting rather dull.
It is very dull.
South Africa may not be the only ones who want it to be over. Just say 159 for 7. They're keeping it going, and Mamadullah is enjoying himself if no one else is. Rabada into Hassan, and Hassan is a little bit turned around by that one. He wanted to chip it into the onside. Was there a little bit earlier, semblance of a leading edge, but nothing dangerous.
We've got 14 more overs of this shite to go,
Oh God, please no.
That's
Please no.
why.
Put us
That's
out of our
why.
misery.
This is the death. This is what I mean. But it's the death of ODI cricket. I mean, you get this sort of T20.
Oh, come off it, Bear. You can have boring games of any sort.
I know.
Rabada. Oh, now he's bowled him a slower one, and he's lifted that up into the air. Underneath it is Kurtzer. He pouches it comfortably, and we may soon be put completely out of our misery. 159 for 8. Hassan goes.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, but the point is, Hendo, if you have 23 of them in a row, and you're in a world competition, it's happening every day, day after day after day. That's when it doesn't do itself any favours.
Yeah, but how many people are going? How many people are watching every game? We are, because it's our job, kind of. And anyone involved in the cricket media is doing the same. And probably not actually everyone in the cricket media, because I don't imagine they're all in the same area. They can't all be flying from one game to another. They're perhaps focusing on one team or another. So I don't really get that. We've seen boring, very boring World Cup football tournaments.
Yeah.
And I know you're saying it doesn't take so long, and that's true, but then the build-up is almost as long. So, I kind of think that cancels things out a little bit. Mustafizar, the Fizz, has come to the wicket. We should jingle him up if the jingler in his chair can waken up for it.
don't think that's his real hair.
Say again?
There's some dude with a massive afro, Bangladeshi with sunglasses. I think it's a wig. I'm not sure it's his real hair.
You wouldn't want to be wearing a wig in this heat, though, would you?
Well, no.
You wouldn't have thought so. The cat's going mad. He's yowling at the top of the stairs.
Why?
I don't know. He's just come running out, gone racing up to the top of the stairs, and he's yowling in a rather mournful way. Not sure what's up with him. 159 for 8. I think there's been a movement, and it's gradually, it's a drip movement to get 50 over cricket out of the international schedules, and it's being every day you'll get, or every few days you'll get another influential character saying something. Outside the off stump, the Fizz hangs out his bat but makes no contact. Through the keeper it goes. And I, for one, enjoy one-day cricket because it's more satisfying than T20. Not as satisfying as Test cricket, in my opinion, but it is, it gives people a chance to go to a proper day at the cricket. And, in the county game, at least, where the travelling, the distances are reasonably stiff if you want to go and see your own team play away, for example. I don't see that they should, I don't understand why they are trying to stop those people from having a good day out. Anyway, it's the end of the over, and there's some tweets.
Well, yeah, Brian's still going on the misheard song lyrics. He's gone the Creedence Clearwater Revival one from Bad Moon Rising. There's a bathroom on the right. Jay Grove, apparently I missed a tweet somewhere. He said, I'm just gutted that my giving it some hoolie joke was ignored.
Oh, yes, give it some hoolie. I did see that.
I make one clean and non-mean-spirited joke and books pricks. GC Radio Fun Paul, but I probably shouldn't read this. It was something to do with pleasuring oneself to Sue Lawley and then finishing on Frank Boff. which would be anyone's horrible dream, I would imagine. Messages. Although the majority of monozygotic twin pairs achieve an identical height, a proportion of them are discordant because monozygotic twins completely share their genome. Differences in the adult height are not due to heritable factors.
And this was Messi Jez, who was trying to have a little bit of time off. Yeah. He's been drawn back into the conversation. Janssen in bowls to Mamadullah, who strokes this quite nicely to a deep set extra cover on the edge of the circle, but they decided to take no run. You'll be pleased to know that the cat has stopped yowling, has come downstairs, wandered into the kitchen, and
food?
Probably looking for some dreamies, normally dreamies.
Actually, that's also a misheard song lyric from a Queen song, isn't it? Kicking your cat all over the place.
And what is the original?
Also popular amongst West Ham fans, I would imagine.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, no, he's gone again. He's gone racing up the stairs again. He's in a bit of a funny mood. He spent all the morning asleep next to me here, and now he's wandering. Oh, no, he's just gone flying across the room, trying to hide behind the other sofa. They think they've got all the cat fun at Mooney Ponds, but no, there's some here too. Janssen in again to Mamadullah. Mamadullah stands up tall and defends on the back foot. He is determined to bore the shit out of us for at least another hour.
Yeah.
Well, he's thinking about his World Cup average, isn't he? I guess. He could say, well, I did my bit, guys. Look at that, 60 not out from 76. Maybe you should put me up the order. I mean, I saw Mamadullah batting as low as 7 for Bangladesh earlier in this tournament, which is I suppose it's good in one way. You've got someone of that ability, but you also think maybe he's wasted there. Janssen in again, wide outside the off stump, and he sends this scorching across the outfield. But there is Rassi van der Dussen on the cover boundary.
They probably see him as their finisher, really, don't they? In much the same way as you're doing a T20. He's down there at 6 or 7. If things, it gets tight at the end, he's able to go out there and swashbuckle.
Well, his average will look jolly tidy because he didn't bat against Afghanistan. He was 41 not out against New Zealand, and 46 of 36 he got against India. So only been out once in the tournament for about 80 odd runs, and he's added 61 currently not out for that. So his average will be looking pretty tidy.
Indeed. Left-handed Fizz is back to face the left-armed Janssen, who looks for an in-swinging Yorker, which isn't quite a Yorker. It ends up being a half volley, and Mustafa Zahar has put that away very nicely, straight past the stumps at the other end and away for 4.
You probably
strange
couldn't hear
that-
it, but that was your favourite little jazzy jingle, Hendo. But you,
I was it. All I heard at the end was 4 or something along those lines. That's all I heard of that jingle. There are some old people in the crowd, elderly people,
Oh
perhaps.
man, she's got some moves, hasn't she?
Short ball. Mustafizar uppercuts just short of. Is it Rabada down
I think
there?
it was
at
Rabada, yeah.
Third man, yeah. I haven't had a chance to say the ball's just been turned off his legs down to fried egg yet, which is kind of a bit annoying. Can we think of a Mondegreen for third man? A misheard third man. What would that be?
something about a flan.
A
curd flan.
Yeah.
Bird flan. Oh, very tasty. Final ball of Jansen's 7th over. Figures of 2 for 31. Made the early inroads. Onto the back foot goes Mamadullah. Crunches it very nicely. He's playing some good shots, but he's not getting full value because that area is protected. It's just a 1. He will, however, keep the strike. 38 overs bowled. Bangladesh chasing 383 to win. Are 166 for 8.
The Naked Fun Porn Bot, identical twins probed in depth. Click here. Warren, the World Cup is like a sequel to Groundhog Day. Ground Bear Game Day. Jersey Oak, I think we should get rid of ODIs and T20s and just do T10 matches. All done in under 2 hours like a football match. Jay Grover says, don't a couple of gorillas have twins? Give them up for research, Forthy, for the greater good. Does Forthy have twins?
I think he
Well,
does.
he got twins.
Oh,
Or is Forthy a
wow.
twin? Is Forthy a twin?
No, I think he's got twins.
No, maybe he has twins.
Oh, right, yeah.
Oh, well,
Is there a 50 or a 30 walking around?
Respect. Oh, it's all happening over on YouTube. Let me see. O'Neill Harris, my nephews are identical, but they now look quite different because of lifestyle choices. Height and weight is a function of genetics, diet and exercise. Being identical doesn't change that. Fair enough. Kieran Roseblade, along with my Claxon to change hands buzzer idea, there could also be a half bat buzzer when pressed. The batsman has to bat with a half bat. I just, at one moment, I was 3/4 of the way through reading that tweet and remembering the conversation about Sue Lawley, thought, do I need to stop? But he is talking about batting, thank God.
I'll come back to you in a minute.
All right.
Change of bowling. Williams is back into the attack, bowling back of a length. In fact, a little bit short. Mamadullah tried to work that into the offside from into the onside from well outside off stump, but got an inside edge down onto his body. And there is no run.
Samantha G has got identical twin nephews, and
Right.
her cousin has fraternal triplets.
Wow.
Was it 3 triplets, all boys? Is that right, Samantha? Have I understood what fraternal triplets would be?
There was has anyone seen that incredible programme? This is swung away by Mamadullah. He's hit that well. There is a man on the boundary. He's coming a little bit too far. Kurtzer. He makes a leaping attempt to grab it out of the air, but can't. It's gone all the way for one of these.
That was a good shot. He should have been.
Great
If
shot.
he'd have been actually on the boundary, he probably would have caught that, wouldn't he? Well, maybe not, but certainly a catchable height out there in the deep.
Yeah, he had too much to do really there, didn't he? Mamadullah moves to 68, 172 for 8 is the score. Yeah, amazing story that we watched ages ago now, probably during lockdown, about these 3 male triplets who got separated in America and then eventually turned up at the same college, or 2 of them turned up at the same college. People thinking they were one person, seeing one of the brothers coming and thinking it was someone that they already knew. Very strange indeed, but absolutely true. Apparently, this is driven back to the bowler. There is no run. Does anyone remember what that documentary was called?
No, I remember. I think I started watching it and then stopped. Didn't they become quite big in the press as well, getting Oprah?
Yeah,
and shit?
massively. Yeah.
That's right. Because they met, didn't they? They went to the same university, and that's where they met and realised they were twins,
Yes.
and then they became a media sensation.
But then they found another one as well. This is pulled by Mamadullah, and he's going to get a couple. I think no, just the one. As finally, I get the chance to say, Marco Jansen swoops round from fried egg to do the fielding.
Yeah. And then didn't they get into? It was like 70s, wasn't it? They were big in the club scene, and they were massive cokeheads or something.
Oh, I don't remember that bit. I
Oh.
must admit, I may have just sort of forgotten that, but it was a good program. So Mamadoulla's on 69. It means the Fizz is back down to face. 173 for 8. Williams 1 for 39. A little bit expensive in the context of this match from a South African bowling point of view. Coming in for Ngidi in this game. I don't know whether that was down to injury. Does anyone know whether was that down to injury, or was it just
I think it is,
tactical change?
From what Tim was
Maybe.
saying earlier, it's down to a little bit of an injury.
Round the wicket now, and he smashes that over the top of cover. If you look at where his body finished up, you'd have imagined that he'd hit that over mid-wicket, but somehow he got that up and over cover, swiveled to the leg side, and away it went for 4.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocker, super shatter.
Lizard Williams can't quite believe that.
No, that's a strange one, isn't it? He's still looking towards mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Where's that gone? Oh dear, 177 for 8. A little bit of entertainment to liven up the dying embers. The embers that are taking a rather long time to die, it has to be said.
Yeah, you need to spoon it up in the air, followed by a Yorker, get it over and done with.
Bit of a spoonerism would be nice. 11 off the over so far. Final ball. Williams round the wicket and jabbed down to third man, or bird flan, as we like to call it now. But he didn't take the run, did he? He didn't take the run.
No.
Stayed at home. Mamadoulla will face with a score 177 for 8.
Samantha G does confirm that, yes, correct, she says, all boys. They all played hockey too. One against each other in a tournament. Oh, that must have been confusing for the ref, especially if they had to book one. O'Neill Harris, identical twins have the same genes. A DNA test would be the same for both individuals. There have been cases in USA criminal law where it has been tried to use their genetic duplication to create doubt of guilt. What? By basically going,
It
you
could be
can't
my
tell
brother.
which one of us. But which one? Therefore, you have to let them off. I get it. Stephen Kelk, there's also a genetic dynasty in the TV series adaptation of Foundation. Brother Dawn, Day, Dusk, all genetically identical, but different ages.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
That'd be clones then,
I
wouldn't
think we know where you're going there. Let's have a look. I've just seen a picture of loads of sausages. I think that might have been David's.
it? What's that got to do with twins?
Well, I don't know, except they do look identical.
Yeah, well, sausages.
Fidelma, and it seems to be the only way for new test nations such as Ireland to stay in the game is we get offered so few tests. Yeah, I think I understand where that conversation will come
Really
from.
well played by Mamadoulla. He came across his stumps and he ended up being about 2 feet outside off, and the ball was full, and he flicked it away over short fine leg or short fried egg, and they get 4 runs. Lovely shot.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
He was almost out as far as the wide line there, wasn't
Yeah.
he, to play that shot, and he ends up about 6 feet outside the off stump as he watches the ball sail away down to the boundary. 73 to Mamadoulla. Janssen in again. Didn't have any words to say about that one. He's trying to make him reach outside the off stump again. Slightly slower ball, I think, as well. Mamadoulla couldn't get there, but to add insult to injury, umpire Raza turns around and signals wide. So 182 for 8. Mamadoulla 73. Mustafizar has 9 from 6. Janssen is into his 8th over, and he's running around the wicket now to bowl. And I don't know what he was trying to do there, but he let it go at completely the wrong time, and it was way wide of the off stump. Maybe he was trying to do something out the back of the hand, and it went a bit wrong. For goodness sake, Janssen, we don't even need more deliveries in this match. It's just adding to the pain.
It is indeed. Can't we just have a fucking double wicket maiden or something?
That would do it, wouldn't it? He's in again, bowls. Oh, and he's looking for the one in the block hole. Nicely timed by Mamadoulla, but this time he's gone straight to Rabada, who's on the edge of the circle on the 45. Be annoyed with himself that he couldn't get it a foot or so either side. It would have raced away for 4.
I guess
I should say very, very, very quick off the mark. Muttley's just said, did somebody mention sausages?
Well, of course. His favourite pork products.
Are you a big fan of identical sausages?
No.
Or do you like them to be quite different? Some podgy, some thin and slim. Janssen, again, outside the off-stump, is gone for the drive, and that might be the end of him. It's spilled by Williams. He was running back from mid-off. Didn't really get in the best position for that. It's not been a great day for him. Gets a pat of consolation from a teammate, but he does ensure that we have to stay on and do more extra time.
Bloody hell! No, I'm sure if to make this game better, Janssen could get bowl out. I don't know, Mamadou, and Mamadou could lamp him around the head with his bat on the way out. Exchanged words or something.
Well,
it was one of these. That was a horrible piece of bowling. It's just outside the wide line. If he'd left it alone, it would have been a wide. It was an off-cutter, slower ball, but Mamadou went for it anyway and toe-ended it. I don't really think that deserved a wicket. I think that was just a bit dull and grubby from Janssen, really.
That's what happened to the end of ODIs, isn't it?
184 for 8, Mamadou 74. The Fizz is still on 9. Yeah, you never really thought that Williams was going to catch that.
I did for a minute though. I thought he was going to get back. Well, I thought he was going to get back, so it was in front of him, but he was always actually running back, wasn't he? And he kind of lost his balance. Oh dear.
Short one from Janssen, which the Fizz hints that he might have liked to uppercut, but he makes no contact. There is no run. So I see we were kind of talking at cross purposes earlier when we were talking about the Ben Stokes and the contract situation. I hadn't seen those stories today about who'd signed what, and apparently he asked for only a 1-year contract initially. So I'm not sure whether that's even more worrying. That he thinks he's maybe only got another year of Test cricket.
I think that may be because.
Oh, it was to do with. Oh, I know that Messi had some ideas on this. This is Fuller. Mustafa's aims a big booming drive, but it makes no contact. Something to do with the fact that he'll get a longer contract if he signs next year. I didn't quite understand it.
Well, no, there's a renegotiation of the TV deal. It's renegotiated, isn't it? Blah, blah, blah. So he's waiting for the money to be announced and that, and then go for a figure afterwards.
Fair enough.
I want to move it across.
One ball to go of this over. 1 ball of my spell, and that's me for the day, I think, isn't it?
I think you're staying on with the 3 of us.
Oh, am I?
Just to see things home.
There you go.
I thought you'd be pleased. Lord.
Short. And the Bears commentating for me. Final ball. It's the end of the over. He's got 2 for 39, 184 for 8. What am I supposed to be doing?
Well, you were supposed to be doing social, but shall I stay doing social and you summarise?
And the Bear's on ball by ball.
And the Bear is ball by balling. Let me think. Muttley also confirms, yes, when you asked him. No, he likes all sausages, varied sausages for sure, as many different types, all on the same plate. What was the significance, asked Mr. P, or Stephen Kelk, of after 234 runs? That means England stay bottom, doesn't it?
Ah, right, okay.
On net run rate, I'm pretty sure it does. Oh, it doesn't. That mean England go bottom of the table? Yes, it does. Not sure, but sounds plausible, says Stephen Kelk. There was a couple of others. No, I think we're there. I'm amazed, says O'Neill Harris, that Bangladesh could actually get to 200 here. Well, they've got 10 overs and they only need 16 to do it, so I'd say they've done pretty well, considering. Only considering, of course.
And Lazard Williams is in to the pad to Mamadou, who works it into the leg side out to deep square leg. One in a single, but what's the point? It's going to give him the Fizz. Might get out, for crying out loud, and make our lives a lot easier. Jesus, please, you know. But no, don't want to do that, do you, Mamadou? 35 for 3 in the first 10 overs for Bangladesh, 37 for 2 in the second, 53 for 2 in the third.
Do you know the expression about being damned with faint praise?
Yeah.
Right, well, so Anis Rao has said, got to give it to you, cruddy gentlemen. You're taking one for the team here and managing to entertain us while at it.
Well, you know, that's our job. That's driven up to mid-on and there's no run. See, the good thing about being us...
We would appreciate if it was, the money was better.
Yeah? So you can always Patreon us or give us some super chat on YouTube. Play the GPL when it's there. Someone might actually win the GPL. What's this? How many runs have been scored today? They got Tony to 383, 382.
382. And they've got 184. What's that? That is
482. What's 82 and 84 is 66, 166. So it's 566 right now. That's 6 runs from Mamadullah. He's planted that one deep over square leg. Short ball by Lazar Williams. Got the treatment. Humped over square leg. 6 runs. Lovely. 190 for 8. Lovely shot.
Cracking shot. It's been a really good innings actually from Mamadullah.
Yeah, it's a shame no one else could actually stay with him, isn't it?
Yeah, he's kind of ignored what's gone on around him and just played a proper innings really.
Yep.
It was never going to win the game, but it's been quite good to watch in the context of a game that's been dead since about 2 overs into the Bangladesh innings.
Yeah. Oh well, Lazar Williams is in. That's pulled again this time. Oh no, he hasn't hit it hard enough to get it caught down at long leg. And I think it's Jansen down there, and he's quite a long way in from the boundary as well, but it's well short of him. Single. He's into the 80s, Mamadullah. 81 for 89.
Deserves 100.
He does really. In a way, I'd rather he didn't get there.
Yes. Indeed.
Well, he could do it in 4 balls, and then I'd be happy, and then he could get out, and that'd be all good.
Yep.
I mean, 10
yeah,
more
not
as
a
it
good
is.
crowd there today. There's been quite a small crowd today, isn't there?
Yeah.
Although maybe most of them have gone home because it's so dull.
Well, I don't think there was a big crowd to start with, really.
No.
And the Wankede isn't the biggest of stadiums. I mean, it probably is by
it's about
English
40,000.
Yeah, well, I was going to say by
Yeah.
English standards it's massive, but by Indian standards it's not huge. Round the wicket, Williams to Mustafa Zahir, who's so late on that shot. Jesus. Through the keeper and there's no run.
He made up for ability to hit it in the pirouette that he that he did there, didn't he?
8.8 for that. Are you a man who watches Strictly?
I'm sometimes forced to. I'm a big fan of the dancing, but I don't like all the other crap that
I just can't
means
stand it.
I can't bear the fact that it takes 2.25 hours to get through about 8 dances.
See, there you go. Now apply that thinking to ODI cricket. That's down leg side, and it's going to be a wide.
Yeah, but I was never a fan of cum dancing.
No.
In its previous incarnation.
Round the wicket, Lazar Williams. Oh, it's plopped up to no one because mid-off's back on the edge of the circle. It's the skipper Markram. Kind of going through the motions here. 192 for 8 after 41. Over to you then, I guess, Tone.
Yeah, Brian confirmed a while back that they have to score 235 to avoid dropping into last place. That's basically the reality of that. Brian had suggested, great idea for jazzing up the tournament, just play baseball instead. Leah says, I might have developed a narcolepsy watching this match. Jay Grover is going to Tailenders recording tonight, isn't he? Or their stage show. He says, I'm trying to decide which GC shirt to wear. It looks a bit nippy, but I'll be carrying the bag, whatever. Fantastic. Well done, Jay. Appreciate that.
Indeed. Tailenders, isn't that...
Jimmy Anderson,
Jimmy Anderson. And
isn't that the one with fucking Andy Afford, though, runs that or something?
No, does he?
Well, he was involved in it way back when.
Oh, I don't know.
He's a man who really... Well, yeah, you can annoy him, actually, if he is there.
Or you
could
try and offload your shower curtain
to
one of them. I'm sure they'd be interested. Pay you a good price.
Some South African supporters in the crowd, very few. It does seem that some people who support the oppositions are managing to get in some grounds now. There was even some Pakistan supporters in the ground yesterday.
Wow.
They wouldn't have been very happy at the end, but hey. Kurtze is going to come in for his 8th over, 2 for 39. He's got it around the wicket to Mamadullah, who drives that supremely past the man at wide long off. Wide mid off, sorry. Janssen, he's on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Sprawls to his left, and it was hit very hard, and it's 4 runs. 196 for 8. They could get to 200 here. Well, they should do.
Well, they needed 43 at the beginning of this over. 43 to off 9 overs to keep England on the bottom of the table.
Well, it all depends on Mamadou, really, doesn't it?
Does indeed.
46 dots, 32. It's gone. Oh, well.
10 fours and 2 sixes.
There you go. 196 for 8. Kurtze is coming in. Smashed by Mamadou. Lovely shot. Holds the pose. Drives it out to deep cover. Probably get 1. It's going to come back for 2. Just about gets there. There's a Mustafa Zar. And the score moves to 198 for 8.
I thought Mamadou was under-bowled by Bangladesh today.
Tawhid wasn't enjoying it. He thought he's a part-time bowler. Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? How do you stop South Africa? Best thing to do is try and win the toss and make sure they don't bat first.
Well, we don't know what they're going to be like. I mean, they've only had one opportunity to bat second, and that was against the Netherlands in that game that they lost. So we don't know in general what they'll be like, but that would suggest that they, with a bit of scoreboard pressure, they find it a little bit more difficult.
Absolutely. Well, theoretically, with the power, they should just bat the same both way rounds, not worry about runs to get, and just pace their innings so they can get to 400. And if it's that's going to be a no ball. And it's going to be a caught no ball.
It's a caught no.
Out to deep square leg. Aidan Markham will catch it. I'm presuming it's a no ball. Yep, it's going to be a no ball. So that'll be 200 up, I think, because they got a single, and it was a no ball. It was above waist height. It was way above waist height. It was a good catch down at deep square leg, but it's 200.
200 up, did you say?
Yeah, Clasen is looking like they want to review whether it was above waist height, but it was clearly above waist height.
Well above waist height.
Am I safe to play to celebrate the 200?
Have I said all the vital things? Yeah, I think so.
Yes. Here we go.
100 runs and then some more, hitting an impressive score. All the fans, they scream for more. Double century batting man.
20 kits delivered towards grassroots cricket. Don't know what that's all about.
Bet they never find their way there.
Well, they probably made across the border in Bangladesh and cost £1.80 or something to make. Kurtzer in, flapped at by Mustafa Zar. It was a free hit, and it's gone through to the keeper. Is it going to be given us possibly over wide? But if not, no, dot ball.
Bit unlucky there, I think, the batsman, or maybe he's just not good enough to get anything on it.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case. He's number 9, Hendo. He's the fizz.
He's the Nigel Walker of the Bangladesh team. Or are you the number 8?
Not number 8, no. Goes to leg side as the fizz and tries to swat it out to the offside. Misses it completely through the keeper, no run. Clasen, who's keeping. We're just going through the motions here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the only interest is whether Mamadou can get that 100, whether Bangladesh can get to 235. Did we find out whether we had anyone interested in the GPL?
Well, it'll be 583 now. I presume that's actually Messi. I'm just guessing there. But I'd say...
No, it's 582. It's 582.
Oh, yeah, of course. They require 582, yeah. So, yeah, if they do get one more run, 583 is Messi Jez, 593 is Messi Jez. So they get one more run or 11 more runs. So 201 or 211 will be Messi Jez.
And he'll win all of £33.
All of £33. I'm sure he'll be grateful for those £33. Driven uppishly to mid-off.
Remind me who won the pot, the decent-sized pot that was won the other day.
It wasn't.
Thompson, wasn't it?
Oh, that's right, because you kept calling him John Thomas,
didn't I? Yeah, it's John Thomason, I think.
That was, yes.
That was quite funny.
How could I forget? I genuinely forgotten who it was.
Yes.
Messages. Well, Jay Grove is obviously making his plans. He's decided what he's wearing, which is great, and the bag he's taking, which is great. He says, because I've never super chatted, I'll hurl Missen in front of anyone taking selfies, so your brand is eternally remembered with vexation.
Oh, good idea. Great idea.
Yeah, we like that idea. He also says, Whilst I have been pre-gaming, I'm not pissed enough to force a shower curtain on the greatest English fast bowler of his generation. Then again, it doesn't start till 8, so I have time.
Yeah. Offer it as a present.
Where is this on? I presume somewhere in Sheffield, isn't it?
Is it in Sheffield, Jay? Let us know.
Is it a university something or other, presumably? If you see Andy Affer, can you punch him for me? I presume you've had a...
Andy Afford, I wish I could remember what he said about the bear, but it was one of the most hilarious things that I've heard in my time at Test Match Sofa and Guerrilla Cricket.
It was a full toss onto the pads by Mamadullah. Out to deep mid wicket, and there's one run. He called me some South London something or other, didn't he?
No, but there was something else about the way about your mode of commentary and or your style of commentary, about how laid back it was, and you know, in a bad way, he was in his mind. But it was just the phrase was just brilliant, and it did tickle me. Put it that way.
I wonder if my emails go back far enough. That one's worked into the leg side. And there is no run. Probably not. What year would that have been? 2013?
Probably, yeah. 2013.
No,
yeah.
it probably would have been 2012. I don't know.
It was during an Ashes series, wasn't it? I think. I think we were there early in the morning, I seem to recall.
It was before that series, yeah, because I got taken off of that.
And it couldn't have been 2010-11.
That's a wide. So it's pitched into the deck, and it goes over the top of Mamadullah's head.
This is why, unfortunately, I could never write a book about Guerrilla Cricket stroke Test Match Sofa, because most of it I can't remember. Most of the best bits are lost to my rapidly deteriorating brain.
That's full and wide outside the off stump, and there's no run.
This is getting really pointless. It really is.
It really is.
I mean, you know, I do see how someone could be turned off one day international cricket by the last couple of hours of this game, but in general terms, I'm still a big fan.
I can tell you, and is it Mr. P who's biding his time with this game being somewhat dull? He's counting paper clips on his desk. I'll give you updates on that. It's riveting stuff.
Absolutely.
Oh, I think I might have done, you know.
Oh, you think you've got it there?
Let's see. No, I think this is about... No.
Yeah. I've probably got emails from Andy Afford somewhere. I was looking at the bottom of my emails the other day, because my Hotmail says I'm 94% full, and I need to delete rapidly, otherwise I won't be able to get any more emails.
Not talking about your pizza from the other night, is it?
No, that would be nice though.
94% full of pizza.
I'm 94% full of pizza. That'd be a pretty nice place to be.
You'd just be a lump of dough on a sofa. As that's defended out to the offside, and there's no run with cheese dripping off you.
Did you find it, or can I?
No,
zoom
you can
over?
go. Carry on.
Right. Well, there's loads. In fact, it's been jumping. O'Neill Harris says the three heads of Guerrilla Cricket Radio. We know who the brains is. Ooh, do we? Let me know if you find them. Kieran Rose played. I'd love it if Mamadullah hogged the strike for 10 overs to get to his 100. We've not seen that anywhere else, have we? Hendo the Enforcer lurks in the shadows, says Stephen Kelk. Perhaps he's in Bear's dungeon, says Mr. P. Shelley says, work done for the day. I'm surprised this match is still going. Stephen Kelk says, finish the game off for us, Shelley. Yes, and Mr. P then said, I've decided to start counting paper clips on my desk. Quite stimulating in comparison to this dross. I think he's talking about the game rather than our commentary. How many do you have, Mr. P? Says Stephen. I found 17. Are they the same colour? No, 2 are yellow. So there you go. It's in paperclip gate. It's all happening.
Oh, smashed airily for a little bit by Mamadullah out through cover. Kasha Maharaj, I think, is on the edge of the circle there. It does bounces just before he gets to him. There's no run.
But the fun doesn't stop there, because one is blue apparently, and the rest is silver. And Mr. P says Tectony can prepare an Excel spreadsheet to document the findings, which I immediately responded by saying, how would I want them graphed? Pie chart, Manhattan, just let me know. Stephen Kelk, the question is whether if you split them into 2 piles, do you divide the 2 yellow ones or not? There's a question. I thought we were back to identical twins again.
Oh
there
my
for a
God,
moment.
that's filthy from Kurtz. It's like probably a no ball and a wide all thrown into one. It's about 2 or 3 feet past the blue line, and it's also, well, it must be above waist height, but they've given wide as a preference. Ooh.
I think what's going on, and it's a bit disappointing from South Africa. They're trying to bowl as wide as they dare to try and get a toe end out of Mamadullah. It's a pretty poor way to try and get someone out, I think.
Well, possibly that's just tipped out to deep backward point, and they don't bother going for a run.
Or maybe they think all the life has gone out of the pitch. It's gone a little bit dead.
Yeah, it's just frustration when you can't quite break through the.
Yeah,
I know you've got a man so well set that you're trying to lull him into a full stroke. Very, very important question from Kieran Roseblade. Are there GC T-shirts we can buy? What stuff can you sell us? Wow,
of course.
We'll tell you all
driven
about
out to wide, long off, and they'll just get. Did they bother running a single? They did bother running a single. It's third ball of the over. It's like a test match. Yeah, if you go to what is it? Redbubble.
No. Go to GorillaCricket.com and follow this link to merchandise.
There is a link to merch.
Yes.
Don't go straight to Redbubble. Go through Gorilla Cricket.
And we have loads of T-shirts. We get on air because of the bear. Shit takes wickets. I mean, what? There's probably about 40 different designs, I guess.
Yeah, I like them
over the years.
The missing in action Ben Folkes one is good.
Yeah.
I wear that to my local Tesco's.
That's into the legs of the Fizz, who works it down to deep, long leg, and there'll be a single.
There's not just that. You can buy shower curtains. You may not want one of those. You can buy bedspreads. You can buy caps, fridge magnets, mugs. I mean, it's endless. It's absolute knickers. Did you say? Did we do?
No, I said stickers.
Oh, stickers.
Not knickers. But maybe that's what we should be looking at.
Although, I'm not sure. It depends where and how, Endo.
I don't mind looking
before
at
you
knickers.
suggest looking at knickers.
That's full and driven air. I think it's got enough on it. That's a great shot. Mamadullah has gone on to 96 with that shot, and Bangladesh have gone up to 210 for 8. That's a great shot. Well, I get a very well deserved 100 here. It's just a shame that no one else in his side can bat with him.
Yeah. I mean, he's not really had to take any real risks though, because he knows the game's been gone a long time. So that gives him a certain amount of freedom to play, doesn't it? And play in his own way.
That's tipped off his pads out to deep square leg, and he'll get a single. Moves on to 97. The big smile on his face. Gets to retain the strike. 6 overs left. 211 for 8.
Oh, he'll get his ton there.
Now, so 211. If it all goes Pete Tong from here, Messi will win whatever's in the pot.
And it's only 3 for Mamadullah to get his ton. Namaragan says, are the twin yellows identical height? Back to the paper clips. Pirate Badshaw. I've been whiling away the BMQs by watching a documentary about shipbuilding, riveting stuff. Oh, very good. Mr. P won't be buying the Universe Joss t-shirt right now. Chief Wardo says, GC knickers, don't kink shame. Steve Kelk says, I find there are an odd number of paper clips. The fact that there's an odd number of paper clips slightly unsettling.
It is.
Mondegreen alert says Ravi Natajan. Yes, the mishearing of knickers and I can't remember what stickers. Knickers and stickers. That said, I do think we should probably think about Gorilla knickers. Why not?
The thing about Gorilla knickers is they might prove popular, but I mean, unless you get lucky, no one will see them. Or unless you're sort of in a change.
I mean, we could put figleaf.com out of business if we had a range of erotic gorilla lingerie.
Tipped into the leg side by Mamadullah. He wants to cut back for 2, and he will get back for 2. That moves him on to 99.
I have to say, Tony, I've never heard of figleaf.com. I think that's one that you've just imagined up.
Maybe don't look it up, Hendo. No. Don't let Mrs. Hendo see if you do. Let's put it that way. No, it's been a legitimate e-commerce business for years, and it is, shall we say, mainly quality merch. It's not in the Ann Summers neck of the market.
Oh, it is quality
Figleaf.com. Yeah. I'm giving them free publicity. They should be paying us. I'm not going to mention it again.
Mamadilla works that round the corner. He's going to get his 100. Well batted, sir. Very well batted. 100 off 104 deliveries. I mean, yeah, true. He's on a hide into nothing. But he still had to do it. 104 balls. 214 for 8 for Bangladesh and 44.2 overs. Well batted to Mamadilla.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Yeah, very nice knock. You know, even allowing for the fact that, you know, the game was lost and he's you know, just been allowed to play his own game. Still at a good rate, run a ball pretty much. Very impressive. A lot of impressive shots, I have to say. He's been a top cricketer for many years now.
Oh, it's been a fabulous knock, and he's done really well. Jay Grover is confirming it's Sheffield City Hall. I don't know Andy Afford, no problem. I have to say, well, this is back to you being 94% full of pizza, but we'll hold that while the Bear just commentates the fact that this ball went out to cover and they took a very sharp single. I have to say, Hendo does do a good impression of a lump of dough on a sofa. Give the man an Oscar. That's harsh. Jay Grover says, I have about 12 GC t-shirts, as does my father, and he thinks they're gobshite public school boys. However, the smart investor will buy a true heirloom, which shall only appreciate in price. He knows his stuff. Jersey Oak says, who's going to model the GC knickers for advertising? Well, we're not going to go there, Jay. We probably get off that subject very quickly. Jay did buy a pair of cricket with balls boxer shorts once. Possibly not the only reason the partners laughed when I've undressed, but it gives my ego a get out clause. That one's left alone outside of office. So Bear, are you just giving up for the day, or are you
No. I'm reading emails about our discussions about wages with Af for Test Match Sofa. It's quite interesting. You were leading a revolt. Do you remember, Hendo?
I was leading a revolt.
You were leading a revolt, saying we shouldn't accept £80 a day. When Afford was being a...
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's smashed into the outfield. That's got enough on it. 6 more. Mamadilla's celebrating. He gets a 6. He moves the tide on to 221. They're closing in on England, and they're going to put us at the bottom of the group. The only exciting thing left in this bloody match as Mamadilla moves on to 106.
And unfortunately, Messi is out the GPL.
Yep, he is. Well, no, I think he might have some more.
Has he got more?
Yeah, I think that was his high score, was 593 actually. Left is 697 and 597 and 627, which means a number ending in 5, presumably.
234 is the magic number, isn't it, for the
clipped hands to leg side and there's no run.
Cemented to the bottom of the group, isn't it? Okay.
So if they get 593, so what would that be? That's a no ball free hit, I think.
Yep.
283 so 222 now. 22 and 83 is 105, so it's 605 at the moment, I believe. 604, sorry, because obviously it's 282. Keep getting that wrong. So 602 is the current runs, I believe. Is that short and smacked? It was a free hit anyway. You can get run out on a free hit, you know, but Keshev doesn't bother. Shy at stumps, and there is no run.
It's a good comeback, really. That. Muttley says he's got a pair of signed knickers on a wall from a band. How did you acquire them? Did you take them to be signed? Were they removed during the concert for signing?
And given to you?
Were they yours or were they somebody else's? I think there's so much in that story that you haven't told us, Mutters, and we want to know. Right, I shall go back onto Twitter and hopefully avoid any further lingerie chat. Anis Rao, Mamadilla century, feels good. If this game had to be elongated for so long, at least it's in a good cause. Yeah, I'd go along with that. Messi Jer says, oh my god, dozing on the sofa, someone mentions gorilla lingerie and I have this instant nightmare of the bear in a suspender belt and knickers with the you get in here with help from the bear on them.
Oh my god.
Save me. That's a better go back to sleep, messers.
Exercise that from your brain. As that one is mishit by Mamadilla. Back to the bowler. It's Kurtzit and there's no run.
It's one thing, Messi, for you to have that in your head. Now the rest of us have got it in our head. It's kind of, it's not so good, I have to say.
Leo wants to know, would it be considered cruel and unusual punishment to execute those condemned to death by showing them a recording of this match? Well, the fact is, look, to be honest, and yes, I do agree with the fact that we've seen better games. You've got to hand it to Mahmudullah, and you've got to hand it for the way he's been just taking the fight to the opposition against all odds.
Indeed.
Well done him.
Driven out to the man at cover who's right on the edge of the circle. It'll be a dot ball. Sorry, still trying to find the. I had the same problem yesterday trying to find that fucking review of what's his name? Shane Watson from the Jet Lag. I eventually found it in a Dropbox after we turned off. That's driven at by Mahmudullah. It's a fat outside edge down to a vacant third man. It's 4 more runs.
Now, someone explain this to me, right? Okay, a few moments ago we mentioned stickers available from Redbubble, Gorilla Cricket stickers.
Yes.
I have now got an email from Redbubble saying about the cricket stickers you're looking for. How have they done that?
Your computer is listening to you. Clearly. That's driven. Has it got enough on it? It hasn't.
No.
Finally, Mahmudullah has gone. He's driven at into the air. He's getting a clap from Curtsey, so he should. He's got 111 off 110, but he's driven at. It's been caught by Marco Janssen down at wide, deep, long off. 227 for 9, 111 off 111 balls. Very well batted, Mahmudullah.
It was beautifully batted, but sadly he has to depart. But it was a fine effort.
Might finally get our wish now.
What was our wish?
To get the game over and done with?
Well, I think the ship has sailed that was about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
But
Not
never
much
mind.
we can do with the rest of the day now, is there? I mean,
Well, I've got to go and fucking finish the highlights when this is done.
Oh yeah, true.
Do we do hair shirts in our amongst our merchandise?
You should do birch.
Let us get one.
Birch arms.
A bear hair shirt. Muttley does give us an update on his knickers, as it were. It was part of the band's merchandise with the band's logo on them. Oh, okay. I made them sign them, and they were a bit, well, this is weird, mutters, to which I replied, well, it's your bloody merch. Well, fair enough. That's a very good point. They sell it. You have a right to ask for it to be signed. Not something you can apply to everything you buy in life. I mean, you wouldn't go to, I don't know, the man in Tool Station with a power drill and say, could you just give me a signature on this? Hendo goes into shock when he realises anyone or anything is listening to him. That's not true, says Jay.
I've been on the radio for 13 years and I'm still surprised anyone listens.
Whatever you don't exercise from your brain, says Jay, I'm quite enjoying this match, but I'm a simple man. Well, I've started to enjoy it. It's been good fun. They all have, actually.
Around the wicket, Kurtzer tries the Yorker on Sharafel, but he manages to dig it out and there's no run.
But this, as I think Bear was saying, is part of sport. It's the company you keep, and it's the who you watch it with. And I've watched enough bloody Watford games over the years which have been miserable and depressing and awful. Rarely sober while I do it, thank God. But I keep going because I really enjoy going with my mate. I go to cricket with friends, as it's sports the company. It's not just the sport.
Full and driven down the ground by Sharafel. He's going to get himself off the mark. They might as well run. Yeah, they do. Yeah, because oh dear, I hope Janssen really hasn't hurt himself on that. He looks a bit dizzy. I don't know. He just went down to field it, and then he sort of looked a bit. I don't know. Not very good.
There's enough of him to spare. You could just cut a foot of him off, and he'd still be pretty tall.
Is that a hip or something? I suppose if you're tall and lanky and thin as he is, you could damage your hip coming over like that, coming down a long way.
Always got to remember we're on YouTube. Mr. P, as Tony says, this has been fun. Hendo yawns. Always remember you could be seen.
Yeah, but it's got that point where I'm sort of slumping further and further down the seat.
Of course.
Advice given to me once by the same lady who used to coach Ronald Reagan on his speeches, would you believe, on his public speaking. She got us doing an exercise which I will recall, which was like when you're on a panel. I'll have to hold that for.
Lizard Williams is around the wicket, smashed. I'm not sure it was meant to go there. He looked like he cleared his front leg and was trying to heave it over cow. But it squirted out pretty nicely off a fat outside edge to beat back a point for 4 runs.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons.
You do get the feeling they quite like Lizard Williams bowling.
And that one slapped out towards deep cover, fielded by a deep set mid-off. We're really going through the motions here, and we've still got potentially 3 overs of this shit to go.
Sorry, I'm gonna keep yawning now, I'm afraid.
Oh, but don't do that, because they say it's contagious, don't they? Once one person starts, everyone else sort of picks up the general vibe and keeps doing it. Stephen Kelk says, I have a t-shirt which simply says, well, this is fun. It's a good message.
Yeah,
Often it is.
What's the most inappropriate thing you've been doing while wearing that t-shirt?
Attempted drive back down the track by Mustafa Williams. Bowls it to him. He misses it completely. It's through to the keeper and there's no run.
Funeral, maybe?
Oh, yeah, that's a point, I suppose.
Right, who else do we have? It's not the end of the over. I don't know why I keep jumping in with these. It's just the conversation's been jumping and I've been jumping with it, really. Messages. I'll wait.
Ooh.
Smash straight up in the air. Is it going to be caught? It is going to be caught. That's it. Game over. Thank God for that. Mr. Vazur has tried to smash that over the boundary somewhere. He's got a big top edge. David Miller has caught it. He gives the bowler a big hug. It is over. It's finally done. We're in the 47th over. They've now taken the fucking scorecard off the thing. Anyway, the last wicket fell. It was the Fizz. South Africa win by 149 runs. And Bangladesh are all out for, what was that? 2-3-3. So I think by the barest of margins, we remain above them by probably about 0.00 of a run in net run rate, hopefully, if everyone's figures are correct, because they need to get more than 2-3-5.
It was 2-3-3, you're 100% right.
We don't remain above them, we go back above them.
Oh, we go back above them.
We were dead and done for on the bottom.
Well, we're not anymore, God damn it.
Not anymore, no.
As they used to say on Pick of the Pops, it's a massive leap of one place.
Yeah, it's a massive leap of one place, and a net run rate win of probably 1,000th of a run or two. South Africa once again did what they did to us. This time they actually decided to bat first, which is a sensible thing to do when you win in this kind of heat.
The difference being the opposition gave it a go this time.
Yeah, well, the opposition gave it as much of a go as we did. I mean, it took them fucking 45 overs to lose by 149 runs. It's not really giving it a go, Tone, I'd say.
Well, one of them did.
It's wasting my time.
You've got to give Mamadullah credit.
You've got to give him credit for getting 100, but but having a go, it's not really having a go.
Knock.
Are you going to run down the scorecard?
He got 111, and no one else got more than 22 in that team. In fact, that was the highest score in the Bangladesh innings, apart from Mamadullah. So it just shows how he dominated. 11 fours, 4 sixes.
Story of the day, one would imagine, will have been Quentin de Kock, phenomenal, breaking the ground record with his 174 off 140 balls, and really set the whole scene. But there's a great little middle order showing Aidan Markram 60 off 69, Clasen 90 off 49, David Miller 34 not out, and that took South Africa to, well, a fortress type score of 382 for 5. Not quite beating their own record for the highest score at Mumbai, which is also held by South Africa, which is I think 430 odd. The reply, well, it was pretty poor. Nothing much, really. Only 22 for Lytton Das, got above 20 in the top 6. Mamadullah, though, a runnable 111 before he was caught by Janssen, bowled Coetzee. And after that, bits and pieces, but again, no one else made it to 20. 233, 2 for Marco Janssen, 2 for Lizard Williams, 3 for Gerald Coetzee and his black headband, 2 for Kagisa Rabada, and 1 for Keisha Maharaj. And well done, South Africa. 17 extras, all over and done with in the end after 46.4 overs. Shall I just sweep up socials and we'll call it a night?
I think that's about right, isn't it? We're looking at your ceiling now, Hendo.
We are. Hendo's disappeared. We're watching the show. He's seeing his shelf. There he is. He's back with us. At least Hendo has a respectable manly beard, unlike Tony, who looks like some stratocatamite these days. Yes, I did shave perhaps more than I intended to.
No one has ever said that I've got a respectable manly beard, but I'm more than happy that someone now has.
This is exciting, says Messengers. Only one run needed to reach the 235 needed to keep England bottom. Well, that catastrophe
has been avoided.
Has just about been avoided. Let me see. Oh, hello. There's oh my goodness. There's been a little surge on YouTube. 233. Jeff Perkins. Tony keeps going to Watford because he likes drinking. Basically, that's
probably about right.
Near enough the size of it, Jeff. Chief Wardo, is Hendo sinking? No, we've pulled him back up above the surface again.
Who is this woman I keep seeing on the TV? She was opening the show this morning.
Depends
what
you're watching there. She's very good. As a presenter, I have to say.
Yeah, who is she?
Kieran Roseblade, thanks for the great commentary and entertainment. You're very welcome. Peace out. Thanks, gents, says Samantha. You're welcome too. Samantha, as indeed all of you are. Brian in Brisbane saying goodbye. Brian, thank you not only for your company but for your extraordinary and continued generosity. It's quite magnificent. And with that, I think we're done, chaps, aren't we?
I think we're done.
We're going to run for the hills.
You got nothing to say, have you, Hendo?
Nothing much, except I'm going to ask you whether Coetzee now has the best headband in cricket, in international cricket.
Ooh. Well, I did bring that up. He looks a bit like Rambo, doesn't he? Which is good. It's good that it's black. It's kind of got that ninja feel to it.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? Yeah, whereas Broadies was never quite like that, but then he hasn't really got he's got a different sort of body shape, hasn't he?
Yeah, Broadies was more Karate Kid, but that's more Rambo.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess on that note we should say goodbye.
0.005 is the difference between us and Bangladesh in that run rate.
That'll do. Just keeps us above
barest of margins.
Barest of margins. That's all you need. Right, we're out. We'll see you. We're not in tomorrow. We've got day off. Although I've got to do some highlights.
Mooney Ponds.
Mooney Ponds are on. Mooney Ponds are in action tomorrow because it's an Australia game, of course. So they'll be going through the night, hoping that Australia. Who are they playing tomorrow? They're playing something quite easy, aren't
the
they?
Netherlands. Yeah.
Netherlands. Oh yes, I'll be rooting for the Netherlands, fucking all the way. You're not going to play the bloody jingle.
Oh, sorry.
You're just going to fucking walk off, yeah? God damn it, we're not out yet. Right, we're out because Tony really seems to want to leave. So we're going to play the theme tune and we're going to be gone. See you tomorrow. See you on Saturday. Bye.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought.